Konoha Bookstore. Chapter 1, Bookstore in the Ninja World. Kanaha Village. The sun was hanging in the middle of the sky, and people were coming and going on the street, but there was a store that was out of place. Ryushu sat in front of the store basking in the sun and thought boredly, why did I travel to the high-risk world of Naruto? And my own talent is so poor, I'm so unlucky. Thinking of this, he called up the system to watch. System, Great Transformation System. System goal, help the host successfully transform the entire ninja world. Host, Suzuki Ryushu. Bookstore level, Level 1. Chakra, Chunin. Ability, none. Props, none. Novice mission, successfully get a good review from a customer. Mission reward, bookstore level increased by 1 level. While basking in the sun, Ryushu was looking for his target on the street. Following his memory, Ryushu saw a familiar face in the crowd and took the opportunity to walk over and stop him. Longshu greeted, Jing, long time no see. Uchiha Jing did not recognize Longshu at first, and after a while he hesitated and asked, Suzuki Longshu. Longshu nodded and said, yes, Jing, long time no see. Uchiha Jing also smiled and said, yes, long time no see, what do you want to talk to me about? Longshu touched his head and said, haha, nothing, just want to ask if you have time. Uchiha Jing smiled gently and sweetly, I'm going on a date with my girlfriend. Longshu was filled with dog food by Uchiha Jing unexpectedly, and twitched his mouth and said, then you should have time now, come with me. After that, he pulled him into the store regardless of Uchiha Jing's objection. Uchiha Jing found that he was very calm when he entered the store. It was a hot summer day outside, but it was as cool as a spring breeze in the store. Longshu looked at Uchiha Jing's enjoyable expression and couldn't help but said, Jing, what are you doing? Uchiha Jing scratched his head embarrassedly and said puzzledly, sorry, Longshu, I'm so rude, but why is it so cool here? Longshu pointed to the air conditioner behind him and said, this is the air conditioner that can control the temperature in the room. Uchiha Jing looked at the air conditioner behind Longshu and asked puzzledly, air conditioner? What is that? Then he looked around the environment in the house. There are many bookshelves in the house, filled with various books. There is also a strange thing on the ceiling. The surrounding walls don't seem to be made of wood, but colorful. Even the floor under your feet is very smooth. All signs indicate that this room is incompatible with Kanaha, or even the entire ninja world. Longshu carefully selected a book from the bookshelf and handed it to Uchiha Jing, saying, take a look. Tell me how you feel after reading it. Uchiha Jing took the book puzzled. It said Das Kapital. Uchiha Jing didn't understand what it meant, but after he opened the first page, he felt like he had entered a whole new world. The first article, Commodities and Currencies. Watching Uchiha Jing immersed in it, Longshu nodded secretly and said, it seems that my vision is right. Uchiha Jing is indeed a person of great love. It is impossible for him to have a girlfriend. After an unknown period of time, Uchiha Jing slowly woke up. Uchiha Jing excitedly held Longshu's hands and said, Longshu, this book is really good. Just like what the book says. Longshu was dizzy after hearing this. Looking at Uchiha Jing who was still talking non-stop, he hurriedly interrupted, Jing, don't you still have a date with your girlfriend? Go quickly, it will be too late. Uchiha Jing said righteously, Longshu, how can a girlfriend compare with this ninja world? I voluntarily sacrificed myself to achieve this ninja world. Then he continued to say things that Longshu couldn't understand. When Uchiha Kagami was about to finish, Longshu let him go in a daze. Looking at Uchiha Kagami's back, Longshu was still sitting on the chair thinking about the truth of life. Who am I? Where am I? When Longshu recovered, he remembered that Uchiha Kagami had not paid, and hurriedly chased him out. Just when Longshu was searching for something irrelevant nearby, Uchiha Kagami had already told Sarutobi Hiruzen about his lofty ideals in the Hokage building, peace in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Kagami, who was talking in front of him, and didn't know how to get rid of him. After all, he was an old classmate, so he had to perfunctorily say yeah, and while smoking a pipe, he dealt with the documents in his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task and getting a reward. The level of the bookstore is increased by 1 level. Longshu asked, "What's the use of the increased level of the bookstore?" Ding! The bookstore detection function has been opened, and the host can detect anyone who enters the bookstore. Ding! The host can get 20% of the benefits. Longshu was quite satisfied with the newly acquired permissions, especially the last one. Second, that morning, Uchiha Jing came again. He looked at Longshu, who was sleepy and obviously woken up by him, and said, "Good morning, Longshu." Longshu looked at Uchiha Jing with dead eyes and said, "Good morning." Then he let Uchiha Jing in. But Uchiha Jing limped into the book room. Longshu looked at Uchiha Jing's legs and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Uchiha Jing smiled indifferently, "Nothing, I just told my girlfriend yesterday why I didn't go on a date, and she made me kneel for a night. Don't worry, it's nothing serious, just a little numb, it will be fine after a while." Longshu nodded to show his understanding. "Well, women are troublesome, it's better to be alone." Then he handed him the book he didn't finish reading yesterday. Longshu looked at Uchiha Kagami and suddenly thought of the detection function he had just obtained yesterday, so he tried it on Uchiha Kagami. System, detect Uchiha Kagami. Ding! Please wait for a moment. Name, Uchiha Kagami. Age, 24 years old. Chakra, Elite Jonin. Physical condition, healthy. Ninja, 8. Body, 8. Illusion, 10. Wisdom, 8. Power, 7. Speed, 8. Essence, 8. Seal, 9. Total, 66. Longshu looked at Uchiha Kagami's attributes and couldn't help but secretly said, "It's worthy of being a disciple of Senju Tobirama." Longshu checked his own attributes again. Name, Suzuki Longshu. Age, 24 years old. Chakra, Chunin. Physical condition, healthy, slightly hunched. Ninja, 6. Body, 7. Illusion, 5. Wisdom, 7. Power, 4. Speed, 5. Essence, 7. Prince, 7. Total, 48. Longshu looked at his own attributes and was speechless. What does a slightly hunched back mean? He thought to himself, my attributes should not be too bad among Chunin. But Longshu looked at the gap between himself and Uchiha Jing and couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Why is the gap between people so big?" Chapter 2 Uchiha Jing's Girlfriend. Longshu looked at Uchiha Jing, who was about to continue talking in front of him, and hurriedly interrupted him, "Jing, you forgot to give me money yesterday." Uchiha Jing touched his head embarrassedly and said, "I'm sorry, Longshu, I was so excited yesterday that I forgot it all of a sudden." As he said that, he was about to take out the money from his pocket. Uchiha Jing asked again, "How much do you want, Longshu?" He took out the wallet from his pocket while speaking. Longshu said while picking his nose, "Oh, 10,000 taels per hour, including the 2 hours yesterday and the 2 hours today, a total of 40,000 taels, pay up." Uchiha Jing's hand reaching for the wallet froze for a moment, because he had handed in all the money yesterday, so there was still 40,000 taels left. Retracting his hand to take the money, Uchiha Jing said to Longshu seriously, "Longshu, I really misjudged you. People should not be greedy for enjoyment. Money is just something outside of the body." Longshu interrupted, "Stop, you just don't have money, right?" As soon as Longshu finished speaking, the air around him seemed to freeze. Long Shu was the first to speak. How much money do you have on you? Uchiha Jing took out the only 1,000 taels of silver in his wallet and said, what do you think of this? Long Shu looked at Uchiha Jing with a look of mental retardation and said, what do you think? Uchiha Jing laughed awkwardly and said, how about I go home and get it for you? Long Shu asked doubtfully, can you get it back home? Uchiha Jing said unsurely, it seems, it should be possible. Long Shu shook his head and said, forget it, if you help me attract a few customers, I won't ask you for money, but remember, you must pay with money. Uchiha Jing patted his chest and promised, don't worry, Long Shu, I will definitely succeed. Then he rushed out to attract customers on the street. Long Shu looked at Uchiha Jing who had failed repeatedly and couldn't help but remind him, Jing, there are many rich people in your Uchiha family. Uchiha Jing was enlightened and thank you, Long Shu, I'll be back soon. Looking at Uchiha Jing's silly look, Long Shu couldn't help but worry about his future. No wonder he died so early. Not long after, Uchiha Jing brought back a person and pushed her in front of Long Shu and said, Long Shu, this is my girlfriend, Uchiha Shui. Uchiha Shui grabbed Uchiha Jing's ear with his backhand and said, Uchiha Jing, what are you going to do? You want 40,000 taels. Are you going to do something bad? Uchiha Jing covered his ears and cried, it hurts, Shui, no, I promise not, let go, it hurts me to death. Uchiha Shui put down the hand that was pinching Uchiha Jing, crossed his arms and said, then tell me quickly, what do you want so much money for? Uchiha Jing tugged at the corner of Uchiha Shui's clothes and whispered in her ear, Shui, Long Shu is still watching. After Uchiha Jing finished speaking, Uchiha Shui realized that there was another person in front of her. Uchiha Shui said generously, long time no see, Long Shu. Long Shu smiled awkwardly and said, long time no see, Shui, I didn't expect you and Jing to be together. While speaking, Uchiha Shui hugged Uchiha Jing's arm and said, yes, Jing is very good to me. Then he put his head on Uchiha Jing's shoulder. Long Shu couldn't help but burp and said, ah. Did you bring the mirror money? Uchiha Jing looked at Uchiha Shui angrily and said, Shui, look. Uchiha Shui rolled his eyes at Uchiha Jing and whispered in his ear, what did you do to spend so much money? Uchiha Jing touched his head and said, I just read a book for a while. Uchiha Shui asked puzzledly, book? What book cost so much money? Uchiha Jing ran to the bookshelf and took it down. He handed the book he often read to Uchiha Shui and said, this is it. You should also take a look. It is very helpful for the peace of the ninja world. Uchiha Shui opened the book and asked puzzledly, what's so good about this? Then he returned the book to Uchiha Jing. At this time, Long Shu interrupted and said, Shui, take a look at this book, it will definitely suit your taste. Uchiha Shui opened the book doubtfully, and a breath of Mary Sue drifted over. Uchiha Jing looked at Uchiha Shui who was crying, and asked Long Shu, what book did you give Shui, why is Shui crying? Long Shu said in an unfathomable manner, this is the Mary Sue who captured thousands of girls at the beginning. Uchiha Jing was confused. Uchiha Jing always felt that Long Shu and himself were not from the same world. Anyway, he couldn't figure it out, so he just picked up the next part of Das Kapital and continued to study. Ding! Release the main task, the first step of transforming the world. Task description, successfully make Ninja World Bookstore a well-known store in Kanaha. Mission reward, Bookstore level tip level 1. Long Shu looked at the newly released mainline mission and thought to himself, the most popular? This mission doesn't look easy. Excuse me, is anyone here? A childish voice interrupted Long Shu's thinking, and Long Shu turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. Chapter 3 Mind Gem, a new week, I want a recommendation ticket. What do you want, kid, what's your name? Long Shu walked up to him, squatted down, touched his head and asked. My name is Beilu Hu, can I buy books here? Beilu Hu asked timidly. Long Shu shook his head and said, no, you can only read books here, but not sell books. Well, forget it then, he said and prepared to leave. Long Shu heard the name Bailiahu and felt familiar with it. After remembering who he was, he called Bailiahu and said, wait a minute. Bailiahu turned around and asked, what's the matter? Long Shu walked up to Bailiahu and said, since you want to read a book, come with me. Bailiahu was a little hesitant, but when he thought of the people who laughed at him this morning, he couldn't help but feel angry, so he followed Long Shu. Long Shu picked a few books from the bookshelf, put them under the table and said, as long as you can learn all the knowledge in these books, I won't charge you for reading books in the future. Bailiahu looked at the books on the desk. There were at least 10 books. Bailiahu felt dizzy instantly. Bailiahu waved his hand and said, no, I'll go to someone else's house to have a look. Long Shu stopped Bailiahu and tempted him, I think you are just a commoner. If you really learn it, you can read the books behind me at will. Long Shu could still see that Bailiahu was a little moved from his paused figure, so he increased his efforts to continue to tempt him, saying, don't worry, don't read these books. There are a lot of them, but the knowledge in them is very simple, just like what you learned in the ninja school. In the end, Bailiahu still couldn't resist Long Shu's temptation, and half believed and half doubtedly opened the book to read. Physics Chemistry. Bailiahu was dizzy after reading it. On the other side, Uchiha Shui was crying in Uchiha Jing's arms. Long Shu walked over and said, ahem, Jing, there are children here. It's not good for you to do this in broad daylight. Uchiha Jing also saw Bailiahu who was reading a book on the other side, and comforted him softly, Shui, don't cry, it's just a story, it won't happen in reality. Uchiha Shui choked up and said, but it's really touching. After wiping away her tears, she and Uchiha Jing interlocked their fingers, looked at each other sweetly, and said, Jing, let's never separate for the rest of our lives, okay? Uchiha Jing slowly approached Uchiha Shui and whispered, okay, you are my lifelong destination, Shui, I love you, will you marry me? Uchiha Shui smiled sweetly and said, okay, I love you too. As they spoke, the two slowly approached each other. Ahem. Long Shu interrupted their conversation and said, okay, since you've finished reading the book, pay the money. Uchiha Shui's cheeks flushed, and she pushed Uchiha Jing away and said, how much? She covered her hot face. Long Shu touched his round belly and said, a total of 60,000 taels, pay the money. Uchiha Shui didn't say anything and took out the money and handed it directly to Long Shu, and took Uchiha Jing away shyly. Long Shu pouted and said, women are really troublesome. He took the money in his hand and smiled happily. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, the first pot of gold. Get rewards, open the lottery function. Long Shu was stunned for a moment with the money in his hand, and asked, lottery? What lottery? Ding! The host can use 100,000 taels for the lottery. Long Shu twitched his lips and said, hey, 100,000 taels is too much anyway. Ding! The first draw is free. Long Shu nodded and said, it's not bad to be free for the first time, so help me draw it. Ding! Please wait for a moment. Congratulations to the host for winning, Mind Gem. Long Shu was stunned for a while, and asked excitedly, is it the Mind Gem among the Infinity Gems? Ding! Yes. Long Shu shouted wow and thought to himself, could I be the legendary European Emperor? Thinking of this, a golden Mind Gem floated in front of Long Shu. Long Shu was about to reach out to take it, but the system suddenly spoke. Ding! Please be careful, the host's body cannot withstand the energy of the Mind Gem, and it is very likely to explode and die. Long Shu quickly retracted his outstretched hand and said, oh my god, why didn't you say so earlier? I almost touched it. Long Shu calmed down his ups and downs and asked again, then when can I bear this power? Ding! After searching the system, the wood release, the whirlpool body and the sage mode in this world can all bear the energy of the mind stone. Long Shu was speechless. Although these things are all in the Naruto world, he seems to be unable to obtain any of them. The simplest one should be the sage mode, but now the only one who knows the sage technique, Hashirama Senju, is dead. Where can he go to practice the sage technique? Wood release seems to have no earth attribute chakra, and it is almost impossible to learn it. Not to mention the whirlpool body, there is no chance to get it. Long Shu shook his head helplessly and said to himself, the things are indeed good things, but they are too useless. I can't use them now. Chapter 4, System Wall. Hey, the tail, what's wrong with you today? Jiraiya looked back and asked Biru, who was smiling all day. Bailuho looked at Jiraiya, and regardless of his address to him, he smiled and said, nothing. Jiraiya looked at Bailuho suspiciously and said, nothing. Bailuho hurriedly said hello to Jiraiya and left in a hurry. Jiraiya took the opportunity to quietly follow Bailuho and follow him. You are here, Bailuho. Longshu looked at Bailuho with a smile on his face and said. Bailuho smiled enthusiastically and said, well, I will definitely learn all the junior high school chemistry today. Longshu touched Bailuho's head and smiled, then do your best, but you have to take care of your health. Bailuho laughed and said, don't worry, brother Longshu, I'm in good health. At this time, Jiraiya, who saw someone actually greeted Bailuho, shouted in disbelief, ah, how is it possible? Bailuho and Longshu both looked over in the direction of the voice. Bailuho was stunned when he saw Jiraiya, and hurriedly pulled Jiraiya aside, whispering something. Bailuho grabbed Jiraiya's collar and said, Jiraiya, you actually followed me. Jiraiya slapped Bailuo's hand away and asked, who is Bailuo? He actually talked to you. Bailuo crossed his arms and smiled, humph, that's my elder brother. How powerful is he? Jiraiya said in disbelief, you actually have an elder brother. It's incredible. Bailuo said dissatisfiedly, what do you mean? What do you mean I actually have an elder brother? Jiraiya said a little embarrassedly, hee, nothing, it's just that, can you introduce me to someone, I also want an elder brother. As he spoke, his voice became smaller and smaller. Bailuo patted Jiraiya's shoulder and said, don't worry, I will. Brother Nagarjuna is a very good person. Jiraiya said gratefully, oh, thank you, Bailuo. He hugged Bailuo and wiped the tears from his eyes obscurely. Hirahu pulled Jiraiya to Nagarjuna and said, Brother Nagarjuna, this is my friend, Jiraiya. Nagarjuna nodded and smiled, hello, Jiraiya. But Jiraiya was at a loss and said, hello, Brother Nagarjuna. Then he bent his legs and knelt on the ground, and his head had an intimate contact with the ground. Hirahu sat next to Jiraiya, wiped the wound on his head for him, and laughed, haha, you are so stupid, Jiraiya. It hurts, Jiraiya covered his wound and said angrily, ah, don't say it anymore, it's too embarrassing. Besides, who would have thought that there would be a stone on the ground? At this time, Nagarayu came out with a bottle of potion and said, wipe off the sand, apply this on the wound. Then he put the potion in front of them. After treating Jiraiya's wound, Nagarayu asked, tell me, what do you want from me? Jiraiya said nervously, I want you to be my big brother. Nagarayu nodded and said, okay, from now on I am your big brother, is there anything else? Jiraiya never thought it would be so smooth. No one in the ninja school had ever looked at him straight in the eye. Jiraiya couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. Bailuo was surprised and said, Jiraiya, why are you crying? Jiraiya quickly wiped away his tears and pretended to be calm and shouted, ha, how could Jiraiya cry? I just got sand in my eyes. At night. Longshu was in the room, looking at the 100,000 taels of coins in front of him with horror, and said excitedly, "System, I want to draw a lottery." Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning, Sunflower A Cup Ointment Pressing Hand, from Woolenwei Zwan. Oh, Sunflower A Cup Ointment Pressing Hand, childhood memories. What a pitfall, what's the use of it in the Naruto world? Suddenly, the memory of the Sunflower A Cup Ointment Pressing Hand flowed into Longshu's brain. Longshu was surprised and said, "I see, it seems to be somewhat useful." All the acupoints in the human body and the consequences of pressing them were input into Longshu's brain. Longshu gestured a few times, and the sunflower pointing hand pointed at the wall, and Longshu screamed "Ah!" Looking at the wall in front of him, Longshu was puzzled and said, "Why is the wall so hard? It hurts me to death." He covered his fingers and shook them constantly. Ding! The entire bookstore has been strengthened by the system to prevent unknown threats. Longshu shook his still numb fingers and asked, "What is the strength of the system?" Ding! Sea-level ninjutsu cannot break through the defense of the bookstore. Longshu nodded secretly and said, "Not bad." Ding! The host completes the hidden task and has a small amount of assets, a total of 100,000 taels, to get rewards. System Wall. System Wall. Sage Body, 70 million taels. Infinite Gloves, 1 billion taels. Rubber Fruit, 50 million taels. Wood Release, 30 million taels. Melting Release, 10 million taels. Playing Cards, 50 taels. Trumpet, 150 taels. Chapter 5 Jiraiya Soliciting Customers. The Hokage's office was filled with smoke. Uchiha Kagami pushed open the door and was choked by the thick smell of smoke. Ahem, Uchiha Kagami waved his hand and said, "Hiruzen, why do you smoke so much?" Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe tiredly, rubbed his temples and said, "Alas, there are too many things going on in Kanaha now." Uchiha Kagami sat opposite him and said, "Hiruzen, you should find time to rest." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, "Rest, I want to rest, but I don't have time. Kanaha hasn't recovered from the war yet." Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again, "Jing, what's the matter with you?" Uchiha Jing smiled sweetly and said, "Shue and I are getting married." Then he took out an invitation from his arms and said, "Here is the invitation, you must come." Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised and said, "Marriage? Isn't this time a bad time?" Uchiha Jing shook his head indifferently and said, "It's okay, Shue has agreed." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Shue, it's good that you agreed. I know, I will go." "When exactly?" At this time, an envoy rushed in and interrupted the conversation between the two. "It's bad, Lord Hokage, the Sand Village suddenly launched an attack on us." Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami both stood up from their chairs in surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in disbelief, "What?" After the Anbu ninja reported the battle situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe more fiercely, and Uchiha Kagami suddenly said, "In this case, let me go to this war." Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised, "Kagami, you?" Uchiha Kagami smiled and said, "It's okay, I believe Shue will understand, I will come back safely and marry Shue." As he said this, his hands were slightly clenched, indicating his inner dissatisfaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and said, "Well, the battlefield of the Sand Village is left to you. Please be sure to come back safely, Kagami." Uchiha Kagami chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I still want to marry Shue, how can I die at the hands of the Sand Ninja?" At this moment, Nagarayu was testing the level of learning of Obito. Jiraiya was watching the conversation between Ryushu and Hiroho, and found that he couldn't get a word in. Ryushu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, you have learned all the knowledge in junior high school." Hiroho asked in confusion, "Junior high school?" Longshu smiled and said, "Yes, there is also high school and college. Take your time to study. There is a long way to go. He patted Biliahu's shoulder. Biliahu suddenly had a bad premonition that he seemed to have entered a huge pit. At this time, Jiraiya suddenly said, "Brother Longshu, can I do something for you?" Longshu looked at Jiraiya and found that he seemed to be really useless. Jiraiya looked at Nagarjuna's eyes, twitched his lips and said, "Brother Nagarjuna, what's that look like?" Nagarjuna shook his head and said, "Since you want to do something, then go and help me attract customers. I'll give you 1% commission for each customer." Jiraiya pouted and said, 1% is too little. Nagarjuna looked at Jiraiya with disappointment, and said with a look of pain and suffering, "Jiraiya, you disappoint me so much. Don't you know that a little adds up to a lot? Even though 1% is little, it's still 100 taels. Think about it, if you attract 10 customers, it will be 1,000 taels." Jiraiya nodded in a daze and said, "Oh, what you said seems to make sense. I'll go and attract customers now. Wait for me, brother Nagarjuna. I will definitely bring back 100 customers." Then he ran excitedly to the street to attract customers. Looking at Jiraiya who was busy, Ryuki really didn't know why he could become a Chunin with his IQ. Is it true that stupid people have good luck? After a long time, Jiraiya brought back a little loli with blonde hair and flat chest. Jiraiya patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Tsunade, how could Master Jiraiya lie to you?" Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with an eye that obviously didn't believe Jiraiya and said, "I was just bored and wanted to come out for a walk, but you dragged me here by force." Jiraiya laughed and said, "Haha, don't worry, you will definitely be satisfied with the place I brought you to." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya suspiciously and asked, "Where is it?" At this time, Jiraiya and Tsunade just stopped at the door of the bookstore. Jiraiya pointed at the bookstore and said, "This is it, how about it?" Then he took Tsunade into the bookstore. After Tsunade entered, she looked around and said, "Hey, the decorations here are pretty nice." Jiraiya put his hands on his waist and smiled, "Of course, this is my eldest brother's store." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Your eldest brother, do you have an eldest brother?" Jiraiya pointed to Ryushu who was enjoying the air conditioning and the sun and said, "That's my eldest brother." "Hey? Jiraiya, you're back." Ryushu looked at Jiraiya and the others following the voice. Jiraiya took Tsunade to Ryushu and said, "This is the guest I brought here, Miss Tsunade." After that, he whispered in Ryushu's ear, "Tsunade is the eldest lady of the Senju clan, and she has a lot of money." Chapter 6 Tsunade Who Made a Fortune. When Ryushu heard Jiraiya talking about Tsunade, he looked at her twice more. But when he heard about money, his eyes almost lit up when he looked at Tsunade. Tsunade felt scared by Ryushu's eyes, as if she was being stared at by something. Ryushu immediately stood up and introduced, "Miss Tsunade, our shop is for reading books, is there anything you want to read?" Tsunade tilted her head and said, "Books? What's so good about books? It's better to play dice." Then she took out a dice from somewhere, and said with shining eyes, "Do you want to play?" Thinking of Tsunade's gambling luck, it would be a waste of money not to gamble, so Ryushu agreed without hesitation. Afterwards, Ryushu stared at Tsunade in front of him with dull eyes, laughing wildly and looking lewd, the money around her. Ryushu muttered in disbelief, "How could it be, my little money, how could you leave me like this?" Tsunade said excitedly, "Let's continue." Then she picked up the dice on the table and shook it. Ryushu shook his head slowly and said, "Let's talk about it later." Then he covered his heart and cried alone. Tsunade didn't know why she always felt that she had lost something. She looked at the grief-stricken Ryushu, looked at Jiraiya and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" Jiraiya twitched his mouth and said, "Yes, it should be urgent to pee." Tsunade nodded and said, "Since he doesn't want to play anymore, I'll leave first." She patted Jiraiya's shoulder and said, Thank you, I'm very happy today. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, who left happily, and suddenly felt that if he stayed here, his life might be threatened. The next moment, he would flee from this place of trouble. Jiraiya. Ryashu appeared in time, grabbed Jiraiya, who wanted to escape, and smiled gently. Where do you want to go, Jiraiya? Jiraiya said with a zombie-like smile, Ryu, brother Ryashu, I'm not going anywhere. Ryashu's hand slowly touched Jiraiya's neck, slightly exerting force. A wailing sound came from the book house, as if the entire ninja world was shaking 3 times. Help! Fortunately, the soundproofing quality of the bookstore was good enough, so it didn't cause any disturbance. People's attention. Longshu put down Jiraiya, who was like a dead object, and looked up at a 45-degree angle to the distance, but he still couldn't stop Longshu's sad tears. The crystal-clear tears in Longshu's eyes almost blinded Jiraiya's eyes. Longshu wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and muttered to himself, money is something outside of the body. I am a good boy who regards money as dirt. Jiraiya got up from the ground and looked at Longshu, who was constantly hypnotizing himself. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and thought to himself, is this the real big brother? So scary. Jiraiya said tremblingly, Brother Longshu. Longshu turned his head mechanically and asked, what's wrong? Jiraiya tentatively said, Brother Longshu, how about I go to Tsunade and ask him to return the money to you? Longshu's eyes changed instantly, and he said, you know what to do, right, Jiraiya? While speaking, he put his hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya nodded frantically and said, don't worry, Brother Longshu, I will say that I am short of money and will never mention you. But Longshu shook his head and said, you misunderstood, Jiraiya, we are not gangsters, how can we do that kind of thing? Looking at the confused Jiraiya, Longshu said again, you just need to be responsible for bringing Tsunade. And leave the rest to me. Jiraiya still didn't understand what Longshu meant, but still brought Tsunade. Tsunade asked excitedly, Brother Longshu, do you want to continue? Longshu shook his head and said, I will teach you a new way to play today. Tsunade asked inexplicably, new way to play? Longshu took out a deck of playing cards that he had just bought from the system and said, this is a deck of playing cards, come and teach you how to play landlord. Jiraiya looked at Longshu and Tsunade, who were competing with each other with a dead look on his face, and piled Tsunade's coins around Longshu, including those he had lost before. Longshu played the last card in his hand and said with a smile, sorry, I won again. When Tsunade was about to take the money, she found that her wallet was empty. She said unyieldingly, wait for me for a while, I'll go home to get the money, I must win it back today. Longshu looked at the angry Tsunade and said, no, it's getting late, let's stop here today, we'll play again next time if we have a chance, bye. Then he pushed Jiraiya and Tsunade out of the door. Tsunade stood outside the door and looked at Longshu's smug smile. She was so angry that she looked at Jiraiya, who was grinning beside her, and punched him without saying anything. Ah! Looking at Jiraiya, who was screaming with his head down, Tsunade couldn't help but feel much more relaxed. She walked home with a smile while singing a little song. Jiraiya covered his head, looked up at the sky with a dull look, and couldn't help but shed tears of grievance in the corners of his eyes. He said in his heart, I have it too hard. Chapter 7 Attack. Longshu looked at the harvest of the day and said, System, help me see how much money there is in total. Ding! A total of 234,000 taels. Longshu looked at the money in front of him, drooling, and hurriedly said, System, help me draw a prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Stopwatch from League of Legends. Allows the user to be immune to any damage and cannot be selected within 2.5 seconds, but the user cannot move, attack or release skills. Disposable item. Longshu looked at the item he had drawn and said in a satisfied tone, this is a life-saving artifact. I finally drew a useful good thing. At this time, a flare was detonated in the sky. Long Shu looked over in surprise and said in a surprised tone, "This is the signal for the ninjas to gather. Did something big happen?" Then he put on his ninja uniform and the ninja forehead protector he hadn't worn for a long time and rushed to the Hokage building. When Long Shu arrived, many ninjas had gathered under the Hokage building. Standing on a high place, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that almost everyone had arrived, so he said, "Just yesterday, the Sand Village declared war on our Kanaha. Are you willing to fight for Kanaha?" Yes, thousands of ninjas said together, and the scene was very spectacular. "Very good, the ninjas I called out will stand out. Narakumo, Yamanakacho, Akimichi Ida, and Suzuki Ryushu are the ninjas who will go to battle this time. Do you have any objections?" The ninjas named by Sarutobi Hiruzen stood out one by one and shouted together, "No objection." Ryushu had to reluctantly follow the others and said, "No objection." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction and said, "This time your team leader is Uchiha Kagami. This time the Land of Fire is handed over to you. Please." Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed slightly. Although Ryushu was reluctant, he had to admit that Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed a qualified Hokage. Ryushu couldn't help but admire him. Early the next morning, the ninjas gathered at the gate of Kanaha, and the villagers of Kanaha stood by to see the ninjas off. Before leaving, Ryushu handed the bookstore to Beirahu. On the way, Ryushu and Uchiha Kagami chatted. Long Shu thought to himself, Jing must have died in this war. He gave the stopwatch he drew yesterday to Uchiha Jing and said, "You can save your life by crushing him in a critical moment." Uchiha Jing took the stopwatch with doubt and said with a smile, "Thank you, Long Shu, I will take it with me, but don't worry, there will be no danger this time, and the Sand Village will not threaten our Kanaha." Then he took the stopwatch and put it in his arms. When we arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, we could smell a strong smell of blood, and all signs indicated that a war had just taken place here. Uchiha Jing suddenly shouted, "Everyone, disperse!" Boom! A huge explosion sounded under the feet of Long Shu and other ninjas, but because of Uchiha Jing's timely reminder, few ninjas were affected. When the dust was dispersed, a huge pit appeared in front of Uchiha Jing and others. After searching around for a while, no enemies total was found. It seemed that this was a trap set by the enemy before. Uchiha Jing approached the pit and checked it. He frowned and thought, this is not just the effect of the detonating talisman. It's a bit like the explosive release of the Rock Ninja. Could it be that the Sand Ninja Village and the Rock Ninja Village have formed an alliance? I hope it's not what I think. As he said that, he took a handful of soil near the pit and set off. As night fell, the large army prepared to stop and rest, and more than a dozen ninjas took turns on duty. When it was Long Shu's turn to be on duty, Long Shu was yawning out of boredom. Suddenly, a fire shot up into the sky in the distance. Long Shu hurriedly woke up the others. Uchiha Jing was going to take Long Shu and others to investigate. After leaving Zhu Lucho to guard the station, he went to investigate. When Long Shu and others approached, they smelled a strong smell of blood. Everyone hid in the dark and saw several sand ninjas besieging Konoha ninjas. Long Shu was about to go up to rescue, but was stopped by Uchiha Jing. Long Shu asked in confusion, "Why, isn't it just them?" Uchiha Jing shook his head and said, "Observe for a while, they may not be Konoha ninjas, this may be a bait, deliberately attracting us to rescue." Long Shu nodded, and then he and Uchiha Jing observed below. "Haha, you can't run away, just surrender." The sand ninjas stared at the Konoha ninjas and said. The Konoha ninja said tyrannically, "Humph, you sand ninjas actually attacked us without knowing your own strength. Once our support arrives, you sand ninjas will definitely be defeated." The sand ninjas laughed and said, "Don't worry, you won't live to see that day, go to hell." At this time, Uchiha Jing on the tree said, "Do it." Several ninjas jumped down from the tree and surrounded the sand ninjas. A sand ninja saw that the situation was not good, grabbed the Konoha ninja with a kunai and threatened, "Don't move, or he will die." As he said that, the hand holding the kunai slightly exerted force, leaving a blood mark on the neck of the Konoha ninja. Chapter 8 Trap. Long Shu leaned over to Uchiha Jing and whispered, "Jing, what should we do? Should we attack by force?" Uchiha Jing said calmly, "No, just watch me." As he spoke, he put the kunai in his hand on the ground and said in a low voice, "Put down your weapons." Some ninjas looked at Uchiha Jing in confusion, but still obeyed his orders, and all the ninjas put down their weapons. Seeing this, the sand ninja thought that the Konoha ninja was scared and shouted, "Yes, that's it. Get out of the way and let us out, or he will die." Uchiha Kagami led the ninjas to slowly retreat. Just when the sand ninja was about to escape, he took advantage of the sand ninja's relaxation of vigilance and whispered in Longshu's ear, "You attract the attention of that sand ninja, and I will take the opportunity to rescue the hostages. Do you understand?" Longshu nodded to show that he understood, and then he cast a seal wind style, wind-blowing technique on the sand ninja. A breeze blew up the dust on the ground, blocking the sand ninja's vision. Uchiha Kagami took the opportunity to use the illusion tree binding technique on the sand ninja who was holding the hostage. In the eyes of the sand ninja, vines grew rapidly from the ground, entangled him, and made him unable to move, but the next moment he saw a headless man holding a kunai, holding a Konoha ninja hostage. "Hey, isn't this me? Where's my head?" But the next moment he lost consciousness. After Uchiha Jing rescued the hostages, he shouted, "Let's do it." Soon, under the siege of the ninjas, the sand ninja was captured alive by the Konoha ninjas. Uchiha Jing asked the Konoha ninjas, "How are you? Are you okay?" Ueda Shigeichi was surprised to see Uchiha Jing, "Master Jing." Uchiha Jing nodded and said, "It's me. How is the front line?" Ueda Shigeichi lowered his head and said gloomily, "The sand ninja village suddenly attacked us. We were caught off guard. There are not many ninjas left. I came out to find food this time." But he looked at Uchiha Jing excitedly and said, "However, Master Jing, if you come in person, we will definitely turn defeat into victory." Uchiha Jing patted Nakata Shigeichi on the shoulder and smiled, "Don't worry, I promise we will win." Then he stood up and gathered the ninjas, and took the prisoners of the sand ninjas to meet up with other ninjas. Under the guidance of Longshu and others, they found the remaining Konoha ninjas, but they were all in a terrible state. They were all disabled, and many of them were missing arms and legs. Uchiha Jing took these ninjas back to the base and learned about the situation. Now the front line of Kanaha has been breached, but what puzzled Uchiha Jing was why the sand village suddenly attacked. It was obvious that it would be impossible to win the battle once Kanaha's support arrived. Did the sand village really join forces with the rock ninja? But now the rock ninja and the cloud ninja are fighting each other, and it stands to reason that there will be no extra combat power to support the sand ninja. The next day, Uchiha Jing rushed to the battlefield with reinforcements. Now it has been occupied by the sand ninja. Uchiha Jing looked at the heavily defended sand ninja base in front of him and said to himself, "It's not easy. We must find a breakthrough. It is very likely that we can't rush through it by force." Uchiha Jing walked to Nara Yun and said, "Yun, you wait here with the ninjas, I'll go and investigate." "Yes, Lord Jing." Nara Yun nodded and said. Not long after, Uchiha Kagami came back and said, "Retreat first." Then he led the ninjas back to the base. Longshu followed a team of ninjas on patrol. At night, Uchiha Kagami prepared to lead a large force to attract the attention of the sand ninjas in the dark, and Ino Shikacho led another team of ninjas to prepare for a surprise attack behind the sand ninja base. When the ninjas were ready, Uchiha Kagami led a large force to attack, but found that there was no one in the sand ninja base. Uchiha Kagami's face changed and shouted, "No, we've been tricked, retreat quickly." But when Uchiha Kagami and others went out, they were surrounded by the sand ninjas. The leader of the Sand Ninja, Ebizo, laughed excitedly, haha, it turns out to be Uchiha Kagami. It seems that you have gained a lot this time. Uchiha Kagami looked at Ebizo and said with a bad face, ha, Ebizo, it seems that you are the commander-in-chief of the Sand Ninja this time. So what if it's me? Just surrender. The 3 Magadama Sharingan is a good thing. Attack and leave no one alive. As soon as Ebizo finished speaking, hundreds of puppets fell from the sky under the control of the Sand Ninja, pressing the Konoha ninja step by step. Uchiha Kagami directly opened the 3 Magadama Sharingan, and a great fireball directly destroyed many puppets, but it was just a drop in the bucket among the many puppets. Uchiha Kagami quickly formed a seal fire style, great fire extinguishment, and a sea of fire of nearly 20 meters gushed out, instantly destroying most of the puppets, but at the same time it also consumed a lot of Uchiha Kagami's chakra. Seeing that the puppets could not threaten Uchiha Kagami, Ebizo had to go on the battlefield himself and confront Uchiha Kagami. Seeing this opportunity, Inoshikacho took the opportunity to lead the ninjas to attack the Sand Ninjas, catching them off guard. Ryushu used the sunflower point acupuncture hand to freeze many Sand Ninjas, and they were all killed by Ryushu one by one. Chapter 9 Guerrilla Warfare. Just as the Konoha ninjas were in a one-sided situation, the rock ninjas suddenly joined the battlefield and suppressed the Konoha ninjas with their numbers. On the other side, Uchiha Kagami saw this and shouted in disbelief, Iwagakure? Have you, the Sand Ninja, and the Iwagakure allied? At this time, the Iwagakure leader joined the battle between Ebizo and Uchiha Kagami and laughed wildly, ha ha ha, you didn't expect it, this time you Konoha will lose. Uchiha Kagami saw this and thought to himself, not good, it seems we have to retreat first. He then formed the darkness walking technique. Ebizo's face changed and said, this is an illusion, be careful. In an instant, everything in Ebizo's vision was dark. When Ebizo recovered, Uchiha Kagami had disappeared. Ebizo said angrily, humph, I will never let him run away next time. Longshu supported Uchiha Kagami, who had consumed too much chakra, and said, how is it okay? Uchiha Kagami said weakly, it's okay, just too much chakra consumption, it will be fine after a rest. Longshu helped Uchiha Kagami to the tree and said, what should we do next? Uchiha Kagami shook his head slowly, and said with some self-blame, I don't know, it was my misjudgment that caused us to suffer heavy losses. He supported himself with both hands to stand up. Uchiha Kagami looked at the few remaining ninjas, bent down and bowed, I'm sorry, I am ashamed of everyone's trust, but I will do my best to protect everyone and return to Kanaha safely. The ninjas looked at Uchiha Kagami's performance without saying a word, and the atmosphere on the scene was very heavy. Longshu spoke first, this is war. We don't have so much time to blame ourselves. Now the Sand Ninja and Rock Ninja are searching us in all directions. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Uchiha Jing looked at Longshu and asked, Longshu, do you have any good ideas? Longshu nodded and said, we can fight guerrilla warfare. Narayun asked puzzledly, guerrilla warfare? What is that? Longshu explained to others, guerrilla warfare is an attack based on attacking when the enemy advances and retreats, harassing the enemy, attacking the enemy when he is tired, and chasing the enemy when he retreats. After hearing Longshu's words, Narayun's eyes lit up, but he still shook his head and said, the method you said is indeed feasible, but the most important thing now is that we don't have enough chakra, and now we have no food. Longshu also frowned and thought about this problem. Now there are only a few soldiers and food pills left, and food is indeed a problem that must be solved. A problem. Uchiha Jing suddenly said, leave the food problem to me, I'll find it. Longshu looked at Uchiha Jing and said, no, Jing, it's dangerous for you to go out now, and you don't have much chakra. Uchiha Jing shook his head and said, no, the current losses are all caused by me, and my chakra has recovered a lot, let me go. Longshu looked at the tough Uchiha Jing and said, in this case, I will go with you, I still have a lot of chakra. Uchiha Jing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Longshu. I'm not just going to find food, I can also observe the nearby terrain by the way, so as to conduct guerrilla warfare. Uchiha Jing nodded in agreement and said, then let's go. Uchiha Jing and Longshu could see ninjas looking for them everywhere. Longshu and others carefully avoided the searches of other ninjas. Uchiha Jing quietly caught a few wild rabbits and picked a few fruits to bring back. He was safe along the way. After surveying the terrain, Longshu returned to the base, talked to others about the specific actions, and prepared to attack in the second half of the night. At night, the ninjas assembled and raided the Sand Ninja under the cover of night. The first time was effective. They ran away after the attack without any delay, and successfully disrupted the Sand Ninja. However, as time passed, the raid gradually became less effective. Longshu and others changed their bases almost every day. Uchiha Jing said with a firm look, this time is the last general attack. Success or failure depends on this one. All the ninjas were very serious. After all, if they survived this time, they could return to Kanaha safely. As the night slowly fell, the Kanaha ninjas also went out, but the Sand Ninjas and Rock Ninjas were not vegetarians. They had prepared traps long ago, waiting for the Kanaha ninjas to jump in. Uchiha Jing fought the Sand Ninjas and the leader of the Rock Ninjas alone. But at this moment, Longshu was targeted by a Jonin. He saw that Longshu often killed many people among the Chunins. So he attacked Longshu directly and kicked Longshu away with a swift kick. Longshu got up from the ground in a panic, thinking, it hurts, is this kind of strength a physical ninja? The Sand Ninja stared at Longshu and approached Longshu in an instant. Longshu could only barely keep up with his speed, and put his hands on his chest to block his attack. Longshu put down his numb hands and formed the wind style, great breakthrough seal. But Longshu's attack was quickly dodged. The Sand Ninja approached Longshu again and knocked Longshu away with an uppercut again. Longshu lay on the ground, propped himself up, spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and stood up with all his strength. Chapter 10 Fierce Fight. The Sand Ninja opposite Longshu said nothing and approached Longshu again. He was like playing with prey, knocking Longshu to the ground again and again. Longshu also got up from the ground again and again. Now Longshu didn't even have the strength to seal. Perhaps the only good news was that Longshu could see his speed clearly, but it was still useless. Now Longshu's body could not keep up with Longshu's thinking. Longshu used the last 100,000 taels to draw a lottery. Longshu thought to himself, if there is nothing useful, I will die here today. Watching the Sand Ninja getting closer and closer to him, Longshu prayed in his heart, I must draw a useful thing. It seemed that God heard Longshu's prayer. The mechanical sound of the system became the prayer of an angel in Longshu's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an adamantium metal shield. With a bang, Longshu was knocked out. The moment the Sand Ninja hit Longshu, his fist seemed to hit a steel plate, and the powerful recoil also knocked the Sand Ninja out. Ahem, ahem. Longshu picked up the shield that saved him with difficulty and saw that it was not what he imagined. It was a silver-grey shield, but the material was made of adamantium. At this time, the Sand Ninja frowned and asked, what is this? Longshu smiled and said, haha, do you think I'm a fool? Then he put the shield in front of him. At the same time, after the life and death moment just now, Longshu clearly felt that his chakra had broken through to the level of a senior ninja, his perception and speed had improved a lot, and even his strength had recovered a lot. The Sand Ninja attacked again and again, and Longshu blocked the attack with his shield again and again. The Sand Ninja shook his numb fist and said, you can only hide behind the shield? Just like a turtle. Longshu laughed and said, haha, come and bite me, I'll piss you off. The Sand Ninja looked at Longshu who was ashamed and angry, and rushed over again, using both fists to hit the shield with a fierce blow. The huge impact force cracked the ground under the feet of Ryushu and Sand Ninja. They both retreated backwards and finally collapsed to the ground. The huge noise attracted the attention of others. Uchiha Jing saw Ryushu collapsed on the ground and yelled, "Ryushu!" Ebizo took advantage of Uchiha Jing's distraction and immediately launched an attack, directly knocking Uchiha after Uchiha Kagami was thrown flying and knocked down several trees. He controlled himself and stopped. Uchiha Kagami stared at Ebizo and the leader of the rock ninja in front of him, and he was unable to split his attention. He anxiously formed the fire style, Fire Dragon Song seal. And a huge fire dragon rushed towards Ebizo. The rock ninja directly used the earth style, Earth Flow Wall to defend against Uchiha Kagami's ninjutsu. At the same time, the puppet controlled by Ebizo took the opportunity to approach Uchiha Kagami, took out the ninja sword and chopped it down at Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami jumped back to avoid the attack, and a fire escape hit the puppet. When the flames dissipated, the puppet was unharmed. Uchiha Kagami was surprised. How could it be? Hehe, Ebizo laughed. This puppet is made of the one-tail chakra, and this kind of attack is impossible to break. Uchiha Kagami thought to himself, the tailed beast chakra. Looking at the puppet that was pressing him step by step, Uchiha Kagami had no choice but to dodge first. Uchiha Kagami looked at the Konoha ninjas who were retreating on the battlefield, and then looked at Ryuki who collapsed on the ground because of the exhaustion of chakra. Uchiha Kagami felt unprecedented despair. Uchiha Kagami clenched his fists, and blood flowed from Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan. The Sharingan quickly rotated and slowly linked together to form a Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami stroked his Manjiki Sharingan and muttered to himself, could this be the Manjiki Sharingan? When Ebizo saw Uchiha Kagami's eyes, his face changed drastically and he shouted, kill him quickly, that's the same eye as Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, the rock ninja leader looked solemn and hurriedly formed the earth style, mountain earth technique. The land on both sides of Uchiha Kagami rose to form two small hills, trapping Uchiha Kagami in them. But the next moment, Uchiha Kagami shouted Susanoo and a huge arm and ribs grew on Uchiha Kagami's body, directly breaking the rock ninja's ninjutsu. Then he rushed towards Ebizo and others, and Uchiha Kagami crushed Ebizo's puppet with his giant hand and threw the puppet at Ebizo. At this moment, Ebizo didn't hide anything, took out the sealing scroll, released 6 puppets, and surrounded Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami was blessed by Susanoo and could fight against 6 puppets easily, destroying 1 puppet at will. Ebizo was sweating coldly and looked at the rock ninja who was watching the excitement on the side and said, if you don't do it, I can't hold on any longer. The rock ninja directly cast the explosion style, mountain explosion technique and the hill that Uchiha Kagami had broken before was detonated by the rock ninja. The huge roar penetrated the entire battlefield, and everyone's attention was attracted to it. Chapter 11 Returned to Kanaha. Ahem, Ryushu was also awakened by the roar. Ryushu stood up from the ground tremblingly and looked towards Uchiha Kagami. Although Uchiha Kagami used Susanoo to defend against the explosion, he was not intact and was covered with wounds. Ebizo took the opportunity to control the puppet to give Uchiha Kagami a heavy blow, and a knife hit Uchiha Kagami's Susanoo. Another puppet behind him slashed at Uchiha Kagami with a knife. Uchiha Jing wailed, and the knife pierced straight into Uchiha Jing's shoulder. Uchiha Jing smashed the puppets hard, and the 2 puppets were completely unrecognizable. Uchiha Jing pulled out the knife on his shoulder, covered the wound, knelt on one knee, and looked at Ebizo and others with a pale face. Uchiha Jing gritted his teeth, endured the pain and rushed up again. Longshu saw that Uchiha Jing was in a bad situation and was ready to go up to support, but the sand ninja on the opposite side also woke up at the same time, stopped Longshu, and said, "Hey, you're dead this time." Then he kicked Longshu. Longshu barely blocked the attack with his shield and slid back a distance. Longshu looked at the sand ninja on the opposite side and said helplessly, "Why did you target me?" The sand ninja said with a sad face, "Hey, don't you know how many sand ninjas you have killed? Even my brother died in your hands. Tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Longshu didn't know what to say. Sorry, but this is war. The sand ninja wiped the tears from his eyes and said, yes, this is war, then let me avenge my brother myself. As he spoke, he rushed towards Longshu. After a chaotic battle, Longshu and the sand ninja both lay on the ground powerlessly. The sand ninja looked at the sky full of stars and said, this is the first time I have calmed down and felt this world. Longshu turned his head and asked, why? Is there no star in the sand ninja village? The sand ninja shook his head slowly and said, of course there are. My parents have been at war since I was a child. I think about my brother and I every day. If it weren't for the Kazekage who took a fancy to me, I would have starved to death. At this time, a loud noise interrupted the conversation between the two. It was Uchiha Kagami who was knocked to the ground by the rock ninja. Uchiha Kagami stood up with all his strength. The Susanoo on his body was also touched at some point, but the situation of Ebizo and the others was not good. Even one of the rock ninja's arms had been cut off by Uchiha Kagami. At this time, everyone's chakra was almost exhausted, and only physical skills could decide the outcome. Ebizo and Uegakure approached Uchiha Kagami and attacked him. Uchiha Kagami dodged in a panic, but was accidentally hit in the abdomen by Uegakure. Ebizo took the opportunity to take out a kunao and stabbed Uchiha Kagami in the chest. Uchiha Kagami looked at the kunao getting closer and closer to his chest, and said unwillingly, am I going to come here? Sorry, Shwet, I may have to break my promise. He also looked at Longshu who wanted to stand up and the Konoha ninjas who were still fighting, and said guiltily, sorry, everyone, I may have to disappoint your expectations. Then he closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Ding! A crisp sound came, and Uchiha Kagami's whole body stopped and turned golden. Longshu looked at the frozen Uchiha Kagami and said secretly, this is the stopwatch that has been triggered. No, I have to save him. Then he got up from the ground with difficulty. Ryushu gathered all the chakra in his body and quickly formed the wind style, great wind cutting technique. A sharp blade composed of hurricane rushed towards Ebizo and others. Ebizo and others had not yet reacted to the question of why Uchiha Jing turned into a golden man, and saw that the other arm of the rock ninja was directly cut off by the wind blade and was cut into a human stick. The painful wailing of the rock ninja woke up Ebizo who was still thinking, and immediately squatted down to avoid the attack. At this time, Uchiha Jing also returned to normal from the golden body state. Looking at himself with a confused face, but Uchiha Jing also seized this opportunity to kick Ebizo away, picked up a kunao and killed the rock ninja. And then shot a kunao at Ebizo. When the kunao was about to hit Ebizo, a sand wall suddenly rose from the ground to block the kunao. Uchiha Jing frowned and looked around. In the sky, the third generation of Kazekage appeared out of thin air to summon iron sand to prepare to understand Uchiha Jing. Stop Sarutobi Hiruzen also appeared on the battlefield at some point. The ninjas on the battlefield were all very excited and stopped the chaos at the same time. Lord Kazekage! Lord Hokage! Sarutobi Hiruzen, I didn't expect you to come in person. The third generation Kazekage looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a bad face and said, haha, you, the strongest Kazekage, are here, why wouldn't I come? Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed. The third generation Kazekage asked gloomily, do you want to start a war, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, start a war? I should ask you this question. You attacked our border of the Land of Fire and came here in person. I think you are the one who wants to start a war. The third generation Kazekage snorted coldly and said, retreat, and prepared to leave with the sand ninja. At this time, the rock ninja was in chaos. Their leader was dead, and the enemy boss was still here. The rock ninja wanted to retreat quietly. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop the rock ninja and let them go. When Uchiha Kagami saw Sarutobi Hiruzen coming, he relaxed physically and mentally, collapsed to the ground and fainted. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly hugged Uchiha Kagami, looked at the remaining dozen ninjas, sighed secretly, and said, "Let's go back to Kanaha." A few days later, Ryushu and others had returned to Kanaha. Sarutobi Hiruzen took Uchiha Kagami back to Kanaha first. Ryushu looked at the familiar gate and relaxed physically and mentally. At the gate of Kanaha, the villagers were here to welcome the returning heroes, but from hundreds of ninjas to only a dozen ninjas left now, there was a sad atmosphere everywhere in Kanaha. Many families were broken again. Ryushu looked at the people sobbing in front of him, thinking of the people who died in this war, clenched his fists under his body, and secretly vowed that this situation would never happen again. "I will definitely change this ninja world." Chapter 12, Promoted to Jonin. When Longshu returned to the study, the first thing he did was to lie down on the bed and have a good sleep. It was the next day when Longshu woke up again. When he walked out of the bedroom, he saw Bailuhu reading a book. Bailuhu saw Longshu coming out and said, "Brother Longshu, you are awake." Longshu stretched his body and said, "Well, how are your studies going?" Bailuhu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will finish the high school courses soon." Longshu looked at the confident Bailuhu and couldn't help but sighed, if this person were on Earth, he would be a genius picked out of a million. At this time, an Anbu found Longshu and took him to the Hokage building. Ryuki looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was smoking non-stop in front of him and asked, "Hokage-sama, what do you want to talk to me about?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slowly and said, "Don't call me Hokage-sama, just call me Hiruzen as a classmate." Ryuki asked puzzledly, "Then Hiruzen, what do you want to do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, "Chunin Suzuki Ryuki performed well in this war and was promoted to Jonin." "Hey!" Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and said, "Congratulations, Ryuki, you have become a Jonin." He said, "The next batch of students in the ninja school will graduate, you can see if you want to try to be a team leader." Ryuki the tree twitched its lips and said, "I told you, how can you find me for good?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled awkwardly and said, "How could it be? It would be great to be a team leader." Ryushu suddenly thought that if he became a team leader, he could let the students do the mission and take part of the reward openly. Ryushu immediately agreed and said, "I agree, Hiruzen." Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to persuade him, but Ryushu agreed directly and had to swallow his words. But Ryushu said, "I want to choose students myself, okay?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "I can choose students, tell me who you want to choose." Ryushu thought for a while and said, "I want Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, "No, Orochimaru and Jiraiya are also my designated disciples, I can't give them to you." Ryushu said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, then you let me choose by myself." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled helplessly and said, "Who knew you would just pick the two of them, you can change too." Ryushu thought for a while and said, "In this case, let's add Hatake Sakumo and Kato Dan, okay?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at first, then said, "Kato Dan is okay, but Hatake Sakumo." After thinking for a while, he asked again, "Do you know swordsmanship?" Ryushu laughed and said, "Swordsmanship has Hatake swordsmanship, I will just teach them some basics." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "I will ask the head of the Hatake family. If he agrees, then it's fine. In that case, you can go to the ninja school tomorrow morning." Ryushu nodded and turned away. When they returned to the library, they saw Tsunade playing landlord with Jiraiya and Hirako. From the pile of money next to Jiraiya, it can be seen that Tsunade has lost a lot again. Jiraiya saw Ryushu coming over as if he saw a savior, rushed over and hugged Ryushu's thighs and cried, "Brother Ryushu, please save me, Tsunade is crazy." Ryushu looked over and saw Tsunade's eyes were red, staring at the poker cards with a dull look, muttering to himself, "I will definitely win another round, I will definitely win, I will definitely win." Ryushu shook off Jiraiya who was hugging his thighs and asked, How much did Tsunade lose? Jiraiya crawled back to Ryushu and said, Tsunade lost almost 200,000 ryo, and he still owes me 50,000 ryo. Ryushu nodded to show that he understood, patted Jiraiya on the shoulder and said, I will not take the money, remember, you are not allowed to gamble again in the future. Jiraiya looked at Ryushu with a smile on his face, speechless, and beat his chest with both hands. Ryushu walked over to comfort the crazy Tsunade and said, Hey, don't be so sad. Have you ever heard a sentence? Tsunade turned around and asked, What sentence? Failure is the mother of success. As long as you remember this sentence, you will definitely become a gambling god. Come on, I believe in you. He patted Tsunade's shoulder and took Jiraiya's money. Tsunade kept repeating what Ryuki said, her voice getting louder and louder, then she stood up and shouted, I want to be the woman of the god of gamblers. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and had an ominous feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the next moment Tsunade grabbed Jiraiya and said, Jiraiya, you are a stepping stone on my way to becoming the god of gamblers. Let's fight to the death with gambling. Jiraiya shook his head frantically and said, No, no, brother Ryuki told me that if I am not allowed to gamble, I will not gamble again. Chapter 13 Test. Hiroshige, do you know who our leader is? Hitaki Sakumo asked dissatisfiedly. Baileahu held a book and said, I don't know. Kato Dan asked politely, What books are you reading, Baileahu? Baileahu turned the book over and said, High school chemistry, Kato Dan, do you want to read it with me? Kato Dan walked over and looked at a few pages, feeling dizzy, and held his forehead and said, Can you understand what is written here? Baileahu nodded and said, Of course, Ji. At this time, Longshu walked into the classroom and said, Sorry, I'm late. Baileahu said in surprise, Hey, brother Longshu? Are you our team leader? Longshu nodded and said, Yes, come with me. Kato Dan followed Longshu and asked, Teacher, what are we going to do? Test, only if you pass the test can you become a real genin. He stopped and went to the training ground. Hitaki Sakumo asked coldly, Test? What test? Ryushu took out a bell from his waist and threw it to Hitaki Sakumo, saying, As long as you let me get this bell within 5 minutes, you will lose. I give you 3 minutes to dodge. Let's start. As he said that, Ryushu jumped up, jumped onto the tree and lay down on the branch. Hitaki Sakumo pulled Hirako and Kato Dan aside to discuss countermeasures, while Ryushu lay on the branch and looked at the test going on the other side. Jiraiya was rushing over. He was about to hug Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed him and threw him towards Tsunade and Orochimaru. Tsunade and Orochimaru avoided Jiraiya, allowing Jiraiya to have another close contact with the earth. Tsunade was about to approach Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Orochimaru released ninjutsu to cover Tsunade. At this time, the voice of Hiroho came from under the tree, Brother Longshu, we are ready, let's start. Longshu looked down in surprise, only to see that the three of them had disappeared long ago. Longshu jumped down the tree and chuckled, Hiroho, you are too bad at hiding. After that, he turned around and grabbed Hiroho, who was disguised as a stone. Bang! The smoke dissipated, and Hiroho revealed his true form, but a ninja sword rushed straight at Longshu. Longshu slightly sideways to avoid the attack, and the Hiroho in his hand also turned into Hitaki Sakumo. Longshu raised his eyebrows and said, Interesting, you let me find out on purpose, didn't you? Hitaki Sakumo didn't say anything, broke free from Longshu's control and fought against Longshu with his sword. Longshu chuckled and said, Don't you think it's too incredible to fight a jonin head-on? Hitaki Sakumo said coldly, Just hold you for 5 minutes, it's not really a winner. As he spoke, Hitaki Sakumo only felt a gust of cold wind passing by, and Longshu grabbed him from behind. Hitaki Sakumo was surprised and said, So fast. Long Shu used the sunflower point acupuncture hand to freeze Hitaki Sakumo, and said, "The gap between a jonin and a genin is a world of difference, you think too simply." He patted Hitaki Sakumo's head. After Hitaki Sakumo failed to find the bell, Long Shu turned around and continued to look for another target. Not long after, Long Shu caught the three people back, looked at the three people he had pinned down and said, "Well, you lost. Hand over the bell." Then he untied the three people's acupuncture points. Looking at the three people who didn't say a word, Long Shu searched them but didn't find the bell. At this time, Bai Liu laughed and said, "Brother Long Shu, you didn't say that the bell must be carried with you." Long Shu raised his eyebrows and said, "Then do you think I can find the bell in 1 minute?" As he spoke, he used the shadow clone technique to create several clones and began to search in all directions without blind spots. A minute later, looking at the three smiling people in front of him, he said, "Okay, I didn't find it, so you passed. Hand over the bell." Bai Liu laughed and said, "I threw the bell away a long time ago." Long Shu's mouth twitched and said, "Forget it, let's just call it a loophole in my rules. By the way, where did you throw the bell?" Bai Liu recalled, "It's in the training ground next to it." Then the two looked at the training ground on the other side. On the other side, Jiraiya was being knocked away by Sarutobi Hiruzen again and fell to the ground. Jiraiya got up, spit out the dirt in his mouth, looked at the sky and said to himself, "Why is it always me who gets knocked away? God, please save me." Suddenly a black dot fell from the sky and hit Jiraiya's open mouth and got stuck in Jiraiya's throat. Cough, 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 cough. Jiraiya coughed frantically, trying to get the foreign object out. Jiraiya finally coughed up the thing, and just as he vented his anger, he saw that it was a bell exactly like the one on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya held the bell in surprise, thinking to himself, could this be a gift from God? Jiraiya wiped the saliva on the bell with his sleeves, and ran towards Sarutobi Hiruzen excitedly. After a while, Jiraiya crossed his arms, appeared in the air again, and fell to the ground. Chapter 14, Sword Manual of Exorcism. Teacher Ryuki, when can we do the mission? Kato Dan asked while massaging Ryuki with a tired look on his face. Long Shu said while enjoying the massage, "I am not taking you to complete the mission." Hitaki Sakumo interrupted, "We have to do the real mission, not the idle things like weeding and catching cats every day." Long Shu shook his head and said, "Hey, you can't say that. Weeding can train your patience, and catching cats can train your reaction." Hiroyuki also nodded and agreed, "That's right, it's so nice to read a book and bask in the sun every day, don't think about fighting all day long." Hitaki Sakumo cut off the wooden stake in front of him with force and said, "I really don't know why my father agreed to let you be my teacher." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Long Shu shook his head helplessly and said, Okay, I'll teach you something." Hitaki Sakumo stopped and turned back to look at Long Shu, and Hiroyuki and Kato Dan also looked at Long Shu together. Long Shu took out a book from somewhere and handed it to Hitaki Sakumo, saying, "This sword manual of exorcism is for you." Long Shu had just drawn this sword manual, and he didn't need it himself, so he gave it to Hitaki Sakumo. Hitaki Sakumo took the sword manual with doubts. He really couldn't think of anyone in Kanaha whose swordsmanship could match Hitaki's swordsmanship. Hitaki Sakumo opened the sword manual and found that he couldn't understand it at all. He looked at Long Shu with doubt. Long Shu saw Hitaki Sakumo looked very dissatisfied. He had exchanged 100,000 taels for this. He said dissatisfiedly, "What kind of look is that? This sword manual is genuine. You will know when you go back and show it to your father." Hitaki Sakumo accepted the sword manual with doubt. Long Shu looked at the two people beside Hitaki Sakumo and said, "I will give you your things later." Long Shu looked at the disappointed faces of Bai Luhu and Kato Dan and assured, "Don't worry, I won't forget it." Now Long Shu really has nothing suitable for the two of them. Then he took Hatake Sakumo and others to climb trees and tread water. However, Hatake Sakumo had already completed the training under the guidance of his father, and Kato Dan also successfully mastered tree climbing within a day. But Bailuhu's talent is really poor. He can't even climb half a meter in a day. Longshu looked at Bailuhu's self-abased look and comforted him, "Don't be self-abased, maybe you have a good talent in other areas." Bailuhu asked doubtfully, "Then brother Longshu, do you know where my talent is?" Longshu chuckled and said, "You learned 6 years of knowledge in just 1 month, isn't this your talent?" Bailuhu was surprised and said, "Really? I didn't even notice it." He touched his head while saying that. Longshu chuckled and patted Bailuhu, saying, "Let's go. I'll treat you to barbecue today." Bailuhu was surprised and said, "Brother Longshu, you are willing to treat me to a meal. It's incredible." In the evening, Hatake Sakumo took out the sword manual and handed it to Hatake Zoe, saying, "Father, this is the sword manual that teacher Longshu gave me, but I can't understand it." Hatake Zoe took the sword manual and looked at it. Sometimes she frowned, sometimes she admired. After reading it for a while, she put it down and said, "This sword manual is indeed good, but there are many good points in the sword manual, but there are some problems that are difficult to solve." Hatake Sakumo asked puzzledly, "What are the problems?" Hatake Zoe looked at Hatake Sakumo's lower body and said, "Castration." Hatake Sakumo suddenly felt a chill in his lower body and shook his head frantically, saying, "No, no, no, I still have to pass on the Hatake family, so I won't practice anymore." Then he hurriedly prepared to leave. "Come back, I haven't finished yet." Sai Hatake glanced at Hatake Sakumo with dissatisfaction. Hatake Sakumo sat down with a smile, and said with a hint of tears in his voice, "Father, I really don't want to, I don't want to." Hatake Sakumo said dissatisfiedly, "What are you talking about? Our Hatake family has only one lineage, how could it be destroyed by you?" Hatake Sakumo calmed down a little and asked, "Then what do you mean, father?" Hatake Sakumo picked up the sword manual again and flipped through it while saying, "This sword manual is not suitable for ninja training." Hatake Sakumo asked in confusion, "Not suitable for ninja?" Hatake Sakumo nodded and said, "This sword manual does not use chakra. If it is among samurai, this sword manual is indeed one of the best." Hatake Sakumo frowned and said, "No chakra? What does teacher Ryuki mean by giving me this sword manual?" Hatake Sakumo put down the sword manual and said, "How do I know? You can ask him tomorrow." Hatake Sakumo asked again, "How is your swordsmanship practice going?" Hatake Sakumo said with a slightly proud tone, "I will be able to enter the next stage soon." Hatake Zoe looked at the proud child in front of her and sighed, "You are worthy of being my son, Hatake Zoe." "Very good." With his father's approval, Hatake Zoe smiled unconsciously and said, "Don't worry, father, I will definitely revive the Hatake clan." Hatake Zoe laughed and said, "Okay, the future of the Hatake clan depends on you. That's all for today. Have a good rest." Hatake Zoe nodded and said, "Okay, father." Hatake Zoe looked at her son's back and said with relief, "Can I practice this sword manual?" Then she looked at her lower body. Chapter 15 Vice Principal. This chapter is 3000 words, and this is the only chapter today. Hirahu, come on, keep your body steady and keep your balance. Longshu looked at Irahu and said encouragingly. Bailuhu wiped the cold sweat from his head and said, "Teacher Longshu, don't worry, I will definitely succeed." Longshu was looking at Bailuhu standing on the water with trembling legs. At this moment, Bailuhu was trying to stabilize himself who was shaking constantly. But Jiraiya suddenly ran from a distance, shouting, "Brother Longshu, I finally found you." Along with Jiraiya's shouting, Bailuhu also fell into the water with a splash. Longshu hurriedly pulled Bailuhu out of the pool. Cough cough. Bailuhu spit out a few mouthfuls of water, and angrily looked at Jiraiya and shouted, "Asshole Jiraiya, I almost succeeded." Jiraiya looked at Bailuhu, who was soaked all over, and waved his hand embarrassedly, saying, "Sorry, Bailuhu." Bailuhu directly pinched Jiraiya's neck and said, "You bastard, bastard, bastard." Ryashu was about to roll his eyes at Jiraiya, so he quickly pulled away Hiruzen and asked Jiraiya, "What do you want, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya breathed in the air in big gulps, and after a while he said, "Brother Ryashu, Sarutobi teacher wants to see you." Ryashu walked into the Hokage's office and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen puffing on his pipe, making the whole office smell of smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Ryashu coming and said, "Ryashu, you're here." Ryashu nodded and asked, "What's the matter, Hiruzen?" "The Chunin exam will be held in a few days. Do you want to participate in Hiruzen?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked after taking 2 puffs of his pipe. After thinking for a while, Longsha shook his head and said, "No, Bailuhu's talent is not in ninja. It's been a year and he can't even tread water." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly and said, "In that case, forget it, it's okay, you can go." Longsha nodded and turned to leave, but turned around and asked, "Who is the principal of the ninja school now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Principal of the ninja school? The principal is me, what do you want to do?" Longshu asked, "Can you give me a position in the school, the kind that doesn't have to attend classes but still has weight in the school?" Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes at Longshu and said, "What do you think the ninja school is? There is no such position as you said." Longshu smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's okay if you don't have to attend classes often, just help me." Sarutobi Hiruzen asked puzzledly, "What exactly do you want to do?" Longshu laughed and said, "You will know when the time comes, how about it or not?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yes, there is. The school has never had a vice principal. If you want to be one, you can." Ryuki was surprised and said, "Why is there no one to be the vice principal?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said perfunctorily, "Yeah, no, you will be the vice principal from today onwards." He said happily in his heart, "If the work of the ninja school is assigned to Ryuki, I will have time to survey the female in Kanaha. Ryuki is really a good person." As he said that, he showed a lewd smile, and a crystal clear liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ryuki moved away from Sarutobi Hiruzen in disdain, but he didn't care too much. He said in his heart, "Hee, students, feel my love and care." Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed that he was too out of control. After wiping the liquid from the corner of his mouth, he said, "Okay, you can go to the ninja school tomorrow." Suddenly, the sky of the ninja school was covered with dark clouds, and heavy rain began to fall. The students of the entire ninja school couldn't help but shudder. At night, Longshu returned home and looked at his system. System, Great Transformation System. System goal, help the host successfully transform the entire ninja world. Host, Suzuki Longshu. Bookstore level, level 3, host gets 100% of the profit and can set the price by himself. Chakra, Elite Jonin. Ability, Sunflower Point Acupoint Hand, Iron Block, one of the 6 Navy styles. Props, Mind Gem, a Nokia phone, an adamantium metal shield, Conan's underwear, Zoro's headscarf. Main quest, the first step to transform the world, completed, rewards have been issued. Main quest, the first step to transform the world, Part 2. Quest description, make the bookstore a household name in Kanaha. Quest reward, the host gets system autonomy. The next day, Longshu arrived at school early, and someone greeted him as soon as he entered the school gate. The man frowned at Longshu and said, "Are you the new vice principal?" Longshu looked at the dissatisfied man and said, "Yes, what's wrong?" Ji Cheng Yongqing took Longshu and said, "My name is Ji Cheng Yongqing, and I am usually responsible for managing the school. Ji Cheng Yongqing took Long Shu to a room and said, "This is where you usually work, and?" Long Shu interrupted Ji Cheng Yongqing and asked, "Work? What kind of work?" Ji Cheng Yongqing frowned and said, "Didn't Lord Hokage tell you? The documents submitted to Lord Hokage are usually handed over to you for review, don't you know?" He pointed to the pile of documents on the side. Long Shu looked at the documents and twitched his mouth. He cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart, and took a breath and said, "You should give these documents to the Hokage. I came to the school for other things." Ji Cheng Yongqing shook his head and said, "That won't work. Lord Hokage personally asked me to give it to you at this time." After that, he turned around and left, and no matter how Long Shu called him, he didn't look back. Long Shu was very puzzled. Why did someone with this surname, who was not from a big family, dare to ignore him? Long Shu really couldn't figure it out. Long Shu shook his numb hands, looked at the documents he had just reviewed, and prepared to go out for some fresh air. When he went out, he saw a group of children playing there unscrupulously. Long Shu couldn't help but recall his childhood. It seemed that he was basking in the sun every day and never studied seriously. After relaxing, Long Shu prepared to walk around casually. While wandering around, Long Shu found a problem. In the whole school the class division is very serious. And the children of big families will not pay attention to the children of common people. Long Shu shook his head helplessly. This problem exists no matter where you are. After relaxing his body and mind, Long Shu went back to work. When Long Shu finished, it was almost dark, and the students had already left school. Long Shu went to the Hokage building to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Long Shu angrily pushed open the door of the Hokage's office, and when he entered the door, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo confronting each other with red faces. Shimura Danzo saw someone coming, snorted coldly and left, and glanced at Long Shu before leaving. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, "What do you want, Ryashu?" Ryashu asked in confusion, "What are you doing? It feels like you are about to fight." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly and said, "Nothing, what do you want?" Ryashu suppressed the doubts in his heart and shouted at Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily, "Why did you give all your work to me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled awkwardly, "You are the vice president, isn't it your duty to help me share some of the work?" "Hey? What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I say before that the job I want is not to work?" Ryashu pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, "There is no such work as you said." Ryaki retorted, "Then you can't give all your work for a day to me." Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "1 day? How could that be? That's only an hour's work. Did you do it for a day?" Ryaki twitched his mouth and pretended to be calm and said, "How could that be? Of course I only took an hour to finish it." "Ahem, let me talk to you about business." He took out the plan he wrote after work and said, "This is my suggestion. Take a look." Sarutobi Hiruzen took the plan and smiled, "You are adding to my workload." He opened it and looked at it. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the plan and asked, "What does the 9-year compulsory education written here mean?" After a question and answer conversation between the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen basically understood the meaning of it. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the plan and then at Ryaki. He really didn't expect Ryaki to have such an idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised, "Your ideas are all very good, I allow it." In the evening, Long Shu returned to the study and saw Bai Luohu sitting in a chair depressed, staring at the book. Long Shu knocked on Bai Luohu's head and said, "Why are you staring? You even hold the book upside down." Bai Luohu touched his head, put down the book in his hand, and said in a low voice, "Teacher Long Shu, what else can I do if I can't become a ninja in the future?" Then he looked at Long Shu with expectant eyes, hoping that Long Shu could give him a satisfactory answer. Long Shu smiled and said, you can do a lot of things in the future. You will definitely be the first scientist of Kanaha in the future. Bailuhu said unconfidently, Can I really do it? Longshu patted Bailuhu on the shoulder and said, don't worry, you will succeed. Give yourself some confidence. Bailuhu looked at Longshu's smile and was gradually infected. He cheered up and said, well, I will work hard, brother Longshu. Longshu knocked on Bailuhu's head and said, call me teacher, don't call me brother, you make me old. Bailuhu stuck out his tongue and said, hee, okay, teacher Longshu. Longshu continued to ask, how is your research going? Bailuhu heard about the research and immediately became energetic and said, teacher Longshu, don't worry, I'm almost making a computer. Longshu was surprised and said, so fast. Bailuhu said seriously, I think my progress is too slow. Teacher Longshu, can you help me find an assistant? Longshu thought for a while and said, don't worry, leave the assistant problem to me. Once the computer is produced, it will be your turn to shine. Bailuhu touched his nose a little embarrassedly and said, really? Longshu looked at Bailuhu's shy appearance and couldn't help laughing, saying, haha, don't think about it anymore. When you wake up tomorrow, you will be greeted by a new day and a new beginning. Chapter 16 Uchiha Jing's Wedding. Jing, happy wedding, and have a baby soon. Longshu looked at the high-spirited Uchiha Jing in front of him and smiled. Uchiha Jing touched his head and smiled, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, Yuki wouldn't have agreed to my proposal. Longshu whispered in Uchiha Jing's ear, are you going to receive a gift money for your wedding? Uchiha Jing asked puzzledly, gift money, what is that? Longshu was surprised and thought to himself, don't people need gift money for marriage in Naruto? Longshu rolled his eyes, thought for a while, and said, Jing, let me tell you, gift money is a good thing. It can not only express other people's blessings to your newlyweds, but also. Uchiha Jing was a little dizzy after being fooled by Longshu. Longshu took the opportunity to say, hey, since you don't know, then I will help you collect the gift money, you just need to go and marry Shue properly. Uchiha Kagami was pushed into the wedding by Longshu in a daze. Longshu sat on any stool at the door and took one from everyone. Although people didn't know what the gift money was, they still paid it. Almost all the people who came to Uchiha Kagami's wedding were from big families and had a lot of money. Not to mention that Uchiha Kagami has now opened the Manjiki Sharingan. Although most people don't know it, his current strength has truly reached the level of Kage. Even Hyuga, Sarutobi and some of the patriarchs of Konoha's first-line big families came in person. Longshu saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and hurriedly stopped him and said, Hiruzen, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for so long. Pay the money quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned and asked, pay money? What is money called? Longshu shook his head and said, it's called a gift money. Most of the people who went in have paid it. I think you are a Hokage after all, so just pay 1 million ryo. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost suffocated and shouted, say it again, 1 million ryo. Longshu deliberately raised his voice and said, hey, Hiruzen, how can you be like this? As a Hokage, you are not willing to pay for the wedding of your best classmate. You disappoint me so much. Everyone in the wedding looked over and whispered, the Hokage will not be so stingy. That's right, I think the Hokage will definitely pay, after all, we have paid. That's right, I have paid 10,000 ryo. Ahem, how could it be, Jing's wedding, how could I not pay? Turning around, he grabbed Longshu and whispered in his ear, let's discuss it, Longshu, I can't take out so much money. Besides, my money is managed by Lake Biwa, please be flexible. Longshu thought about it and it seemed that 1 million was indeed a bit too much. So he asked Sarutobi Hiruzen again, since 100 taels is too much, what do you think of 99,000 taels? Sarutobi Hiruzen resisted the urge to kill Longshu, took a breath to calm down, and said, 700,000 taels, this is the most money I can take out. Longshu grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand and said, no problem, 700,000 is 700,000, where is the money? Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes at Longshu and said, who would carry 700,000 taels with him? That's a fool, isn't it? A sudden cough attracted the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tatsuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tatsuki looked in the direction of the sound and saw Shimura Danzo with a gloomy face. He took out 700,000 ryo from his arms and placed it in front of Tatsuki. He snorted coldly and entered the wedding scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen chased after him awkwardly, Danzo, listen to my explanation, I didn't mean that. Tatsuki looked at the 700,000 ryo and thought, is this what Danzo paid for Sarutobi Hiruzen? Seeing that almost everyone had come, Longshu went in. Inside the house, Uchiha Jing was slightly tipsy, chatting with a group of classmates in a daze. On the other side, Shui was telling her girlfriends some little secrets, and was laughing secretly. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, it was already dark and people had dispersed. It was the first time Longshu got drunk in his 2 lives. Longshu went home in a daze and fell asleep. When Longshu woke up the next day, he was still dazed. It was already noon when Longshu sobered up. Fortunately, he didn't have to go to school to work today. The weekend he had agreed to with Sarutobi Hiruzen a few days ago seemed to have been approved. Now he didn't have to work on Saturdays and Sundays. Longshu took the reward he received yesterday, which was nearly 2 million taels, but he still handed it all to Uchiha Jing. But in the end, Uchiha Jing still gave Longshu 1 million taels as a reward. Longshu couldn't wait to start the lottery. Longshu excitedly shouted in his heart, System, I want to draw 10 times in a row. Ding! The system is drawing, please wait for a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning, Sea Stone, Century Soup, from the world of food captives, Chakra Conductive Metal, Adamantium, from the Marvel world, Water Attribute Chakra, Human Fruit, a Zoro figure, a 2-star Dragon Ball, Ultra Mantiga Transformer, and a portion of the same type of senbei that Garp likes to eat. Chapter 17 Unknown Metal. Longshu looked at the things he drew, and it seemed that a group of divine beasts ran through his heart, kicking his heart from time to time, which was so painful. Sea Stone, Chakra Metal, Adamantium, Water Attribute Chakra are the only 4 things that are useful, and the others are all some kind of ghost things. Uncle Long shook his head helplessly and said, really, I am obviously the Emperor of Luck. By the way, system, I draw 10 times in a row, don't you give me a lottery. Ding! Sorry, host, this system does not have free draws. After a while, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, a little money cumulative draw 10 times. Reward, fusion function. Hey! Longshu was thinking about going to eat, but he didn't expect that this system would give him a surprise, and asked, this fusion function, what can it be? Ding! The host can use 3 items of the same type to synthesize and obtain an unknown item, for example, Conan's underwear plus Luffy's underwear plus Naruto's underwear equals someone's underwear, but there is a chance of failure in the fusion, because the host is fusing for the first time, and this time the success rate is 100%. Longshu's face was full of black lines. You can give an example, why do you have to use underwear? Longshu thought about it and it seemed that he had 3 items of the same attribute. Only metal seemed to be system, I want to fuse these 3 things, Sea Stone, Chakra Metal and Adamantium. Ding! Host, please wait for a moment, fusion is in progress. Not long after, the system spoke again. Ding! Fusion is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining, unknown metal. Suddenly, a silver-white unknown object appeared in front of Longshu, floating up and down, as if breathing. Longshu carefully picked up the object, and when he touched it, it was beyond Longshu's expectation. He thought it would be cold and no different from ordinary metal. But when Longshu held it in his palm, he found that it felt soft and a little warm. Longshu asked the system in surprise, "System, what did you synthesize? It doesn't look like metal at all." Ding! System detection in progress, host please wait a moment. Ding! Skin completed, unknown metal, has activation, can give birth to independent consciousness, currently in infancy, can grow. Longshu looked at the little thing in his hand in surprise, he didn't expect that this thing was still alive. Longshu suddenly thought that if he gave it the human fruit, he wondered if it would become a human. As soon as he said it, Longshu took out the human fruit from the system and put it next to it. The metal slowly moved towards the human fruit in Longshu's hand, making Longshu's palm itchy. Longshu put it on the table, it slowly wrapped the human fruit, and after a while, the human fruit disappeared. But Longshu could see it twitching. Could it be that it also had a sense of taste? Was it saying that the human fruit was unpalatable? After a while, the metal slowly turned into a shape that looked like a baby. The baby was trembling slightly, as if she felt uncomfortable. Longshu hurriedly held her in his arms. The baby seemed to feel the warmth, slowly opened her eyes, and reached out to touch Longshu intimately. Longshu couldn't help but touch her gently, with a gentle smile on his face. One big and one small, the two looked at each other, and after a while, the baby slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Longshu gently sent her back to the house and covered her with a quilt. Longshu wondered if he should buy her some clothes, well, a crib, and. Longshu thought about it and knew that he didn't know how to raise a child, so he went to ask someone. The first person Longshu thought of was Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he also had a child this big. Longshu was worried that she was alone at home, so he wrapped her in a blanket, picked her up gently, and walked towards the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in surprise, "You have a child!" Ryasha glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen with dissatisfaction and said, "Don't shout, you'll wake her up later." Then he looked at the child in his arms and said, "Look how cute it is." Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to pick up his pipe when he was glared at by Ryashu. And he put down the pipe in his hand awkwardly. Sarutobi Hiruzen really couldn't understand how a man who didn't even have a wife could have a child. However, let's not say that the child looks really good. If it's a girl, she will definitely be very good when she grows up. Ryashu asked again, "Isn't your son just born? Do you know what to buy to raise a child?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and shook his head and said, "Biwako has always been in charge of this matter. How would I know? Why don't you go ask Biwako?" Ryashu nodded and walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. When he entered the door, he saw Sarutobi Biwako coaxing the child to sleep while cooking. He looked at Biwako and said, "Ryashu, sit aside for a while and wait for me." Ryashu sat on the sofa and looked at the child. Not long after, Biwako came over with Shinashuk in her arms and asked, "It's been a long time, Ryashu?" Then she poured a cup of tea for Ryashu. Ryashu took the tea and said, "Yes, it seems that we haven't seen each other since graduation." Chapter 18 Suzuki Jin. After Ryashu and Biwako chatted for a while, Ryashu asked, Biwako, what do your children usually eat?" "Hey!" At this time, Biwako also noticed the child next to Ryashu and said in surprise, "Hey, is this your child?" Ryashu nodded and said, "I guess so." "How cute, isn't it?" After 2 lives, Nagarajitsu is already over 50 years old, so having a child seems to be no problem. After learning how to raise a child with Biwako, we went to the shopping street to buy things. It was already dark and the child had woken up, but she didn't cry or make a fuss, just looking at Nagarajitsu. After Nagarajitsu returned home, he fed her first, and while watching her eat, he thought about what name to give her. Nagarajitsu he looked through her crystal clear eyes, clapped his hands, and suddenly thought, "Since you are metal, let's call you Xiaojin, Suzuki Xiaojin, yes, it is indeed a good name. As he said this, Longshu also held his chin with both hands and was proud of his amazing name. Suddenly, Xiaojin cried out wow, as if she hated the name Longshu gave her. As soon as he saw Xiaojin crying, Longshu was in a panic and at a loss. Longshu picked up Xiaojin and comforted her. Xiaojin, don't cry, are you not full? You won't poop, let me see. Then he looked behind Xiaojin's buttocks. Xiaojin slapped Longshu's face with her chubby little hands, and hit Longshu's nose directly. Longshu touched his hit nose and smiled, what are you going to do? At this time, Xiaojin stopped crying and babbling as if she was saying something. Longshu listened carefully several times, and Xiaojin seemed to say chicken? You at number. Longshu frowned and said secretly, what was that just now? I always felt that there was a mysterious force controlling me just now, so strange. Longshu sat down, put Xiaojin in his arms and said, don't you like this name? Then call you Suzuki Jin. Seeing that Xiaojin was still dissatisfied, Longshu was not going to continue to argue with her. He put her in the crib and covered her with a quilt. Not long after, Xiaojin fell into a sweet dream. Longshu couldn't help poking Xiaojin's soft little face. He couldn't figure out why the child could sleep so well, even though he had been sleeping all day. Looking at Xiaojin's sleeping face, Longshu was also a little sleepy and fell asleep unknowingly. Wow, wow, wow! Xiaojin's shrill cry woke Longshu up. Before Longshu could react, he smelled a foul smell. Longshu pinched his nose and followed the smell to find it. Longshu picked up Xiaojin. After Longshu tossed around, he looked at Xiaojin who was sleeping peacefully again, and fell asleep again in a daze. Wow wow wow! Longshu opened his eyes again and walked slowly towards Xiaojin. The next day, Longshu had big dark circles under his eyes. He took out the earplugs that blocked his ears and looked at Xiaojin who was sleeping soundly. He yawned and prepared to take a nap again. Dong dong dong, brother Longshu, open the door quickly. The hurried knock on the door once again made Longshu get up from the bed. He swore in his heart that if Jiraiya didn't find him for something important, Jiraiya would definitely die miserably. Ryashu opened the door, stared at Jiraiya fiercely and said, "What's the matter?" Jiraiya. Jiraiya shuddered when he saw Ryashu's eyes, and said, "Ryu, brother Ryashu, Tsunade is crazy, go and save her." Hey! Ryashu was pulled out of the casino by Jiraiya, and Tsunade inside was smashing things, and the ground was full of broken pieces of tables, chairs, and benches. Ryashu grabbed Tsunade and asked, "What's wrong with you? Stop it." "Ah, let me go, let me go." But no matter how Tsunade struggled, she couldn't get rid of Ryashu's restraints, and Tsunade burst into tears. Wow wow wow! Ryashu skillfully blocked her ears again. Ryaki pulled Jiraiya over and asked, "What happened to Tsunade?" Jiraiya also covered his ears and said, "Brother Ryaki, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. It's too noisy here." Tsunade seemed to have heard Ryaki and Jiraiya talking, and her crying became louder. Longshu had no choice but to take Jiraiya out of the casino first, put down his hand and asked, "I said, what's wrong with Tsunade?" She was so angry that she smashed someone's store. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly and said, "Tsunade took me and Orochimaru yesterday and said she would take us to a good place, but she took us to the casino." As he said that, Jiraiya thought of something to be angry about, and complained again, that bastard Orochimaru seemed to know that Tsunade would go to the casino early in the morning. He actually used the clone technique to follow Tsunade. As soon as he arrived at the casino, the clone was disbanded. "It's so mean." Longshu twitched his mouth and said, "You still didn't tell me why Tsunade was so angry." Jiraiya said embarrassedly, "That's because Tsunade seemed to have stayed in the casino for a whole night yesterday. It is said that she didn't win a single hand." Bang! While talking, a chair flew out of the casino and hit Jiraiya's eyebrows. Before Jiraiya fell down, he said, "Why is it always me who gets hurt? It's so hard for me." After saying that, he fell to the ground head first. Okay, don't cry, it's just a loss of money, it's not that serious." Long Shu walked into the casino again and held Tsunade. Tsunade said in a hoarse voice, "It's not about the money, I gambled all night and didn't win a single bet, this is the problem, I didn't win a single bet." After that, she started crying again. Long Shu hurriedly comforted, "Don't cry, didn't you beat me before, you're going to cry again." Tsunade also held back her tears and choked up, saying, "Then you bet with me again, I don't believe I won't win." Then she looked at Long Shu with expectant eyes. Long Shu smiled and said, Okay, as long as you don't cry, anything is fine. Tell me, what do you want to play?" Tsunade took out a deck of cards from somewhere and said, "Of course it's Landlord." Then she shouted to the outside of the door, "Jiraiya, one is missing." With a whoosh, Jiraiya appeared beside Tsunade. Looking at Jiraiya's serious expression, Long Shu really couldn't imagine what Jiraiya had been through. Long Shu was winking at Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, you know what you should do, right?" Jiraiya also replied to Long Shu. "Don't worry, I understand, brother Long Shu." At this time, everyone had finished drawing cards. Jiraiya looked at the cards in his hand and felt a little embarrassed. "Why do I have 4 bombs out of 17 cards? The remaining single card is actually a king. It's hard to lose. Who shuffled the cards?" "Oh, it seems that Tsunade shuffled the cards, so it's not surprising." Jiraiya was anxiously thinking about countermeasures. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya strangely and asked, "Hey, Jiraiya, what are you doing? Do you want to call the landlord?" Jiraiya also came back to his senses and said in a panic, "No, I won't call." It was Tsunade's turn next. Tsunade didn't even look at the cards in her hand, and took the bottom card directly. She said confidently, "The landlord is mine. Do you double it?" Ryuki and Jiraiya both shook their heads. Tsunade looked at them and thought that their cards must be bad. She shouted confidently, "In that case, I'll double it. It seems that I will win this time." While speaking, he picked up the cards under his hand and looked at them. After looking at the cards, Tsunade was petrified instantly. She didn't have a pair in her hand, only a small king, 2 twos, and the others couldn't be connected. Ryushu saw Tsunade's expression and thought to himself, "Not good." He tried his best to wink at Jiraiya, who shook his head casually and said, "Hey, what kind of cards are these? There's not even a straight." Jiraiya didn't lie. He had bombs in his hand and didn't have a straight. Ryushu also shook his head helplessly and said, "Yes, it seems that Tsunade's cards are very good. I don't have anything either." Tsunade regained her confidence after hearing what Ryushu and Jiraiya said, and excitedly played a 3. Jiraiya shook his head and said, "It's too much." He thought to himself, "After all, it's too strange to play a king or a bomb with a 3. Even if Tsunade knew, she would definitely not blame me." Well, that's it. Chapter 19, Landlord's Contest. Looking at Tsunade, who was depressed again because of the defeat, Ryushu didn't know how to comfort her. "Just play Jiraiya's cards with your eyes closed and you won't lose." Looking at Tsunade, who has lost confidence in life, she is lying on the ground with a dull face, making a big character. Jiraiya said tisk tisk twice beside her, really flat. "Jiraiya, are you looking for death?" Then a roar was heard, and the familiar figure appeared in the sky again. Ryushu looked at Tsunade and felt a headache. Ryushu rubbed his head irritably and said, "How about this, Tsunade, I will hold a landlord's contest for you, don't cry, okay?" As soon as Ryushu finished speaking, Tsunade stopped crying immediately, looked at Ryushu and asked, "Really? Really? Ryashu suddenly thought of something, looked at the clock beside him, shouted "Oh no!" and hurriedly ran home. Tsunade grabbed Jiraiya who was lying on the ground and chased after Ryashu. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the house, he heard Xiaojin's heart-wrenching cry. Ryashu hurried over, picked up Xiaojin, and comforted her, don't cry, I'm back." Tsunade and the others came just in time. Ryashu asked Tsunade to help take care of Xiaojin first, and he went to make milk powder for her. As soon as Ryashu left, Xiaojin stopped making trouble and let Tsunade hold her. From time to time, she stretched out her delicate little hand to touch Tsunade. Tsunade still had a lot of questions to ask, but Ryashu inexplicably stuffed a child into her. Looking at the chubby, white and tender baby in her hand, Tsunade smiled unconsciously and asked, "So cute, little guy, what's your name?" He stretched out his hand to tease Xiaojin. Jiraiya interrupted and said, "Tsunade, she is still so young, she probably can't speak." Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya with dissatisfaction. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly and quickly changed his words, "Ahaha, Tsunade, look, she is still smiling, how cute," and was about to reach out and touch her. Xiaojin slapped Jiraiya's hand away and rushed into Tsunade's arms. Jiraiya had no choice but to touch his head awkwardly. Fortunately, after a while, Longshu came back, took Xiaojin, held her in his arms and fed her. After feeding, Xiaojin fell asleep peacefully in Longshu's arms. Tsunade looked at the quiet Xiaojin and asked, "Brother Longshu, is this your child?" Longshu nodded, looked at Xiaojin and smiled, "Yes, how cute is it?" Tsunade was surprised and said, "Brother Naruto, you are not married yet, how come you have a child?" Before Naruto could speak, Jiraiya interrupted and said, "Is this the legendary illegitimate child?" Naruto rolled his eyes at Jiraiya and let him experience it himself. Carefully put Xiaojin back in the crib, fearing that Xiaojin would be woken up. Gently closed the door, turned to Tsunade and said, "Okay, let's go and discuss holding the landlord's contest." Tsunade was immediately diverted back to Naruto, and couldn't wait to say, "Then let's go quickly, I can't wait." But Naruto said, "You are a contestant who is going to participate in the competition, how can you design the competition? Just prepare for the competition well." Then he pushed Tsunade out of the bookstore and closed the door. In the bookstore, Jiraiya chuckled and said, "I want to participate, brother Longshu, too." "Look!" Longshu punched Jiraiya on the head and said, "Shut up, you disturbed my thinking." Jiraiya covered his head, looked at Longshu aggrievedly, and said in his heart, "It's too hard for me." After thinking for a while, Longshu casually said to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, you help me watch the store, I'll be back soon." Before Jiraiya could react, Longshu had disappeared. After an unknown period of time, Longshu came back contentedly, and Jiraiya asked puzzledly, "Brother Longshu, where have you been?" Longshu shook his head and said, "Now is not the time to say it, you will know when the game starts." While speaking, he took out a piece of paper and wrote something on it. Jiraiya was puzzled by what Longshu said, and he quietly came to Longshu and said, Brother Longshu, do you think I can participate in this competition?" Longshu put down the pen in his hand, turned his head and said, "Sure, what's the matter?" Jiraiya asked again, "When will the competition start?" "Brother Longshu." Longshu knocked his head with the pen and said, "In a few days, we have to register, set up the scene, and rehearse. Is there something missing?" As he said that, he rubbed his chin and thought about it. Jiraiya felt relieved when he knew that he could participate, and said to Longshu, "Then brother Longshu, tell me when you register, I'll leave first." Longshu stopped Jiraiya and said, "Wait, come over and sign first." After watching Jiraiya finish signing, Ryuki also started his own actions. The lights and other equipment at Oburu were no longer a problem. Now he was just looking for players. "I wonder how many people would participate." Chapter 20 Senjurikan. Welcome everyone to the first Konoha Landlords contest jointly organized by Ninja Bookstore and Longmyo Group. Ryuki stood in the center of the stage and shouted with a microphone. Most of the people in the audience didn't seem to care about what Ryuki was saying, and they were all talking about it. Hey, I seem to have heard of Ninja Bookstore. What is that Longmyo company? Don't you know? Did you see the lights on the stage? It is said that they were developed by Longmyo Group itself. Wow, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed it. I thought it was a ninjutsu. Humph, I think this is a ninjutsu. How could a group that I've never heard of come out of nowhere and have such great abilities? That's right, maybe they think we're easy to fool and are lying to us. At this time, Longshu, who was standing on the stage, spoke, Ahem, please be quiet. But Longshu's words were useless, and the people in the audience were still talking to themselves. Longshu took a deep breath, suppressed his restless mood, and said, Please be quiet. After the opening ceremony, a random audience will be selected and given a big gift. Hearing that there was a gift, and it was free, most people really quieted down, but some people were chattering, but fortunately, it did not affect the opening ceremony, so Longshu ignored them. Okay, now I will explain to you the rules of this landlord contest. After Longshu explained the rules, he looked at the confused Konoha villagers below, and didn't know what to say. Directly, okay, let's stop talking nonsense, the next is the opening ceremony of our Konoha's first landlord contest, please be quiet and enjoy it. As soon as Longshu finished speaking, he saw many boys and girls rushing up from all directions. A boy in overalls said, Hello everyone, I am a Daodazu trainee who has been practicing for 2.5 days. After a while of chaos, Longshu looked at the audience who were even more confused and said, Okay, what we are going to do next is the much anticipated lottery. We will randomly select a lucky star to receive a mysterious gift from Longmyo Group. Although the audience didn't know what Longshu was talking about, they cheered excitedly when they heard about the gift. Longshu brought up a box and said, Please ask the audience to come up one by one. Draw lots. Longshu watched the last audience member walk off the stage and said, Okay, since everyone has finished drawing. As he spoke, Longshu waved his hand, and several people came to the stage with a machine. Longshu introduced everyone, Each of you has a piece of paper in your hand. Do you see the number on it? This is called a lottery. After explaining to the audience what a lottery is, Longshu started the lottery machine, and soon, 7 balls came out of the machine. Congratulations to the audience who got the numbers 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, and 07 for winning the grand prize. Please invite the winner to the stage and give a speech. Longshu thought to himself, what kind of broken number is this? It can be connected. After waiting for a while, an old man who was staggering and leaning on a cane, squinting his eyes, slowly walked to the center of the stage, took out the lottery ticket and handed it to Longshu, and asked in disbelief, Is it really me? Did I really win the prize? Longshu supported the old man who looked like he might fall to the ground at any time and said, Yes, it's you, old man. Do you have anything to say? The old man said excitedly with tears in his eyes, I, Senjol Lujian, have never won a bet since I was born. Longshu was surprised and said, Senjol Lujian? Who are you? Senjol Lujian stroked his beard and said, Haha, I am the second uncle of that kid Hashirama. Longshu raised his eyebrows and said, Then you are a big shot. Someone move a seat for Mr. Lujian. Mr. Lujian, please tell everyone your acceptance speech. After experiencing Senjol Lujian's drowsy speech, everyone on and off the stage fell asleep. Longshu heard in a daze that Senjol Lujian seemed to have finished speaking, and hurriedly said, Thank you very much, the first Hokage's second uncle brought us a wonderful speech. After Longshu recovered his spirit, he said, Then the next step is to announce our mysterious gift. As he spoke, several people came up with a box. Longshu opened the box and said with a smile, "Come, Mr. Lujian, this is the 1.0 test version of Longmyo computer developed independently by our Longmyo group. I wonder what Mr. Lujian thinks of it." After walking around the computer for a few times, Qian Shao Lujian asked puzzledly, "Isn't this just a piece of iron painted with some color? What's the use of it?" Longshu shook his head and said, "Mr. Lujian, you are wrong. Come, let me show you how to control the iron in your mouth." Then he connected the computer to the power supply and turned it on. Chapter 21 Wei Welfare Lottery. The sound of the computer starting up gave Qian Shao Lujian a jump. Qian Shao Lujian covered his little heart and said with lingering fear, "How can this piece of iron make a sound?" He took a few steps back and almost fell. After supporting Senjol Lujian, Longshu smiled and said, "This thing is called a computer. The sound of the computer turning on comes from the speakers. Mr. Lujian, let me teach you how to use it." Senjol Lujian looked at Longshu's demonstration and said in surprise, "Hey, this thing is really magical." He touched the computer carefully. Longshu called Jiraiya to the stage and said, "Jiraiya, you are responsible for delivering the computer to Mr. Lujian's home, do you understand?" Jiraiya looked at the huge computer and said dissatisfiedly, "Why me? This computer looks so big, it must be very heavy." He was about to run off the stage. Longshu grabbed Jiraiya in time and shook his head and said, "Jiraiya, since Mr. Lujian is the second uncle of the first generation, he is also the second uncle of the second generation. You are the disciple of the third generation Hokage. In theory, Mr. Lujian is still you." Ryashu didn't know how to settle this relationship. What should the master's second uncle be called? Jiraiya thought for a while and interrupted, "Master." "Humph, what are you talking about, you little brat?" Senjol Lujian hit Jiraiya on the head with his cane, "Humph," and said dissatisfiedly, "It's you, help me carry the computer back." Then he staggered to the stage. Jiraiya rubbed his head, pouted dissatisfiedly, and sent several clones to pick up the computer, and followed Senjol Lujian. The audience in the audience saw that the gifts had been given, and there was nothing else to do, so they prepared to leave and go home. Seeing that the audience was about to leave, Longshu hurriedly said, "Please stay, I have a good news for you next. You can buy the lottery tickets in your hands at the Konoha Welfare Lottery next to our Ninja World bookstore every day. We will announce the list of winners at 8 o'clock every night on the second day. The first prize is 100,000 taels, the second prize is 50,000 taels, and the third prize is 10,000 taels. A lottery ticket costs only 100 taels, isn't it very cheap?" Hearing what Longshu said, many people in the audience were moved and whispered, "Really? It's a lie. I think it may be a lie. 100 taels for 100,000 taels is a lie no matter how you look at it. Let's go, maybe he is a liar. What if it is true? Why don't you go and have a look later?" Longshu coughed and said, "Please rest assured, to guarantee with the reputation of the third Hokage that this is definitely not a lie." "Hey, Hokage! Hokage wouldn't lie to us, would he? Do you want to buy one? Let's go together, I'll go too." Longshu reminded, "But I still want to remind everyone that small gambling is fun, big gambling hurts the body. If you win, you're lucky, if you don't win, you've made a contribution to Kanaha. Playing the lottery, the mentality is very important." At this time, the opening ceremony was over, and the bustling people left, and many of them walked towards the bookstore. Longshu's clone was busy in the lottery shop, and a group of people were squeezing in front of the store. When Longshu came back from the opening ceremony, even the front of the bookstore was full of people, and the business was boosted a lot. Longshu finally returned to the store. Longshu looked at the clones who were too busy, and split a few more clones to help together. When most of the people had left, Longshu's clones were removed by themselves without Longshu's help. The exhaustion brought by the removal of several clones was lingering, and Longshu collapsed on the chair. After a short rest, Longshu returned to the study tiredly, looking at Xiaojun who was still sleeping there, and his mood unconsciously relaxed a little. Xiaojun seemed to sense Longshu's gaze, slowly opened his eyes, stretched out his hands, and babbled something. Longshu squatted down, looked at Xiaojun who was babbling, and chuckled, "What's wrong, little guy?" Xiaojun seemed to want to say something, and kept saying there. Longshu didn't know what she was talking about, so he slowly held her in his arms and whispered, "Do you want a hug?" "Ba, Dad, Dad." Longshu was surprised and said, "Are you calling me Dad?" "Dad, Dad, Dad." Longshu was suddenly stunned and thought, if I hadn't traveled through time, I might have such a child. He couldn't help laughing and hugged her tightly. He gently kissed Xiaojun on the forehead and smiled, "I will be your dad in the future, okay?" Tears welled up in his eyes. If Xiaojun was Longshu's daughter before, Longshu might have a little grudge in his heart, but now the last grudge in Longshu's heart towards Xiaojun has completely disappeared. Xiaojun seemed to know what Longshu was talking about. She stretched out her delicate little hand and wiped away the tears from Longshu's eyes, laughing and calling Dad, Dad. Chapter 22 Monkey Demon. "Hiruzen, what do you want to talk to me about? I still need to take my daughter out to play." Ryushu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with dissatisfaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen really couldn't understand Ryushu. He had said a few days ago that he was going to hold a landlord's competition, but these days he has been wandering around Kanaha with his daughter. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and said, "Aren't you going to hold a landlord's competition? Tsunade can't find you these days, and I'm almost annoyed." Ryushu waved his hand and said, "Tsunade is not as important as my daughter, right, Xiaojun?" Then he looked at Xiaojun who was hugging his arms beside him. Xiaojun laughed twice and said, "Dad, Dad." Longshu asked Sarutobi Hiruzen in distress, "Hiruzen, do you think my daughter has a problem? It's been almost a month and she can only say the word Dad." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer this question, but asked Longshu, "Longshu, you are still the vice principal of the ninja school. I have seen that you have not been to school once in the past half-month." Longshu shook his head and said perfunctorily, I know, I will go to school to see, if there is nothing, I will leave first." He was about to pick up Xiaojun and leave. At this time, the door of the Hokage's office was violently pushed open. The person who came was Tsunade, but Tsunade's eyes were red, and it was very likely that she had just cried. I finally found you, brother Longshu, when will the landlord competition start?" Tsunade went up and grabbed Longshu's arm and asked. Longshu said perfunctorily, it's almost time, it's almost time, you wait a few more days." He was about to walk out. Tsunade saw that Nagarayu was about to leave, so she grabbed him and stopped him, saying, "No, you told me that a few days ago. I can't let you run away today." Nagarayu said, "Okay, it will be held tomorrow." "Okay, I guarantee the reputation of Hiruzen. Let me go first." Tsunade said doubtfully, "Really?" Sarutobi Hiruzen behind them twitched his mouth, trying to resist the urge to punch Nagarayu to death and said, "Tsunade, let Nagarayu go first. What's the matter with you coming here in such a hurry?" Tsunade seemed to have forgotten what she came here for, scratched her head and said, I forgot. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Sarutobi." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled helplessly and waved his hand, "Okay, if you have nothing to do, go out. I still have to work." After a while, Riki and Tsunade came back. Tsunade said in a panic, "I remember now. Teacher Sarutobi is in trouble. Jiraiya and Orochimaru seem to have used the psychic technique to go to the psychic world." Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly took down the crystal ball by the window, pretended to be calm and said, "Yeah, I know." It took a while for him to react, and he slammed the table and said, "Jiraiya and Orochimaru went to the psychic world? What happened? Tell me clearly. Tsunade explained to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the thing is, the three of us were practicing the psychic technique that you taught us yesterday, but for some reason, Jiraiya and Orochimaru suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and said, there are only two possibilities for being teleported to the psychic world using psychic techniques. Tsunade hurriedly asked, Teacher Sarutobi, please tell me quickly, don't keep us in suspense. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Tsunade and said, if a ninja who doesn't have a summoned beast uses psychic techniques, he generally won't summon a summoned beast. If he's lucky, he may randomly summon a summoned beast. After that, if both of them are satisfied, they can sign a summoning contract. Tsunade still didn't understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking about, and asked, Teacher Sarutobi, what are you talking about? Ryuki behind Tsunade said thoughtfully, are you saying that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were reverse summoned by a certain summoning beast race? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, generally, races that can use reverse summoning will not harm the user, so Jiraiya and Orochimaru should not be in danger. Tsunade's heart was relieved after hearing this, and she said, so Jiraiya and Orochimaru are fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slowly and said, not necessarily. No one really understands the summoning world. Everything there is a mystery. Tsunade's heart, which had just been relieved, was once again mobilized by Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, hey, what should we do? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and thought for a while, and summoned the monkey demon with the summoning technique. At this time, the demon was eating a peach. Suddenly, he appeared here and yelled at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a dissatisfied look on his face, what are you doing? I'm still eating. Don't you know that you are not allowed to summon me at this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen touched his nose embarrassedly and said, I'm looking for you for serious matters. Sorry to bother you. The demon ate the peach in 2 or 3 bites and asked, hurry up, what do you want? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, my disciples, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were reversed to the summoning world. Do you have any way to find them back? Chapter 23 First Arrival in the Summoning World. Is this the summoning world? Long Shu said on a small hillside, looking at the overgrown environment around him. Ah! Suddenly a shrill bird cry came. Long Shu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a humanoid summoning beast attacking a bird summoning in the sky. The birds used their sharp beaks as weapons, scratching many human-shaped spiritual beasts. Seeing this, Long Shu hid in a tree nearby and watched the fight between them. Xiao, what do you mean by attacking me? Haha, you must have eaten a lot of our people these days, you must die here today. Ha ha ha, the law of the jungle is the law of survival in this world, come if you have the ability, a bunch of trash. You are bullying the tiger too much, everyone come and kill him together. Kill. Kill. After a chaotic battle, both sides were injured, the spiritual eagle had broken a wing, and the spiritual tiger was also covered with wounds. Long Shu squatted on a tree nearby and thought about what the ape demon said to him before leaving. Remember, there are 3 psychic races in the psychic world that you must not provoke. The first is the psychic eagle clan. They love meat and are violent. No human who has been to their clan has returned alive. The second is the spider clan. They are good at hiding and appearing and disappearing. They often attack prey in groups, and their hiding ability is perfect. If they don't want to be found, almost no one can find them. But you can rest assured that they generally won't attack humans. The third is the stinky snakes in the Ryukai cave. They are insidious, cunning, moody, and there are many tribes. You may be regarded as their prey at any time. Ryushu thought about it and felt that he should not meddle in other people's business. He should look for a suitable psychic beast. Anyway, Orochimaru and Jiraiya should be practicing in the Ryukai cave and Miyaboku mountain now, and there will be no danger. But at this moment, a giant spider appeared beside Ryushu and stared at him. Longshu was just about to leave here, but he happened to face the spider head-on. Longshu looked at it nervously, and the spider also stared at Longshu, and the man and the beast just stared at each other. Longshu slowly retreated from the tree, and the spider remained motionless. Just when Longshu thought he was safe, another spider appeared behind him. Recalling the words of the ape demon, spiders generally do not attack humans, so Longshu did not provoke them and slowly left. But the ape demon also said that only if they don't want to be discovered, no one will discover them. Now that Dragon Tree has seen them, the spiders have obviously regarded Dragon Tree as prey, and many spiders are slowly crawling towards Dragon Tree from a distance. The spiders on the tree also crawled under the tree at some point and slowly surrounded Dragon Tree. Dragon Tree knew that he couldn't escape when he saw the situation was not good, so he planned to talk to them first and maybe there would be a turnaround. Hello, my name is Suzuki Dragon Tree. I don't know what your name is. Just when Dragon Tree thought that things would not change, the spider suddenly spoke. A hoarse voice came from the spider's mouth, "Human, my name is Web." Dragon Tree really didn't expect that they would really talk to him, which was really unexpected. "What are you going to do?" Web said in a hoarse voice. "We, the Spider Clan, want a psychic." "What do you want?" Longshu was surprised. "Do you want to be psychic?" Web nodded and said, "Yes, what do you think?" "We, the Spider Clan, are very good to psychics." Web saw Longshu hesitating and continued to persuade him, "Don't worry, although our strength is not the strongest in the psychic world, no beast dares to say that our hiding ability is better than ours." Longshu still felt that the spider was too ugly. What if Xiaojin was scared again when he went back? Absolutely not. Longshu shook his head and said, "How about you give me the psychic scroll and I will go back to help you pick a few people back." Web shook his head in disappointment and said, "Okay, someone said this before, but they never brought back anyone. This is the last time I trust you humans." As he spoke, he took out the psychic scroll from his mouth. Longshu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring back a psychic that will satisfy you." Then he carefully picked up the scroll and wiped off the mucus on it. Looking at the spiders around him, he said, "Can you let me go first?" Net nodded and said, "You can go. I hope you will come to us again." Looking at Longshu's leaving back, another spider crawled to Net and asked, "Net, why did you let him go? Aren't we hurt enough by humans?" Net lowered his head and said with a slightly sad tone, "Yeah, not all humans are the same as that person." Yes nodded coldly and said, "I think there are not many good people among humans." Net shook his head and said, "Let's go back." Chapter 24 Corpses Everywhere. "Hey, human over there, come and help me." Hunter, who was still fighting with the psychic tiger, said to Longshu. Longshu turned his head and looked at the wounded Lai and asked, "What's the benefit of me helping you?" Lai chuckled twice and said, "As long as you help me, I will volunteer to be your spiritual beast." Xiao, who was standing aside, suddenly interrupted and said, "Bah, you are not worthy, humans come to help us, our White Tiger clan is definitely the best spiritual beast." Suddenly, Lai laughed and said, "Haha, White Tiger clan, aren't you ashamed to say this? How long has it been since you had a white tiger? It's really funny." Longshu raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? White Tiger clan? I don't think you are white either." Xiao said with a gloomy face, "Humph, who dared not give face to our White Tiger clan hundreds of years ago?" Lai interrupted, "You said it yourself that it was hundreds of years old, now I think you are just a kitten, ha ha ha." Xiao was speechless by Lai's words. Xiao roared in anger, You, we will kill you." Then he rushed towards Lai again and fought with each other. When the two beasts separated again, it was obvious that Lai was better. Xiao covered the blood hole pierced by Lai's mouth and said unwillingly, "Our White Tiger clan will surely restore its glory." Lai said fiercely, "Haha, you will not see that day." Then he was ready to take Lai's life directly. Wind escape great breakthrough. A hurricane whistled past and blew Lai away directly. Lai steadied himself and asked grimly, "Human, what are you going to do?" Longshu smiled and said, "Hey, don't be too murderous. Fighting and killing is not good." Lai stared at Longshu and asked, "What do you mean?" Longshu waved his hand and chuckled, "It's meaningless. I think it's not good for you to fight to the death." Lai said fiercely, "Then you will die together." After that, he rushed towards Longshu at a high speed, ready to scratch Longshu to death with one claw. Longshu took out the adamantium shield to block the attack, but Lai's attack also left several clear claw marks on the adamantium shield. Longshu was surprised in his heart, "It can leave marks on the adamantium. If it hits me, I will probably be torn into pieces." Longshu looked at Lai more cautiously, fearing that Lai would attack suddenly. But Longshu obviously overestimated the physical strength of the hunter. After just experiencing a great battle, the hunter's strength dropped sharply. He didn't even have the strength to launch another attack. He bent his legs and directly fell to the ground. Longshu was ready to take its life directly, but Lai fell to the ground and wailed, "No, you can't kill me, you can't." Longshu didn't listen to Lai's words, and chopped off Lai's head with a shield. Longshu looked at the head and thought, "I wonder if the chopped pepper eagle head tastes good. Should I take it back to Kanaha to taste it?" Xiao, who stood up from the side, interrupted Longshu's thinking and thanked him, "Thank you, human. My name is Xiao." Longshu picked up the eagle head on the ground and put it away, saying, "Suzuki Longshu, just call me Longshu." Xiao laughed twice and said, "I'll take you to our clan's land. I believe the clan leader will be very happy." Longshu asked in confusion, "Why?" Xiao shook his head in disappointment, and then laughed, "We, the White Tiger clan, haven't seen humans for at least 100 years. Let's go." Then he took Longshu to the White Tiger clan's land. Not long after, Xiao took Longshu to the vicinity of the White Tiger clan's land, and suddenly a strong smell of blood came. Xiao's face changed and he ran forward. Before Longshu could react, Xiao had already run far away, so Longshu had no choice but to follow him. After Longshu entered the White Tiger clan's territory, he saw corpses everywhere, all of which were covered with wounds, as if they had been through a great battle. "Wah!" A wailing sound came. Longshu recognized that it was Xiao's voice and looked in the direction of the sound. Xiao was holding a tiger in pain, muttering something in his mouth, but Longshu couldn't hear it clearly. Xiao wiped his tears, walked to Longshu and suddenly knelt down, lowered his head and said, "Please, please save our White Tiger clan, please." Longshu hurriedly pulled Xiao up and asked, "What happened?" Xiao shook his head frantically and said, "There is no time to explain, please." He was ready to kneel down. Longshu frowned and pulled up Xiao, who was about to kneel down again, and asked, "What do you want to say so that I can save you?" Xiao seemed to remember something, and suddenly pulled Longshu to run to a place in a hurry. When they arrived at the place, they saw corpses everywhere. The corpses of eagles and tigers were everywhere, and a pungent smell of blood was floating in the air as if it was about to condense into drops of blood. Longshu looked at the tragic scene here and asked, "Hey, this is too exaggerated, are you going to war with other races?" Xiao knelt on the ground with his eyes blank, crying bitterly, and his wailing seemed to spread throughout the spiritual world. Chapter 25 Return to Konoha. Suddenly, blood rained from the sky, and the blood dyed the earth red, and at the same time, a thigh fell to the ground. Longshu looked up at the sky. In the sky, a giant tiger with 2 legs missing was falling from the sky, smashing straight towards Longshu and them. Longshu's face changed, and he quickly pulled Xiao, who was still crying, on the ground and left here. Boom! The giant tiger fell to the ground, and dust flew all around, blocking Longshu and the others' sight. Xiao shook off Longshu's hand and hurried to the giant tiger. Chief, are you okay?" The giant tiger slowly opened his eyes and said, "Xiao." Xiao said excitedly, "It's me, it's my chief." The giant tiger barely raised his head, opened his mouth and spit out a little white tiger from his mouth, saying, "Quick, take it away." Xiao took the little white tiger and said uncertainly, "Clan, chief, is this?" The giant tiger also propped himself up at this time and said, "Yes, this is the last hope of our white tiger clan." "Xiao, take him away quickly, I will buy you some time." "Haha, none of you can leave today." A giant eagle slowly flew down, holding the other thigh of the giant tiger in its mouth, and ate it in 2 or 3 bites. The giant eagle laughed and said, "It tastes really good, haha, after all. This is the meat of the white tiger." He also emphasized the word white tiger and mocked the giant tiger. "Die!" Then he spit out a huge fireball from his mouth and shot it at the giant tiger. Longshu looked at the huge fireball and said in disbelief, "My god, what kind of chakra is this? It can be comparable to the tailed beast. This giant tiger seems to be in danger. Let's find a way to leave here first." The fireball fell, but it was not as Longshu imagined. The giant tiger's legs suddenly recovered, and the hair on its body turned silver white. The giant tiger raised its body and caught the fireball directly with its palm, and then threw it back. Just as the two beasts were fighting, many eagles and tigers emerged from both sides, and the war started again. Longshu twitched his mouth and said secretly, "What kind of monsters are these? I'd better leave quickly." Then he prepared to seal and leave here. "Longshu, wait a minute." It was Xiao who suddenly called Longshu. Longshu waved his hand and said, "What's wrong? It's too dangerous here. I'll leave first." Xiao looked at the sleeping little white tiger in his hand, and seemed to have made an important decision. He said, "Longshu, take it with you and take it back to your world. It's best not to let it return to the spiritual world again, please." Then he handed the sleeping little white tiger to Longshu. "You?" Longshu looked at Xiao's sincere eyes and gradually softened his heart. He took the little white tiger and asked, "Okay, I know, what are you going to do?" Xiao smiled reluctantly, looked up to the sky and howled, "Haha, I am Xiao, a tiger of the White Tiger clan in life and death, and a dead tiger of the White Tiger clan in death." While speaking, he rushed to the battlefield and fought with the enemy. Longshu looked at Xiao who rushed to the battlefield without hesitation, and then looked at the little white tiger in his arms, and with mixed feelings, he made a seal and left the spiritual world. With a bang, Longshu returned to the Hokage's office again, but his mood when he came back was not as relaxed as when he left. Accompanying Longshu was a strong smell of blood, which stimulated Xiaojin, and Xiaojin burst into tears. Tsunade also pinched her nose, stepped back a few steps, and moved away from Longshu, saying, "Ah, brother Longshu, where have you been? You smell so much blood on your body." Longshu also woke up at this moment, and after taking a few breaths, he said, "I was in the spiritual world and witnessed the war between the two races." Longshu glanced and didn't see the monkey demon, then turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, "Where is the monkey demon?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, "It's back. Tell me what you encountered in the spiritual world first." Ryushu recounted his experiences in the spiritual world. Of course he also concealed a lot, such as meeting the Spider Clan and obtaining the Spider Clan's spiritual scroll. Tsunade asked anxiously, "Brother Ryushu, did you find Jiraiya and Orochimaru?" She wanted to get closer to Ryushu, but the bloody smell on Ryushu was too strong, and she couldn't stand it after walking 2 steps forward. Ryushu shook his head and said, "I didn't find them, but I guess they are not in any danger." Tsunade asked in confusion, "Hey? Why?" Ryushu laughed and said, "Don't worry, they have their own opportunities." She was ready to take Xiaojin. But the bloody smell on Longshu was too strong, and Longshu would cry loudly when he approached her. Longshu had no choice but to let Tsunade take Xiaojin back first, and he went to take a bath first, and put the little white tiger with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at Longshu who was leaving, Tsunade asked Sarutobi Hiruzen half-doubtingly, "Teacher Sarutobi, are Jiraiya and the others really okay?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sighed, "I don't know, but since Longshu said so, we can only wait for the result." Chapter 26 Xiao Bai. "Tsunade, you are finally back, I was so anxious." Longshu put down his hanging heart and took Xiaojin from Tsunade's arms. Tsunade asked absent-mindedly, "Brother Longshu, are Jiraiya and the others really okay?" Longshu glanced at Tsunade and comforted, "Don't worry, they are absolutely safe." Tsunade said half-doubtfully, "Okay." Ryasha smiled helplessly, "Okay, let's not talk about the two of them first, let's talk about the landlord's contest." Tsunade's attention was instantly diverted, and she said, "When will it be held, Brother Longshu?" Longshu thought for a moment and said, "If nothing happens, tomorrow is fine." At this time, Longshu suddenly remembered that the little white tiger was still with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said to Tsunade, "Tsunade, wait for me for a while, I'm going to get something." When Longshu arrived at the door of the Hokage's office, he heard a quarrel coming from the office. "No, absolutely not. Humph, now is the time for Kanaha to rebuild, and it is a time when it is short of money. It's okay to let him hand in some." "That won't work either. If this matter gets out, do you know how much of a blow it will bring to Kanaha's reputation? As long as you don't say it, and I don't say it, no one will know." Hearing that the office was arguing fiercely, Longshu decided to wait a while before going in. "Longshu, what are you doing standing here, aren't you going in?" A voice came from behind Longshu. Tatsuki turned around and said, "Oh, it's Koharu." Then he pointed inside the house and said, "It would be inappropriate to go in now." Utane Koharu also heard the quarrel in the house, shook his head helplessly and said, "It's okay, go in, I don't know what's wrong with them recently, they are always quarreling, last time they quarreled over the interests after the ninja war, I don't know what it's about this time." Then he pushed the door open and walked in. When the two saw someone coming in, they fell silent in tacit understanding, and Sarutobi Hiruzen took the lead and asked, "What do you want, Koharu?" Utane Koharu took out the document in his hand and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, "Hiruzen, this is the financial situation of this month, Kanaha is already out of money." After reading the document, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, "How much is still missing? If it doesn't work, I will make up for it myself." Utane Koharu thought for a while and said, "At present, at least 3 million taels are needed, but this is just to rebuild Kanaha, we don't have more economy to develop." 3 million. Standing aside Danzo suddenly said, "I remember that Ryashu has made a lot of money recently, right?" Danzo's words made everyone's eyes focus on Ryashu, who was about to quietly pick up the little white tiger and run away. Ryashu saw that everyone noticed his sight, pretended to be calm and picked up the little white tiger. Sat on the sofa beside him and said, "Excuse me, I was just chatting with my pet, what did you talk about?" Shimura Danzo sneered, "Haha, do you think we are fools? Your little pet seems to be still sleeping." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Ryashu, who was pretending to be stupid, and shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'll go find the daimyo of the Land of Fire again, and he will give me some money for Tsunade's sake." Udaten Koharu nodded and said, "That's the only way." Shimura Danzo glanced at Ryashu and said, "Some people are unreliable at critical moments, they are really useless." After that, he just waved his hand and left the Hokage's office. Ryashu frowned and looked at Danzo, not knowing how he had offended him and why he always targeted him. Ryashu picked up the little white tiger and said, "Then I'll leave first if there's nothing else, Hiruzen." Sarutobi Hiruzen called Ryashu and said, "Ryashu, wait a minute, I have something to tell you." Ryashu sat down again in depression, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen and Udaten Koharu talking about things that had nothing to do with him, and heard Ryashu fall asleep. When Ryashu woke up again, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others had finished talking, and Yuta and Koharu had left at some point. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe and concentrating on reviewing documents, and he didn't even notice that Ryashu had woken up. Ryashu didn't understand why the Anbu was protecting the Hokage before, but seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was now concentrating on reviewing documents, he finally understood. He didn't even notice that Ryashu had walked back and forth in front of him a few times. Nagaragi was thinking whether to leave before Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that he had woken up, but the little white tiger beside Nagaragi suddenly cried out a woo, attracting the attention of the two. Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed that Nagaragi had already woken up, and said, "Oh, you have woken up, wait for me for a while, I will talk after I finish reviewing this document." Nagaragi smiled and nodded and said, "Okay, then you continue." Then he pulled the little white tiger over. The little white tiger seemed to have been born recently, with a pair of deep blue eyes, and even its teeth had not grown out yet. It licked the palm of Nagaragi's hand with its delicate little tongue. Long Shu looked at the little white tiger who was acting coquettishly to him and said, "Since you are so white, I will call you Xiao Bai." From then on, a little white tiger named Xiao Bai was born. Chapter 27: A man who can compete with Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, crossed his hands and looked at Long Shu, and asked, "Long Shu, your bookstore has not been open for a long time." Long Shu was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, he said to himself, "Indeed, I have been traveling with Xiaojin these days, and even the system Long Shu almost forgot about it." Long Shu nodded and said, "Yes, anyway, the business is not that good, and it's okay to rest for a few days." "What's wrong?" Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like punching Long Shu to death in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath and said, "Do you know how popular the street you are on is now? The trade center of the entire Kanaha is shifting." Long Shu said puzzledly, "Really? I think it's quite deserted in front of my house." Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched his lips and said, "Desolate? Are you kidding me? I don't know how many complaints about nuisance I have received from anywhere." He took out a lot of complaint slips from the side and smashed them on the table. "Yuta and Koharu." Ryashu scratched his head and laughed, "Haha, maybe my house is too soundproof. Besides, it's the lottery shop next door that's noisy, not my house." After suppressing his emotions, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Now there are several people from big families who want to buy your store. Are you going to sell it?" "Of course not." Ryashu directly rejected Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the way back, Ryashu looked at the empty street and felt that it was not like what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. "Xiaobai, follow me closely and don't run around." Ryashu turned his head and looked at Xiaobai who was swaying on the ground. Looking at Xiaobai who couldn't even stand steadily, Ryashu helplessly took it into his arms and took it back. "Xiaojin, I'm back. Dad, Dad!" Xiaojin ran over and hugged Long Shu's legs. Seeing Xiaojin who could already run, Long Shu was very surprised and asked, "Xiaojin, when did you learn to run?" But Xiaojin obviously didn't understand what Long Shu was saying, and kept calling Dad, Dad. Even if Long Shu didn't understand children, he knew what it meant for a 1-month-old baby to run. But after thinking about it carefully, as a devil fruit ability user, running shouldn't be a big deal, nothing. "Xiaojin, let's go, we should go to bed." Long Shu put Xiao Bai down, picked up Xiaojin and walked towards the bedroom. Coax Xiaojin to sleep. After that, Long Shu thought about what happened today and felt that he should improve his strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main task and getting the reward, System Autonomy. Long Shu heard the long-lost system voice and felt a little nostalgic. "What is system autonomy?" Long Shu asked the system. Ding! System autonomy means that the host can now carry out activities independently. The system will no longer issue any tasks, and everything will be done by the host. Long Shu frowned and said, What's the use of this? It's better to... Ding! The system is about to be upgraded, please wait patiently. The sudden voice of the system interrupted Long Shu's words. Upgrade. Ding! Please wait patiently, the upgrade is expected to take 2 to 3 days. Long Shu's mind suddenly became quiet. Long Shu looked at the time. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening, and he was ready to go out for a walk alone. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a sea of people blocking the door. Long Shu twitched his lips and thought to himself, so there are so many people in front of our house every day. Long Shu reluctantly squeezed out and quietly ran to the lottery shop. The employees here are all the people Long Shu asked Sarutobi Hiruzen for. They are generally those who failed to graduate from the ninja school and have no jobs. Boss, you are finally here. We are so busy these days. An employee complained to Long Shu unhappily. It will be fine in a few days. Long Shu also spread his hands helplessly. Suddenly, a noisy voice came from outside, the lottery is drawn, be quiet. The only fun for the villagers of Kanaha at night may be to wait here for the lottery. Kanaha is not as brightly lit as it will be in the future. Now only wealthy families like Uchiha can use electricity. And this small house is the only shop on this street that is still lit at night. Of course, the bookstore next to it does not count. Long Shu has almost never turned on the lights in recent nights. It's open, it's open. I didn't win the prize, who won the jackpot this time? A middle-aged man suddenly raised the lottery ticket in his hand and cheered, it's me, I won 100,000 taels, wow. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man wearing a ninja forehead protector, with many traces of battle on his face, and his hands were slowly burnt. The smile on the middle-aged man's face seemed out of place, and the people around him unconsciously stepped away from him. The middle-aged man ran to the prize redemption office happily and said excitedly, haha, I finally have money to buy food for Dai, this is youth. When everyone had almost left, Long Shu stopped the middle-aged man and said, please, wait a minute, I want to ask if the Dai you are talking about is Might Dai. Might looked at Long Shu vigilantly and said, what are you going to do? I tell you I am a ninja. As he said that, he hid the 100,000 taels he had just received in his arms. Nagarayu raised his hands and said, calm down, I just want to ask you something, relax. Mighty looked at Nagarayu and didn't think he was a bad guy, so he relaxed a little and said, okay, what do you want? Nagarayu said softly, I just want to ask if your son's name is Mighty Dai. Mighty's relaxed body tensed up again and asked, how do you know my son's name is Mighty Dai? Nagarayu smiled slightly and said, let me introduce myself, Suzuki Nagarayu, the vice principal of the ninja school. Mighty was stunned for a moment, touched his head, and smiled embarrassedly, oh, my name is Mighty, sorry, Principal Suzuki, I'm so sorry, I was too excited, think about it, who would do it in Konoha? Mighty said again, I wonder if Principal Suzuki wants to see my son. Nagarayu smiled and said, it doesn't matter, I wonder if I can go see Mighty Dai. Although Mighty was puzzled, he still took Nagarayu to his house. Before Long Shu and the others entered the house, they smelled a musty smell coming from the door. Mighty said embarrassedly, sorry, Principal Suzuki, I may be. Long Shu smiled and waved his hand and said, it's no big deal, and you can just call me Long Shu. Mighty shook his head hurriedly and said, that's not okay, I'm just a civilian. Long Shu smiled indifferently, I'm just a civilian, don't worry, just call me Long Shu. Long Shu saw that Mighty was still a little embarrassed, so he said, then you can call me Principal Long Shu, is that okay? Mighty smiled and said, okay, Principal Long Shu. At this time, Mighty Dai in the house seemed to have heard Mighty Yi's voice, and ran out and said excitedly, Father, you are finally back. Long Shu saw the familiar watermelon head and thought to himself that he had found the right person. Mighty Dai seemed to have seen Long Shu as well, and asked in disbelief, "Suzuki, Principal Suzuki?" Longshu squatted down and touched Might Dai's head and said, "Hello, Might Dai." After confirming that it was the real Principal Suzuki, Might Dai became even more excited and said stutteringly, "Suzuki, Principal Suzuki, hello, I am Might Dai." Longshu looked at Might Dai, who was already incoherent, and smiled and said, "Let's go, take me in to have a look." Longshu followed Might Dai and his son into the house. To Longshu's surprise, the house was clean except for some strange smells. Might Ye brought a stool over and said, "I'm sorry to embarrass you, Principal Longshu." Longshu shook his head and said, "Nothing, the main reason I came this time was to investigate the learning situation of civilian children." This reason was not a sudden idea of Tatsuki, but something he had discussed with Sarutobi Hiruzen before. It was just that they had not determined who the civilian target was. Now there was a suitable target in front of them, so they just took advantage of the situation. After chatting with Might No gradually opened his heart. Might No held a half-empty bottle of wine in his left hand, and put his right arm around Tatsuki's neck, shouting, "To be honest, Principal Tatsuki, Might No. But I am a man who can compete with Uchiha Madara." Hiccup, he burped as he spoke. Tatsuki looked at the half-drunk Might No and put him on the bed helplessly. Might No, who was lying on the bed, kept saying from time to time that he could compete with Uchiha Madara. Tatsuki said to Might Dai on the side, "Okay, then I'll leave first, and you should go to bed early, Dai." Dai nodded, and said hesitantly, "Principal Longshu, please don't mind my father's drunken talk. My father is like this every time he gets drunk. Please don't mind it." He bowed to Longshu. Longshu looked at the nervous Might Dai, helped him up, and said inexplicably, "It's okay, it's nothing, everyone gets drunk sometimes." Just as Longshu was about to leave, he turned to Might Dai and said, "Don't look down on your father too much. Maybe your father can really compete with Uchiha Madara." After that, Longshu left here. Might Dai looked at Longshu's leaving back, and kept repeating Longshu's words in his mind. He slowly turned his sight to Might Ye lying on the bed, and muttered to himself, "Could it be that my father can really compete with Uchiha Madara?" Suddenly, Mighty No, who was lying on the bed, turned over and fell to the ground, still mumbling something. Mighty Dai helplessly helped Mighty No onto the bed, thinking to himself, "Really, I actually took it seriously. How could my father compete with Uchiha Madara? But Principal Narakusha shouldn't lie to me." Then he turned his attention to Mighty No again. Chapter 28 Finals. Welcome everyone to the audition venue for the Landlord's contest. I am Yoshimura Ueno from Longmu Entertainment, the host of this event. On the stage, Yoshimura Ueno was talking freely. And Narakusha was sitting above the arena with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, watching this intense game. Behind me are the rules of this Landlord's contest. Audiences who didn't come to the opening ceremony can look at the big screen behind me to understand the rules. Next, I will talk about the rewards of this Landlord's contest. The champion will receive a prize of 100,000 taels and the title of Kanaha Landlord King. The runner-up will receive a prize of 50,000 taels. The third place will receive a prize of 30,000 taels. How is it, are you looking forward to it? Yoshimura Ueno looked at the indifferent audience below, endured the embarrassment and continued to explain, "Next, please invite all the players participating in the Landlord's contest to come on stage." Well, after a whole day of hard work, the last three people left are Tsunade Senju, Hyagahashiya, and Narakumo. Please look forward to the trash talk before the final. Tsunade, Hyagahashiya, and Narakumo sat around the table and looked at each other. Narakumo was the first to speak, "Forget about trash talk, it's too troublesome, and this kind of competition is too simple and not challenging at all." Hyagahashiya looked at the lazy Narakumo, sneered, and said, "Hey, this kind of competition is indeed simple, but the champion will definitely be mine." Tsunade slapped the table, stood up and shouted, "I am Tsunade, the woman who wants to become the god of gambling. How can a mere landlord's tournament stop me? I will definitely be the landlord's king." As she said this, she unknowingly withdrew her hand and shook it under the table. Tsunade thought to herself, "What kind of table is this? Why is it so hard? It hurts me to death." Wow, did you see that? The scene is already full of smoke, and I can smell a strong smell of gunpowder from here. Okay, stop talking nonsense, now I will tell you the rules of the finals of this landlord's tournament. Each contestant will have 1000 points, and there will be a total of 5 games. After 5 games, the player with the most points will win the championship of this landlord's tournament. Army, and at the same time won the title of Landlord King. Now I declare the game to start. You can see that Tsunade was the first to call the landlord, and successfully got the bottom card. Oh, there is a king in the bottom card, and it is a big king. Tsunade proudly picked up the bottom card and laughed, "Excuse me, does anyone want to double it?" Narayunyi suddenly raised his hand and said, "Double." He winked at Hinata Xingyi. Hinata Xingyi nodded and said, "In this case, then I will double it too." Looking at the 2 people who doubled, Tsunade said excitedly, "Haha, great, I will double it too." In excitement, he threw out a large handful of cards, from 3 to 10. Wow, you can see that the player Senju Tsunade directly threw out a large handful of cards. You can see that there are only 4 cards left in Tsunade's hand now, and I don't know if the other 2 players can handle this pair. Tsunade laughed and said, "What do you think? You can't afford it, so I'll take the first move." Wait, who said I can't afford it? It was Narayunyi who suddenly called Tsunade, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Looking at the lewd smile on Narayunyi's mouth, Tsunade suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart, and cold sweat ran across Tsunade's glittering forehead. She asked uneasily, "Ah, since you can afford it, just play it." Narayunyi looked at Tsunade and said slowly, "The bottom card is 2 QS and a king, so you definitely don't have a bomb in your hand. In addition, you said confidently before that you would take the first move, so you should have 3 QS with a king in your hand. How about I'm right, right?" Tsunade looked at the cards in her hand that had been guessed by Narayunyi, and pretended to be calm and said, "Even if it's like this, I don't believe you won't play a single card." Narayunyi's eyes flashed and said, "Oh, then you just watch it, bomb, straight, 2, a, small king." Narayunyi played all 17 cards in one go. How is it possible that I lost with such good cards? The cards in his hand fell on the table in surprise, just as Narayunyi guessed. On the other side, looking at the 2, Hinata Xingyi secretly said, "Is it over? I didn't play a single card this time, but it doesn't matter, as long as I win. Oh, this is really a wonderful game. Who would have thought that Nara would have a bomb in his hand? It's such a pity." Well, Tsunade should not be discouraged. This is only the first game. There are still 4 games to come. Work hard. Okay, congratulations to Narayunyi and Hinata Xingyi for winning the first game. We are about to start the second game. I don't know who will win the second game. Let's look forward to it. Chapter 29 Jiraiya returns. Congratulations to Tsunade for becoming the champion of our Landlords contest. Next, please invite the founder of Landlords, Suzuki Ryuju, to present the prize to Tsunade. Ryuju used a body flicking technique to reach the center of the stage from the high platform, causing cheers from the audience. Although in the eyes of the ninjas, this was nothing great, just an ordinary body flicking technique, but because the eyes of ordinary people could not keep up with Ryuju's speed, it seemed that Ryuju had teleported to the stage. Ryuju walked to Tsunade and said, "Congratulations, Tsunade, you have taken the first step on the road to becoming the god of gamblers." Tsunade scratched her head shyly and said, "Hee hee, it's okay. Ryujua took out a trophy from somewhere and said, "Here, this is the exclusive trophy for the champion of this competition." Tsunade took the glittering trophy, raised it and said, "I am the king of landlords." "Wait, I haven't participated in the competition yet." The sudden voice interrupted the award ceremony. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Jiraiya panting and saying, "Brother Narakushu, I haven't participated in the competition yet, how come it's over like this?" Tsunade saw Jiraiya and immediately dropped the trophy and ran towards him. Narakushu hurriedly caught the trophy and said to himself, "Although it's only gold-plated, it's worth a lot of money anyway. It can't be broken." Jiraiya looked at Tsunade who was coming aggressively and hurriedly dodged and said, "What are you going to do, Tsunade? I tell you, I have been specially trained and I am much better than you now." A big appeared on Tsunade's head. After punching Jiraiya away, he pretended to be calm and returned to the stage again, taking back his own trophy. On the other side, Jiraiya once again experienced the feeling of flying. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Jiraiya flying away and slowly chased after him. "Jiraiya, what have you been doing recently?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Jiraiya hanging on the tree. "Hey, Sarutobi teacher, can you save me first?" he said and shook around. There was a click sound, and the branch broke with a sound. Jiraiya and Daichi had an intimate release again. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and said, "Haha, it seems that I don't need to save you." Jiraiya got up from the ground and rubbed his buttocks, dissatisfied and said, "What, Sarutobi teacher, you didn't pick me up, it hurts me to death." Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over to help Jiraiya take off the leaves on his head, and laughed, "You are fine, let's go, tell me where you have been these 2 days." Jiraiya talked to Sarutobi Hiruzen with great interest, "I tell you, I went to..." After listening to Jiraiya's story, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Then this is your opportunity, you have to seize this opportunity. By the way, have you seen Orochimaru?" Jiraiya shook his head and asked in confusion, "No, has Orochimaru also gone to the spirit world?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yes, there is no news about Orochimaru yet, it is really worrying." He frowned as he spoke. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's worried expression, Jiraiya always felt a sense of loss. It seemed that in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, the only person he cared about the most was Orochimaru. On the way back, Ryujua looked at Tsunade holding the trophy absent-mindedly and asked, "Why, are you unhappy about winning the championship?" Tsunade shook her head slightly and said, "I am very happy, but I always feel that something is wrong. The other 2 people seem to be giving in to me." Ryujua smiled and said, "Are you too worried? Go back and have a good sleep. This day has not been easy." Tsunade nodded without saying a word, and slowly walked towards the Senju clan. "Teacher Ryujua, please wait a moment." Suddenly someone called Ryujua, and Ryujua looked back and saw that it was Kato Dan who called him. Ryujua said in surprise, "Dan, why are you here?" Looking at the shy look of Dan, it suddenly occurred to me that Dan would be Tsunade's boyfriend in the future. Longshu asked with a smile, "Duan, do you like Tsunade?" Duan blushed after Longshu said it, and couldn't speak. "Teacher Longshu, don't talk nonsense, how could I like a girl like Tsunade who is so gentle, kind, beautiful and considerate?" Longshu couldn't help but twitched his mouth and said, Stop, how did you find these advantages of Tsunade's gentleness and understanding? Are you sure that the Tsunade you talked about is the same person?" Duan was stunned for a moment, and said shyly, "When I talked to Tsunade in school before, she always smiled at me. How gentle she looked. That's just that she doesn't want to pay attention to you." Looking at the stunned Kato Dan, Longshu walked to him and said, "Okay, since you like Tsunade, I'll help you because you are my student." Kato Dan asked excitedly, "Then how can you help me, teacher Longshu?" Longshu waved his hand and said, "Come to the bookstore tomorrow morning to find me, I will tell you then." Then he walked towards home. Kato Dan looked at Longshu's back and couldn't help feeling proud of having such a good teacher. Chapter 30 Barbecue. Teacher Longshu, is this really okay? Kato Dan was hiding behind Longshu and asked timidly. Longshu patted his head and said, "Don't worry, as long as you do what I say, you will succeed." Kato Dan wiped the sweat from his palm nervously, tiptoed to Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, Tsunade." "Hey." Tsunade turned her head slightly and looked at Kato Dan. Kato Dan looked at Tsunade's hair that was flying because of the slight rotation, her smooth skin, and her sweet voice. Kato Dan's heart seemed to be shot with an arrow. Could it be that this is the arrow of Cupid that teacher Longshu and I talked about? Kato Dan blushed and stuttered, "Tsuna, Tsuna, you are a thief." "Hey? Thief?" Before Tsunade could react, Kato Dan said again, "You stole my heart." As soon as Kato Dan said this, the air around him seemed to condense. After a while, Tsunade seemed to react. Tsunade now felt uncomfortable all over and said in disbelief, "Duan, are you confessing to me?" Kato Dan's face became even redder. After lowering his head and nodding slightly, he mustered up the courage to look up at Tsunade's eyes. Looking at Kato Dan's appearance, Tsunade stood up from the chair directly, unconsciously stepped back a few steps, and said, "You, what are you going to do? If you come over again, I will not be polite." As she said that, she raised her little fist and gestured to Kato Dan twice. Kato Dan did not retreat but took a step forward, hugged Tsunade, looked into her eyes and said sincerely, "Tsunade, aren't you tired?" "Tired? Why would I be tired?" "Because you have been running in my heart all day." Hearing these love words, Tsunade did not feel how romantic it was, but felt a little disgusted. Looking at Kato Dan who was holding her hand tightly, she couldn't help but let him experience the feeling of flying. "Pucci, ha 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 ha, I really can't help it. There are actually people who confess to you, a flat-chested violent girl. I am laughing to death, ha ha ha." Just as Tsunade before Tsunade could calm down, Jiraiya's mocking voice came from beside her. He turned around and said viciously, "Jiraiya, are you itching again?" Jiraiya immediately covered his mouth and shook his head violently, but it was too late. Jiraiya was once again shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Ryashu seemed to see a line of small words appearing on Tsunade's head, "Beat up Jiraiya 11." In the sky, Jiraiya was enjoying the cool feeling of the wind blowing across his cheeks, and with his experience of flying many times, Jiraiya was sure that he was about to land, so he made a seal summoning beast to come out of the toadstone and let me feel your soft skin. Bang! A burst of smoke dissipated, and a toad as big as Jiraiya's head appeared. "Ah, you bastard Jiraiya, what are you doing?" Gamabunta looked at himself falling down at a high speed and yelled at Jiraiya. "Hey! Why is it you Gamabunta? Where's your father?" "How should I know? It was you who summoned me." Looking at the ground getting closer and closer, the man and the beast hugged each other and shouted, "Help!" Gamabunta suddenly thought that he could cancel the summoning and go back to Myaboka mountain directly. Buntai hugged Jiraiya's head and said, "Jiraiya, I'm going back to Myaboka mountain first. Be careful." Before Jiraiya could reply, Buntai turned into smoke and disappeared. "Hey, you just left like that, what should I do?" With a bang, Jiraiya fell to the ground, rubbed his butt and stood up from the ground and said, "Hey, it doesn't hurt as much this time. Is it because I have become stronger?" "Forget it, never mind, but this Buntai is really too disloyal. He actually left me alone and ran away." "Really? Jiraiya, Jiraiya, can you dig me out?" Suddenly, Kato Dan's voice came from behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya was startled by Kato Dan's voice, turned around and looked at Kato Dan, and said in surprise, "Wow, Kato Dan, how did you get stuck in the ground?" Then he squatted down and picked Kato Dan out. "Thank you, Jiraiya." After saying that, he walked towards Kanaha in a daze. Looking at Kato Dan's lost back, Jiraiya didn't know how to comfort him. After all, he had never been heartbroken. After thinking about it, he chased after him and said, "Duan, don't be too sad. Think about it, you confessed to Tsunade in public. What if Tsunade is just embarrassed? Don't be so disappointed." Kato Dan turned his head and looked at Jiraiya, and asked, "Is everything you said true, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya touched his head with a wandering look, and said uncertainly, "The person you confess to is the princess of the Land of Fire. Of course, you will be shy." Kato Dan didn't care about Jiraiya's uncertain tone, and rekindled his confidence, saying, "With your words, I feel relieved. I will definitely catch up with Tsunade. Thank you, Jiraiya." After that, he excitedly shook Jiraiya's hand and ran towards Kanaha excitedly. Jiraiya followed closely behind and caught up with Kato Dan. On the way back to Kanaha, Jiraiya asked Kato Dan, "Dan, why do you like Tsunade?" Kato Dan thought for a while and shook his head and said, "I don't know, maybe it's a feeling." "Yes, it's a feeling." Jiraiya asked doubtfully, "Feeling? What kind of feeling?" Kato Dan thought for a while and said, "I can't describe this feeling, it's basically that you want to see her every moment and be with her, it's almost this feeling." Kato Dan looked at Jiraiya who was thinking and asked, "What's wrong? Jiraiya, do you have someone you like?" Jiraiya shook his head and said, "Not yet, but there should be someone in the future." However, after listening to Kato Dan's words, Jiraiya's mind always appeared the scene of Tsunade beating him up. Jiraiya shuddered and thought to himself, could it be that I also like Tsunade, that flat-chested, violent girl? On the other side, Longshu looked at Tsunade who was sitting absent-mindedly on the chair, walked to her side, and asked knowingly, "What's wrong, Tsunade?" Tsunade looked at Longshu and asked puzzledly, "Hey, brother Longshu, why do you think Duan confessed to me?" Longshu smiled and said, "Maybe there is something good about you that attracted Duan." Tsunade climbed on the table and thought, "Advantages? What are my advantages? I have a bad temper, a bad figure, and I like gambling. Brother Longshu, why do you think he likes me?" Before Longshu replied, Tsunade said to herself, "It is normal for a beautiful and kind girl like me to be pursued. That's right, that's it." After that, she walked away with a step that didn't recognize her relatives. "Xiaojin, I'm back." As soon as Longshu finished speaking, Xiaobai ran out of the house and turned around at Longshu's feet. Longshu picked up Xiaobai and said, "Okay, I'll take you to dinner." "Dad, Dad!" Xiaojin also ran out, hugged Longshu's legs and said coquettishly, "Dad, I want a hug." He looked at Xiaobai with dissatisfaction. Longshu reluctantly put Xiaobai down, picked her up and said, "My little, what do you want to eat today, baby?" Xiaojin smiled proudly at Xiaobai and said, "I want to eat meat, I want to eat barbecue." Longshu picked Xiaojin's nose and said, "No, your teeth are not yet fully grown, how can you eat barbecue?" Xiaojin pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "No, I want to eat barbecue. Jiraiya said that barbecue is very delicious. I want to eat it. Take me to eat, okay, okay." Longshu looked at Xiaojin who was making a fuss and thought to himself, "Jiraiya, why are you here again? Hey? Why do I say again?" Longshu looked at Xiaojin who was about to cry and said helplessly, "Okay, okay, I'll take you to eat, but you have to promise me not to eat too much." Xiaojin immediately performed a Sichuan opera face changing for Longshu and said with a smile, "Let's eat barbecue." He raised his hands, so happy that they were about to be raised to the sky. On the way to the barbecue restaurant, Ryashu happened to meet Jiraiya and Kato Dan who had just returned, and invited them to eat barbecue together. Looking at Kato Dan who turned his grief and anger into appetite, Ryashu looked at the dozen plates beside him, twitched his mouth and said, "Dan, you have a really good appetite. Kato-dan wiped the oil off his mouth and said, it's okay, I'm a little hungry, I'm sorry to have cost you money, teacher Ryashu. Ryashu waved his hand and said, it's nothing, eat well, and get out of the shadow of broken love quickly. Kato-dan was stunned, touched his head and said, ah, it's nothing, I've decided, I will definitely catch up with Tsunade. Ryashu looked at the enthusiastic Kato-dan and smiled helplessly, lowered his head and looked at Xiaojin who was eating barbecue in his arms and said, eat slowly, there are still so many, don't choke. Xiaojin picked up another piece of barbecue and laughed, hee hee, barbecue is so delicious, much better than what you cook, Dad. Long Shu patted Xiaojin's head gently and scolded with a smile, hey, I see you are very happy every time you eat. Xiaojin stuck out his tongue and said, Dad, what you cook is indeed not as delicious as the barbecue here. Then he leaned his head on Long Shu's arms. Long Shu smiled and shook his head, looked at Jiraiya who was absent-minded and asked, Jiraiya, what's wrong with you? I see you are absent-minded. Jiraiya seemed not to hear what Long Shu said, and was still eating barbecue absent-mindedly. Kato-dan waved his hand in front of Jiraiya and said, Jiraiya? Jiraiya? Jiraiya seemed to be startled, turned his head to look at Kato-dan and asked, ah, what's wrong, Dan, what happened? Ryashu asked from the side, what's wrong with you, Jiraiya? I think something is wrong with you. Jiraiya shook his head slowly and said, nothing, I'm full, I'll leave first. Then he left here. Ask, do you think one chapter of 3,000 words a day is better, or 2 chapters of 1,500 words a day is better? Chapter 31 Chunin Exam. Hiruzen, what do you want to talk to me about? Ryashu said dissatisfiedly as he pushed open the door of the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at Ryashu and said, sit down first, you will know in a while. Then he continued to review the documents. Ryashu found a random place to sit down. He found that there were not only him and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the office, but also several ninjas waiting on the side. This made Ryashu even more confused. After a while, many more ninjas came here, and Shimura Danzo also came. Ryashu looked at the crowd, frowned and said, what is this for? Most of them are special jonin, and there are many jonin. Is it going to be a war again? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the crowd, put down the pen in his hand, and said, okay, everyone is here, then I will tell you why I called you this time. This Chunin exam is held by Sand Ninja. You are all ninjas responsible for escorting the students participating in the Chunin exam this time. And this Chunin exam, Rock Ninja will also participate, and. Shimura Danzo suddenly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, why is this Chunin exam held in Sand Ninja? Isn't it usually organized by us? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo with dissatisfaction, shook his head slightly and said, now it's different from the past. Now our Kanaha's strength can no longer stand out from the crowd like before. We must have a loyal ally. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and said, humph. Even if our Kanaha's strength can't be compared with the past, it is definitely not as weak as you say. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed secretly and said, okay, let's stop this matter. Let's continue to talk about the Chunin exam. But Shimura Danzo didn't want to give up, and insisted, this is about the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, stared at Shimura Danzo, and whispered, enough, Danzo, don't say any more. No. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Shimura Danzo had to swallow the words in his mouth. Okay, this trip to the Chunin exam will be led by Shimura again, Suzuki Ryuki will be in charge, and the other jonin tomorrow, take your students and prepare to go. The meeting is over. Ryuju, you stay. After everyone left, only Ryuju, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were left in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shimura Danzo and said, Danzo, do you have anything else to do? Shimura Danzo glanced at Ryujo and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, why don't you let me lead the team? What qualifications does Ryujo have to lead the team? He is just an ordinary jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer his question. He looked at Ryujo and said, Ryujo, this is the schedule for this Chunin exam. I leave it to you. Then he took out the schedule and gave it to Ryujo. Ryujo looked at him and shook his head and said, forget it, you should give it to Danzo. I am not suitable to be the leader. At this time, Shimura Danzo next to him looked at Ryujo and sneered, Hehe, you are self-aware. You should just be a jonin in your life. Ryujo frowned slightly and said, Danzo, don't go too far. I won't quarrel with you for the sake of our friendship as classmates. Shimura Danzo laughed and said, friendship as classmates? You don't deserve it. Now I don't know where I brought a child from. Who knows whose child it is? Before Shimura Danzo finished speaking, he was punched against the wall by Ryujo. Ahem. Shimura Danzo looked at Ryujo coldly and whispered, Suzuki Ryujo, do you want to die? Ryujo was not to be outdone, haha, I hope you have the ability. Just when Ryujo and Shimura Danzo were about to fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table and bang, the table broke into 2 pieces. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, enough, what are you doing? Do you want to fight again? Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and then at Ryujo, snorted coldly, and left here directly. Ryujo looked at Shimura Danzo who left, and sat back in his seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen took his pipe and smoked it irritably. After a while, Ryujo spoke first, Hiruzen, since there is nothing else, I will leave first. After that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Wait, Ryujo. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped Ryujo again and said, Jiraiya and others will also participate in this Chunin exam. Can you replace me as their team leader temporarily? Ryujo nodded and said, okay, I know, then I will leave first. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped Ryujo again and said, however, you know that there is still no news about Orochimaru, can you ask whether Obito is willing to participate? Longshu turned around and said, okay, I'll go ask him later, but you should change the leader. I don't think I'm suitable. After saying that, he left without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to answer. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Longshu and shook his head helplessly, sighed secretly, and said secretly, forget it, in this case. Let Danzo be the leader. Chapter 32 Little Spider. On the way back, Longshu thought about what to do with Xiaojin, Xiaobai, and the others. He couldn't just leave them at home. Longshu thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Longshu had walked to the door of Bei Liuhu's house unknowingly. Longshu knocked on the door and said, Bei Liuhu, are you home? When Longshu saw that no one answered, he thought that Bei Liuhu was not at home. When Longshu was about to leave, the door was suddenly opened and a mechanical voice suddenly came. Please wait a moment, the master is conducting an experiment, beep. Longshu looked at the short robot in front of him and said in surprise, what are you? Beep. I am 03, a welcoming robot made by the master to welcome guests. Longshu asked as he entered the house, is your master Bei Liuhu? Beep. Yes, please wait a moment, the master's experiment will be completed soon. As soon as 03 finished speaking, Bei Liuhu came out of the basement. Teacher Longshu, long time no see. Well, it's been almost a month. At this time, another person followed Bei Liuhu out together, and Longshu said in surprise, Orochimaru? Why are you here? However, Orochimaru was not in a good condition at this time. He looked pale and walked unsteadily as if he would collapse at any time. After Hiroha walked over and helped Orochimaru to his seat, he asked, Teacher Ryushu, what are you doing here today? Ryushu said, tomorrow there will be a new Chunin exam. Hiroha was still a little tempted when he heard about the Chunin exam, but he finally shook his head and said, forget it, I won't participate. As you said, My talent is not in the ninja aspect. Ryushu nodded and smiled, well, ninjas are not as good as you think. Ryushu looked at Orochimaru beside Hiroho and asked, what's the matter with Orochimaru? Why is he in your house? Hiroho looked at the sleeping Orochimaru and smiled, Orochimaru came to my house a few days ago. We have been conducting an experiment. What experiment? Robot experiment. Robot? Haven't you already made one? He said, looking at 03 who was holding a glass of water and handing it to him. Hiroho shook his head and said, no, I want to make a real robot that can use ninjutsu. In that case, even if I can't become a ninja, I will be very powerful. Longshu thought about it and thought it might be possible, and asked, so how is your experiment going? Hiroho suddenly became disappointed and shook his head slightly, saying, there is no progress at all, and there is no way to make the robot become a human form. However, Hiroho instantly returned to normal and said, but don't worry, Teacher Longshu, I will definitely succeed. Longshu looked at the sleeping Orochimaru and stopped waking him up, saying, then I'll leave first. Tell Orochimaru to gather at the gate of Kanaha tomorrow morning for the Chunin exam. Got it, Teacher Longshu. Hiroho called Longshu and said, Teacher Longshu, wait a minute. Longshu looked back at the one who called him, and asked, what's wrong? Beiliuhu smiled embarrassedly and said, Teacher Longshu, can you help me recruit some people? It's really too busy for me and Orochimaru to handle it. And Orochimaru has to take part in the Chunin exam tomorrow. It's even more difficult for me to handle it alone. Longshu thought for a while and suddenly thought of something. Longshu took out the summoning scroll of the Spider Clan obtained in the summoning world and said, you don't have a summoning beast yet, right? This is the summoning scroll of the Spider Clan. I'll give it to you. It can be regarded as the gift I promised to give you before. Beiliuhu took the scroll, looked at it and said, well, Teacher Longshu, I don't know summoning yet. Longshu shook his head helplessly and said, then let me call you. It just so happens that I haven't taught you three anything for a long time. Longshu watched Beiliuhu fail again and again, and thought to himself, Beiliuhu's talent is really too poor, can't he even use the spirit magic? Longshu walked over and corrected Beiliuhu's mistakes again and again. God will not let down those who work hard. After repeated failures, Beiliuhu finally learned it. Beiliuhu looked at the little spider he had summoned with great joy and said, look, Teacher Longshu, I succeeded. Longshu smiled and said, yes, congratulations, get along well with him. Beiliuhu looked at the little spider and said, thank you, Teacher Longshu. As he said that, he didn't know whether the little spider could understand what he was saying, so he chatted with the little spider. Longshu looked at the little spider crawling on Beiliuhu's palm, and said to Beiliuhu, Beiliuhu, you have to be careful, don't get bit by it. Beiliuhu waved his hand and said, don't worry, Teacher Longshu, it's very well behaved. Longshu was surprised and said, Cocoon? Is that its name? Beiliuhu nodded and said, yes, Teacher Longshu, look how cute it is. As he said that, Cocoon also made a web on Beiliuhu's hand. Chapter 33 System Upgrade. Longshu looked at Xiaojin who was riding on Xiaobai and said, Xiaojin, I may be out for a while tomorrow. Can you go and live with Uncle Jing? No. Xiaojin jumped off Xiaobai and hugged Longshu. Xiaojin looked at Longshu with tears in her eyes and said, I want to go with you. Don't leave me alone, please. Longshu had no choice but to take her with him tomorrow. Longshu looked at Xiaobai next to him again. Well. Anyway, I've taken one, so it shouldn't matter if I take another one. Longshu picked up Xiaojin and comforted her, okay, don't cry, let's go together tomorrow, okay. Xiaojin wiped away her tears and said, okay. Longshu carried Xiaojin and sent her to the small crib that was a little crowded for her. This bed had not been bought for a long time, but now Xiaojin could no longer live in it. Xiaojin was growing too fast. Long Shu looked at Xiaojin, who was gradually falling asleep, and he slowly closed his eyes. Ding! The system upgrade is complete, please check it. System, New World Construction System. System goal, assist the host to successfully transform this world and make it a new world. Functions enabled, lottery system, mall system, fusion system. Transformation points, obtained by the degree of impact brought to this world by the transformation 0. Host, Suzuki Longshu. Age, 25 years old. Chakra, Elite Jonin. Abilities, Iron Block, Sunflower Point Filling Hand, Chakra, Water. Props, Mind Gem, Adamant Shield, Slightly Worn, Century Soup. Longshu was instantly awakened by the sound of the system. Looking at the brand new system, Longshu couldn't wait to draw a prize. System, why is my transformation point 0? Ding! Please wait patiently, the system is calculating the host's transformation of this world. Hearing the system say this, Longshu was relieved. It's not like he has been busy for so long and nothing has happened. Well, it seems that two haven't done anything. I just bask in the sun and accompany Xiaojin every day. Ding! The transformation points are calculated, please check it. Change Uchiha Kagami's death, get transformation points, 2000 points. Change Obito's life, get transformation points, 100 points. Change Orochimaru's values, get transformation points, 400 points. Change the fate of the White Tiger clan, get transformation points, 500 points. Change the fate of the Spider clan, get transformation points, 300 points. Establish Konoha Welfare Lottery, get transformation points, 40 points. Develop technology in advance, improve the speed of technological progress in the Naruto world, get transformation points, 400 points. Become the vice president of the ninja school, change the fate of most students, get transformation points, 600 points. Total transformation points, 4,300 points. Longshu looked at so many transformation points and couldn't wait to draw a prize. Lottery system, draw a prize once every 1,000 points. What? 1,000 points? You might as well rob the system. Ding! Sorry host, this system does not rob. Forget it, give me a chance to draw. Ding! Please wait patiently, the draw is in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a copy of the 3000 Worlds Cookbook. What do I need the cookbook for? You are such a pitfall system, you might as well not upgrade, you are such a pitfall. Longshu looked at the cookbook in his hand, and the pictures of delicious food seemed to come to his face like fragrance. I'm a little hungry. Longshu touched his empty stomach, thinking about making something to eat, and by the way, see if the dishes in this cookbook can really be made. Longshu flipped through the cookbook, and after searching for a long time, he didn't see a dish that can be made here. Ah, so annoying, why would I look at this kind of thing in the middle of the night? Longshu said irritably while flipping through the recipe along with his saliva. Finally, Longshu found a dish that he could make right now. Egg fried rice, it's you. Longshu held the egg fried rice he made, and looked at the rice in front of him that was covered by a black mass of unknown objects. In an instant, Longshu lost his appetite. Is this edible? Longshu took a bite carefully. Although it didn't look very good, it tasted good, but it was a little mushy. After eating a bowl, Longshu touched his gradually bulging stomach and went to bed contentedly. Just when Longshu was about to go to bed, Xiaobai bit Longshu's trouser leg. Longshu looked down and said, Xiaobai, what are you doing? Xiaobai roared slightly at the window. Longshu looked in the direction of the sound, and a black shadow suddenly flashed by the window. Longshu frowned and walked to the window and opened it. But there was no one. Longshu looked around and thought to himself, what is it? Why did it come to our house in the middle of the night? And judging from the speed of this person, it should be a ninja. Who could it be? Could it be someone from the route? It seems that the only person who doesn't get along with me is Danzo. Longshu felt more and more that the figure would be a ninja from the route. Longshu closed the window, stroked Xiaobai, and said, "You are so amazing. I didn't even notice it." Xiaobai also licked Longshu's palm, making Longshu itchy. Chapter 34 The Matsuo Brothers. Jiraiya, you are finally here. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who was running in a hurry, and said dissatisfiedly. Jiraiya chuckled and said, "Sorry, I overslept." Shimura Danzo glanced at Xiaojin on the back of Longshu and said, "Since everyone is here, let's go." Longshu suddenly said, "Wait a minute, there is still one person who hasn't come yet." Shimura Danzo turned around and looked at Longshu and asked, "Who else? Aren't they all here?" Jiraiya also echoed, "That's right, who else is Longshu missing?" Longshu looked at the figure in the distance and said, "Yes, he's here, go and see for yourself." Everyone followed Longshu's line of sight and saw Orochimaru walking slowly towards everyone. Jiraiya shouted directly, "Orochimaru!" After saying that, he rushed directly towards Orochimaru. When Jiraiya was about to pounce on Orochimaru, Orochimaru dodged by turning sideways, and Jiraiya fell directly to the ground. "Orochimaru, why didn't you catch me? It hurts so much?" Jiraiya got up from the ground and said to Orochimaru with dissatisfaction. Orochimaru laughed softly and said "idiot" without turning his head, and walked straight to Ryushu and said, "Hello, Ryushu Senior." "Senior? You should change your name." Ryushu looked at Orochimaru and said. Orochimaru shook his head slightly and said, "No, you are the teacher of Obito, it's okay for me to call you Senior." At this time, Shimura Danzo interrupted and said, "Now that everyone is here, let's go." On the way, Ryushu discussed with Orochimaru what he should call him, but it was useless. Orochimaru still called Ryushu Senior. In the end, Ryushu could only smile helplessly and said, "Forget it, whatever you want." The sky gradually darkened, and everyone stopped and prepared to set up camp and rest. Ryushu looked at the black Bing Liang pill in his hand, and then looked at Xiaojin, who was sleeping on Xiaobai. Ryushu walked to Shimura Danzo and said, "Danzo, is there no food here except Bing Liang pills?" Shimura Danzo looked at Xiaojin beside him and said, "No, if you want food, go find it yourself." After that, he walked away without looking back. Ryushu looked at Shimura Danzo, who was puzzled, and thought to himself, "It seems that I have to find something to eat. I can't let Xiaojin eat Bing Liang pills." Then he put away the Bing Liang pill in his hand. Ryushu asked Jiraiya and the others to look after Xiaojin for a while, and he went to find some food. Jiraiya held Ryushu and said with a chuckle, "Brother Ryushu, can you help me bring some food, hehe." Ryushu rolled his eyes at Jiraiya and said, "Okay, if there are any extra ones, I will bring them back." After searching for a while, Ryushu only found a few fruits, and he didn't know if they could be eaten. At this time, there was a smell of blood, and Ryushu frowned slightly and followed the smell of blood. "Xingji, go quickly, you won't be able to run away when their people come." Matsuo Shinji shook his head and said, "No, we are brothers, how can I abandon you?" Matsuo Koji pushed Matsuo Koji away and said, "Get out, you can't run away if you wait for a while, get out." Matsuo Yukiichi shook his head frantically, gritted his teeth and wanted to pick up Matsuo Yukaiji and said, "No, no, absolutely not, we are brothers, we must die together." At this time, a voice came, "Hehe. I finally found you." A man held a big knife and looked at the two with a wicked smile. "You dare to shout in the night, you two are really stupid, go to hell." Nakano was about to chop off Matsuo Yukichi's head with a knife. Matsuo Yukaiji used all his strength to support himself and pushed away the stunned Matsuo Yukiichi. Nakano looked at Matsuo Yukaiji, who fell to the ground, sneered twice, and said in surprise, "You are not dead yet, it's a miracle." Matsuno Yukaiji collapsed on the ground and looked at Nakano and said, "Haha, there will always be miracles in this world." Nakano raised the knife and looked at Matsuo Yukaiji and said, "Oh? Then let me see if a miracle will happen." After saying that, he was ready to put an end to Matsuo Yukaiji. Matsuo Yukaiji looked at the sword that was getting closer and closer, his eyes became more and more unwilling, and finally he closed his eyes in despair. Squeak! Hey? Why don't you feel it? Matsuo Yukaiji slowly opened one eye. It was Matsuo Yukiichi who blocked Nakano's attack with his body. Matsuo Yukiichi's chest was pierced by Nakano, and blood flowed down the sword, gradually dripping on Matsuo Yukaiji. Yukiichi, no, you can't die, you can't die. Matsuo Yukaiji looked at Matsuo Yukiichi, who was blocking him, and his tears couldn't stop flowing. Matsuo Yukiichi gently wiped away Matsuo Yukaiji's tears and whispered, "As your brother, I have always asked you to protect me. This time, let me protect you." "Hehe, I really envy your brotherhood, tut tut, but you really made an unwise decision, so let me send you off." Nakano kicked Matsuo Yukiichi away and chopped at Matsuo Yukaiji again. Chapter 35 Mountain Castle. Just when Matsuo Yukaiji was in despair, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. It was a stone that hit Nakano. Nakano seemed to be frozen, motionless. Who is it?" But Matsuo Yukaiji looked around but didn't find anyone. He looked at his unconscious brother and begged, "No matter who you are, as long as you can save my brother, I will do anything you ask me to do. Please." Longshu saw that he also jumped down from the tree nearby. After looking at the unconscious Matsuo Yukiichi, he simply bandaged his wound to prevent him from dying from excessive blood loss. Matsuo Yukaiji, who was standing by, saw that his brother was not in danger of life, and said gratefully, "Thank you very much. From now on, you are my Matsuo Yukaiji's master." Longshu shook his head slightly and said, "I don't need a servant." Longshu walked over to Zhonye and tied him up, and untied his acupoints. Just after untying the acupoints, he heard Zhonye cursing, "Who are you? I warn you not to meddle in other people's business. Untie me quickly or I will kill you too." Longshu looked at Zhonye with interest and asked, "You have been tied up by me, how do you want to kill me?" Zhonye also found his situation, and his tone gradually became lower. He pretended to be calm and said, "Hey, I tell you that I am the second in command of Shancheng village, otherwise you will be dead when my boss comes." Longshu pretended to be scared and said, "Oh, that's too bad, it seems I have to run away quickly." Seeing that Longshu was afraid, Nakano immediately became arrogant and laughed, "It's good that you are afraid, so why don't you let me go?" Longshu can finally be sure of one thing now, this person's IQ seems to be a bit problematic. Longshu kicked Nakano with his foot and asked, "What is your relationship with those two people, why are you chasing them?" Nakano continued to say arrogantly, "Hey? Do you care if I chase them? Let me go quickly, otherwise you will die." Longshu reluctantly took out the ninja forehead protector from the ninja tool bag and put it in front of Nakano. Nakano was shocked and said, You are actually a Kanaha ninja." Longshu put away the ninja forehead protector and asked, "It's good to know. Now tell me, why are you chasing them?" At this time, Matsuo Yukaiji, who was lying on the side, spoke up, "Master, let me answer this question." Longshu turned his head and frowned slightly, saying, "I said, don't call me master, just call me Longshu." Matsuo Yukaiji nodded and said, "Then I will call you Lord Longshu." Then he talked about the cause of the matter. It turned out that the Yamashiro village was a group of evil bandits. They took advantage of the First Ninja World War to burn, kill, loot, and destroy many villages in the Land of Fire, and took back many children to train them to become killing machines in their hands. And the two Matsuo were among the children. Matsuo Yukaiji was very talented. He extracted chakra when he was a child, while Matsuo Yuki still has no chakra. But because of his good talent, Matsuo Yukaiji was favored by the leader of the Yamashiro village, Hasakawa Akio, and was able to save Matsuo Yukiichi. Now Matsuo Yukaiji knows that his parents were killed by Hasakawa Akio and is ready to take revenge, but the gap between his strength and Hasakawa Akio's is too big, so he can only take the opportunity to escape. Longshu looked at Matsuo Yukaiji and said, "Are you still a ninja?" Matsuo Yukaiji nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Longshu, I am just an ordinary Chunin." Longshu shook his head and said, "Being able to become a Chunin in a village is enough to show that you have good talent." He turned back and looked at Nakano and said, "Then you are useless now." Nakano shook his head frantically and said, "No, no, no, I know a secret that they definitely don't know." Longshu raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh? Secret, tell me, if it is really useful, I can consider letting you go." Nakano said uneasily, "I know that Hasakawa Akio often secretly meets someone, and he is very afraid of that person." "That's it?" "Yes, yes." Longshu shook his head helplessly and said, "It seems that your secret is of no use." After saying that, he didn't wait for Nakano to resist, and directly solved Nakano. Longshu clapped his hands and said, "How are you? Can you stand up?" Matsuo Yukaiji stood up unsteadily and nodded slightly, saying, "Sir Longshu, can I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" Matsuo Yukaiji looked at the unconscious Matsuo Yukiichi and said, "Sir Longshu, can you take Yukiichi to see a doctor? I'm afraid of him." Longshu shook his head and said, "I don't have that much extra time. I have things to do." At this time, the unconscious Matsuo Yukiichi suddenly woke up. Ahem! Matsuo Yukaiji hurried over, helped Matsuo Yukiichi up, and said, "Yukiichi, are you okay?" Matsuo Yukiichi shook his head exhaustedly and said, "It's nothing serious, just rest for a while." Ryushu suddenly said, "Your shoulder was pierced. I guess you won't be able to use your arm if you don't get treated." Chapter 36 Cooking Ninja. How could this happen? "Lord Ryushu, can you save Yukiichi?" Matsuo Yukaiji pleaded with Ryushu again. Ryushu shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know medical ninjutsu." Ryushu looked at the lost Matsuo and the other two, thought for a while and said, "Come with me." Looking at the Matsuo and the other two who were staggering and might fall to the ground at any time, Ryushu split two clones to carry them and follow him. Ryushu led them to the temporary camp built by the Kanaha people. Longshu found Shimura Danzo and said, "Danzo, do we have any medical ninjas here?" Shimura Danzo first looked at Longshu, then looked at the two people behind Longshu, frowned and said, "What are you doing? Why did you bring strangers here?" Longshu waved his hand and said, "Danzo, why are you so nervous?" Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and said, "I'm not nervous, I'm cautious." Longshu interrupted Shimura Danzo and said, Okay, cautious, can you tell me where the medical ninjas are now?" Although Shimura Danzo was reluctant, he still told Longshu where the medical ninjas were. "Okay, your injuries are healed, you can go," Longshu said, stretched, and walked towards his tent. "Please wait a moment, Lord Longshu." Matsuo Yukiichi suddenly called out to Longshu. "Is there anything else?" Longshu turned around and asked. Matsuo Yukiichi said with some embarrassment, "Sir Longshu, can you help me rescue my apprentice?" "Yukiichi, what are you talking about? Don't bother me, Sir Longshu, let's go." Matsuo Yukaiji took Matsuo Yukaki's hand and turned to leave. Longshu remembered that Matsuo Yukiichi didn't seem to be a ninja, so why did he have an apprentice? Longshu asked in confusion, "You have an apprentice?" Matsuo Yukiichi said proudly, "Yes, Sir Longshu, I have an apprentice, and I am a cooking ninja." "Enough, Yukiichi, don't say anything more, there is no such thing as a cooking ninja in this world, come with me." Matsuo Yukiichi interrupted Matsuo Yukiichi again. Longshu heard the cooking ninja and subconsciously asked, "Is your apprentice called Ichiraku?" "Hey, Lord Nagarjuna, how do you know? Do you know Ichiraku?" Matsuo Yukiichi looked at Nagarjuna in confusion and asked. Nagarjuna did not answer Matsuo Yukiichi's doubts, and said, "I can help you rescue your apprentice, but..." Matsuo Yukiichi asked excitedly, "But what?" "As long as you can rescue Ichiraku, you can ask me to do anything." Nagarjuna shook his head and said, "That's not the case. I'll talk about the conditions after I rescue him. Now take me to the mountain city village." "Okay, we'll take you there right away." "Brother Nagarjuna? Are you back?" It was Jiraiya who saw Nagarjuna. "Oh, it's Jiraiya." Nagarjuna saw Jiraiya and said. Jiraiya trotted to Nagarjuna and asked, "Brother Nagarjuna, did you bring back any food?" Nagarjuna took out a few fruits from his pocket and said, "There are only a few fruits, do you want them?" Jiraiya took the fruit from Longshu's hand, swallowed it, and said, "Brother Longshu, are there any more?" Longshu shook his head and said, "No, why don't you wait a little longer, I'll go out and look for it." Jiraiya touched his stomach and said, "Okay, I'll go back to look after Xiaojin first. Xiaojin is really sleeping so well that he hasn't woken up yet." On the way to the mountain city with Matsuo and the others, Matsuo Yukiichi suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Oh, I remember it." Longshu looked at Matsuo Yukiichi and asked, "What did you think of?" Matsuo Yukiichi explained, "It's the fruit you took out. It seems to be a psychedelic fruit." Longshu asked in confusion, "Psychedelic fruit?" Matsuo Yukiichi nodded and said, "Yes, psychedelic fruit, as the name suggests, will produce hallucinations after eating, and the whole person will be confused after eating it." Longshu twitched his mouth and said, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Jiraiya ate it all. Matsuo Yukiichi scratched his head and said, "I thought you knew it, Lord Longshu, after all, you are a ninja." Longshu shook his head and said, "Forget it, it's just a psychedelic fruit. With Jiraiya's body trained by Tsunade, there shouldn't be any big problems." At this time, in the Kanaha camp, Jiraiya was wandering around in a daze. "Hey, Jiraiya, what's wrong with you?" It was Tsunade who saw the staggering Jiraiya and walked over to support him. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade. In his eyes, it was a young lady with a childlike face and sexy body talking to him. Jiraiya smiled lewdly and said, "Hello, little sister." Tsunade pushed Jiraiya away and said angrily, "Jiraiya, what's that expression on your face, it's so disgusting." Jiraiya got up from the ground, staggered and stretched out his evil hand towards Tsunade. Bang! Tsunade punched Jiraiya into the ground. Lying on the ground, Jiraiya was still muttering, "Little sister." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya angrily, and after thinking about it, she took him back. Chapter 37 Hasakawa Akio. Is this the mountain city village? It's a little different from what I imagined. Ryushu looked at the brightly lit village in front of him and asked in confusion. Matsuo Yukiichi asked puzzledly, "Is there any problem?" "Lord Ryushu, are you sure this is just a mountain village? Not a small ninja village?" Although the mountain city is not big, Longshu can clearly see that there are still many ninjas in it. Although most of them are genin, the number is almost comparable to that of a small ninja village. Matsuo Yukiichi nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Longshu, this is the mountain city. Most of the ninjas in it are genin, there are only a dozen chunin, and there is only one jonin, Hasakawa Akio." Longshu nodded secretly when he heard what Matsuo Yukiichi said, and said, "If there are only 3 jonin, then there should be no problem with this operation." Longshu quietly approached the mountain city, ambushed one of the genin, and used the transformation technique to change into the appearance of that genin and sneaked in. Long Shu entered the mountain village and looked at the well-organized buildings. He felt that this mountain village was more and more unusual. Xin, why are you here? Shouldn't you be patrolling outside? A woman holding an axe in her hand walked towards Longshu. Longshu was stunned for a moment before he realized that the woman should be talking to him. Oh, I'm a little tired, let me rest for a while. The woman walked to Longshu, leaned on Longshu's shoulder, looked at him expectantly and asked, Xin, when are you going to marry me? Ah? Marry you? Longshu couldn't help but shouted out. Longshu glanced at the woman. She looked pretty good, but her figure. It's really hard to describe at a glance. Longshu quietly used illusion to stun her, and continued to walk deeper into the village. Longshu sneaked in while thinking about what Matsuo Yukiichi told him before leaving. Ichiraku is probably in the dungeon now, but how can I get in? I got it. Ryushu suddenly shouted to the sky, someone come. Instantly, more than a dozen ninjas surrounded Ryushu, and one of them walked forward and asked, Shin, what are you yelling about? Ryushu directly cast the wind style, great breakthrough seal, and a strong wind blew, and the surroundings instantly became tattered. You are not Shin, who are you? Hosokawa Akio suddenly appeared, staring at Ryushu and questioned. Ryushu also changed back to his youthful appearance, and laughed, haha, I'm happy today, I'm going to kill you bandits for justice. Hosokawa Akio sneered twice and said, just you, little brat? I think you'd better die. He looked at Ryushu with a knife. After a chaotic battle, Long Shu pretended to be exhausted of chakra, stared at Hosokawa Akio and said, hey, you are lucky, I don't have much chakra, otherwise you will die today. Then he was ready to leave here in a swagger. Hee, kid, do you want to escape? Hosokawa Akio stopped Long Shu and said. Long Shu pretended to be panicked and said, you, what are you going to do? I tell you, I am a ninja of Kanaha. You can't catch me, otherwise you will die. Hosokawa Akio still had some concerns about Long Shu's identity. When he thought of that man, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He made up his mind and grabbed Long Shu and said, hee, I don't care who you are. Our Shancheng village is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Come with me. Boy, dare to trespass in our Shancheng village, you will spend your life here. A man threw Long Shu into the dungeon and said with a smile. Oh, really? Then you are very powerful. Long Shu suddenly appeared behind the man, and before the man could react, he knocked him out with a punch. Picked up the key to the dungeon and looked for the prison where Ichiraku was imprisoned. Long Shu used fire escape to light up the place, and looked around to find that there was no one here, which made Long Shu very strange. It was too strange that there was no prisoner in such a big dungeon. After searching for a while, Long Shu confirmed that there was indeed no one here, and Long Shu frowned and walked out of the dungeon. Long Shu was going to find Hosokawa Akio directly and let him tell him where Ichiraku was. Long Shu didn't want to waste time. Hosokawa Akio looked at Long Shu, who appeared in front of him again, and asked in surprise, hey, how did you escape? Long Shu said directly, I won't say any more nonsense, tell me where Ichiraku is, maybe I can spare your life. Looking at Long Shu's careless look, Hosokawa Akio couldn't help laughing and said, what stupid things are you talking about? Bang! Before Hosokawa Akio could react, Long Shu directly used the water prison technique to control Hosokawa Akio. Goo 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 goo, hoo. Long Shu unlocked the water prison technique and used a kunao to press against Hosokawa Akio's heart, and asked, tell me where Ichiraku is. Hosokawa Akio raised his hand and said tremblingly, you, who are you? Long Shu asked again, you don't need to know who I am, I'm asking you where Ichiraku is. Hosokawa Akio suddenly laughed, and I don't know when Hosokawa Akio suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in front of Long Shu. When Long Shu looked at Hosokawa Akio, who appeared behind him in surprise. Hosokawa Akio stared at Long Shu and asked cautiously, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Long Shu looked at the nervous Hosokawa Akio and said, "I told you, I just came here to find Ichiraku." Hosokawa Akio frowned and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? I sneaked in here just to find a little brat." Long Shu spread his hands helplessly and said, "Then what else? Do you have anything else that I need?" Hosokawa Akio stared at Long Shu for a while and said uncertainly, "Are you really looking for that little brat?" Long Shu nodded again and said, "Yes, as long as you can hand him over to me, I will leave immediately." After a while, Hosokawa Akio asked someone to bring Ichiraku over and pushed him to Long Shu and said, "I'll give Ichiraku to you, let's go quickly." Long Shu looked at Hosokawa Akio's attitude and found it very strange. Although he was concerned about his identity before, he still caught him. Why did he drive him away now? But Risha didn't delve too deeply into it, and turned around and left with Ichiraku. Watching Rishu's departing back, Hosokawa Akio came to a secret room, and looking at the men in front of him who were all emitting a cold aura, he said nervously, "See, Master Jiro, I have sent them away, do you have any other instructions?" Shimada Jiro shook his head and said, "No, remember that you'd better not provoke people from Kanaha next time you meet them. It's not time for us to be born yet. When Master Hanzo grows up, our rain village will surely become the 6th ninja village." Shimada Jiro said coldly again, "If it weren't for those old men in the village, the rain village would have been ours long ago." Hosokawa Akio looked at the indignant Shimada Jiro below and didn't dare to breathe, for fear that Shimada Jiro would kill him directly. Shimada Jiro looked at Hosokawa Akio again and said, "Remember who is your master." After saying that, he left without looking back. On the way to bring Ichiraku back, Ryushu suddenly remembered that the purpose of his coming out was to find food. Ryushu had to go back and shouted, "Hey, someone come out!" Hosokawa Akio heard Ryushu's shout and asked with a sullen face, "What else do you want?" Ryushu smiled embarrassedly, "Do you have anything to eat here? Can you give me some?" Hosokawa Akio closed the door with a bang and threw a chicken out. "Tisk tisk, so rude." Looking at the chicken in his hand, he shouted again, "Can you give me another one?" "One is not enough." Ryushu took 2 chickens and Ichiraku back to the Kanaha camp, found Matsuo and the other 2, and said, "I'll bring Ichiraku back." Before Ryushu finished speaking, Ichiraku hurried over and hugged Matsuo Yukiichi and cried, "Wow wow!" Ryushu looked at the 2 people hugging each other, walked aside and silently killed the chicken. "Thank you, Lord Nagaragi, thank you for saving Ichiraku." When Nagaragi was still fighting wits and courage with the chicken, Matsuo Yukiichi said behind Nagaragi. Nagaragi waved his hand and said, "Nothing." He looked at Matsuo Yukiichi and said, "Hey, Yukiichi, don't you call yourself a cooking ninja? Then come and help me cook these 2 chickens." Matsuo Yukiichi rolled up his sleeves and said enthusiastically, "Okay, then leave it to me. I will definitely satisfy you, Lord Nagaragi." As time passed, the fragrance slowly drifted away, and more ninjas gathered here. Nagaragi sat aside and looked at the roasted chicken whose skin gradually turned golden. Thinking that he had only eaten the military pills on the way today, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Nagaragi hurried over to pick up Xiaojin, but when Nagaragi came back, the place was surrounded by people in 3 layers on the left and right. Long Shu finally squeezed into the crowd with Xiaojin in his arms. Looking at the remaining bones, he gritted his teeth and said, "You bastards, I worked so hard to get the food, but you didn't leave me any." Tsunade quickly swallowed the chicken leg in her hand, wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth, and laughed, "Brother Long Shu, don't be angry, we are not full either, why don't you go out and look for more?" Long Shu turned his head to look at the steel wool and asked, "How dare you say that? I think you eat the most." Tsunade scratched her head and said, "No, I only ate 2 chicken legs and 1 chicken wing. Tsunade looked at Longshu's clenched fist and waved her hand. Brother Longshu, I'm going to sleep first. I have to travel tomorrow. After that, she ran away. Seeing this, everyone dispersed. Looking at the people running fast, he shook his head helplessly and said, "You are lucky to run fast, otherwise I will make you suffer." Longshu looked at Xiaobai who was eating bones on the ground, and muttered to himself, "I wonder if the meat of the white tiger is delicious." Chapter 38 Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Well, Lord Longshu, I still have a chicken leg here, you see. Longshu grabbed the chicken leg with lightning speed and said, "Well done, Xing, you are worthy of being a cooking ninja." Longshu looked at Xiaojin and handed the chicken leg to her. Xiaojin ate it in 2 or 3 bites without leaving any bone residue. Matsuo Yukichi looked at Xiaojin and said in surprise, "Master Longshu, this little master has really good teeth." Longshu looked at Xiaojin who was pouting because he was not full and comforted him, "Okay, don't be angry, it's late now, go to bed." Xiaojin grabbed Longshu's arm and said coquettishly, "No, I'm not sleepy at all now, you play landlord with me." Longshu said helplessly, "But landlord is played by 3 people, and there are only 2 of us." Xiaojin pointed to the Matsuo people on the side and said, "There are 2 more people, why don't you ask them to play with us?" Longshu shook his head and said, "That won't work, your uncles Yukiichi and Yukaiji are injured today, let them have a good rest." Xiaojin pointed to Yul who was in a daze on the side and said, "Then let him play with us." As soon as Xiaojin finished speaking, Matsuo Koiki hurriedly pulled Ichiraku in front of Longshu and said, "In this case, let Ichiraku play with the little master." Ichiraku looked at Matsuo Koichi with a confused face, Master, what happened?" Matsuo Koichi patted Ichiraku and said in his ear easily, "Ichiraku, I will teach you a difficult task. As long as you make the little master happy, I will teach you the special secret recipe of Matsushima ramen." Ichiraku's eyes seemed to flash with fire when he heard the secret recipe. He looked at Xiaojin excitedly and said, "Come on, no matter what you want to do, I will make you happy." Looking at the enthusiastic Ichiraku, Xiaojin couldn't help but move behind Longshu. Longshu looked at the 2 people who were playing with great interest, and couldn't help but feel sleepy. He yawned, and took advantage of the 2 people's inattention to quietly split a clone, and continued to play with the 2 children, while he hid in the tree to sleep. Xiaojin won another round, threw away the few remaining cards in his hand, held his chin with both hands and said, "No more playing, it's really boring that you always lose." Yul seemed to realize this, threw away the cards he had not played and said, "Are you happy now?" Xiaojin pouted and said, "It's not fun at all, how can I be happy?" Yul looked at Xiaojin and asked, "Then why are you happy?" Xiaojin thought for a while and said, "Then let's chat, let me introduce myself first, my name is Suzuki Jin, what's your name?" Yul said shyly, "My name is Yul." Xiaojin asked doubtfully, "Don't you have a surname?" "I have one." Yul shook his head and said, "No, the name Yul was given to me by my master." The clone of Longshu on the side suddenly said, "Since you don't have a name, let me give you one." Ichiraku looked at Longshu with some hesitation and said, "This is not good, I still want my master to give me a name." But the expectation in his eyes still revealed Ichiraku's thoughts. Longshu smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, your master won't care. I have already thought of a name, I will call him Otsutsuki Ichiraku. How about it, isn't it nice?" "Hehe, it's okay." Ichiraku said with a slightly happy tone, and there was an involuntary smile on the corner of his mouth. Xiaojin looked at Longshu and said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, it's obviously me who named him, why did you name him, really?" Longshu touched Xiaojin's head and smiled helplessly, "Xiaojin, you are getting more and more impolite now, and you don't even call me dad. Even if you don't call me dad, you should at least use honorifics." Xiaojin stuck out his tongue and smiled, Okay, I know. Ichiraku looked at Longshu and the others, and his eyes showed envy. Ichiraku suddenly stood up and said, "From now on, I'll be called Otsutsuki Ichiraku." Ichiraku suddenly jumped up and scared Xiaojin. Xiaojin picked up a small stone on the ground and threw it at Ichiraku. He rolled his eyes at Ichiraku and said, "What are you doing? You scared me to death." Ichiraku touched his head embarrassedly, sat down and said, "Hee, sorry, Xiaojin, I was too excited. Let's continue playing landlord. I know how to play now." Xiaojin half believed and half doubted and started playing with Ichiraku again. Longshu on the side suggested, "It's so boring to just play landlord. How about this, whoever loses a game will be rubbed with mud on his face." Xiaojin nodded excitedly and said, Okay, it's fun to play like this. Let's get started." At this time, thousands of miles away, a man with circular eyes sneezed, rubbed his nose, shook his head and said to himself in confusion, "It's really strange that I can still sneeze." The six-path sage looked up at the moon hanging in the sky and murmured to himself, "Mother, are you thinking about me? I miss you too." Chapter 39, Sand Village. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing the name of Ichiraku and getting transformation points, 1 point. Hey! Longshu was awakened by the sound of the system in an instant. He turned over and was about to fall from the tree. Longshu grabbed a branch with his backhand and barely stabilized himself. Longshu returned to the tree again and said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, system, can you not make a sound when I'm sleeping?" Almost falling from the tree, Longshu also woke up, yawned, looked at the sky that was gradually getting brighter, and jumped directly under the tree. Watching his clone hugging Xiaojin and Ichiraku and fell asleep together. Longshu twitched his lips, disbanded the clone, and thought to himself, "Why can a clone fall asleep?" After the clone was disbanded, the memory of the clone was also transmitted to Longshu's mind. Longshu smiled helplessly, "Otsutsuki Ichiraku, thanks to you for thinking of it." Longshu picked up the two children in each hand and walked towards the center of the camp. Most of the ninjas have woken up and gathered here. Shimura Danzo looked at everyone and announced the departure. Longshu looked at the two people who followed him relentlessly, and said, "Have you really decided will you follow me from now on?" Kaoji nodded seriously and said, "Yes, Lord Narakuju, you will be the master of our two brothers from now on." Narakuju waved his hand and said, "Forget it, master. Since you have decided to follow me, then come with us first." There was no conversation along the way until we reached the border of the Land of Fire. The difference between the two countries can be clearly seen. On one side, there are beautiful mountains and clear waters, lush trees, and on the other side, there is no grass and no people. They are simply two extremes. Many genin came here for the first time and were very curious about the things around them. Narakujo looked at Jiraiya's distressed look and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with you, Jiraiya? I see you are very unhappy." Jiraiya shook his head and said, "I don't know why my head is so dizzy, and I was sore all over when I got up this morning." Ryashu thought that this was the after effect of Jiraiya accidentally eating the hallucinogenic fruit, so he smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. "Welcome Kanaha Hokage advisor, Shimura Danzo to visit our sand village." The third Kazekage and a group of ninjas welcomed the Konoha ninjas who came. Shimura Danzo watched the sand ninjas accept the third Kazekage's welcome with a smile, and chatted with them like old friends reunited. The Konoha people were arranged by the sand ninjas to live in a small house. Seeing this, Longshu prepared to go out to buy some food. He had been eating all the military pills these 2 days and was about to vomit. Walking on the streets of the sand ninja village, you can clearly feel the gap between here and Kanaha, and the most obvious gap is the population gap. In Kanaha, as long as it is not night, there will always be a few people on the street with their girlfriends or children strolling and shopping. Although there are many shops in the sand ninja village, the streets are deserted. Longshu prepared to buy some food and go back. It was really a bit hot here. Longshu looked at the environment of the Sand Ninja Village and thought to himself, it seems that the Sand Ninja Village is slowly ruined at this time. When Longshu went back, Shimura Danzo also came back. Seeing Longshu holding the food, Shimura Danzo frowned slightly and said, "Where have you been?" Longshu picked up the food in his hand and said, "Buy some food. I am going to vomit after eating the Bing Liang pills these 2 days." Shimura Danzo snorted and said, "As a senior ninja, you still care about the taste of the tongue." Longshu spread his hands and said, "Oh, then you can eat Bing Liang pills these days." After that, he was ready to find Matsuo Yukiichi to ask him to cook. He had to admit that Matsuo Yukiichi's cooking was a little better than his own. Shimura Danzo stopped Longshu and said, "Wait a minute before you go. I have something to tell you." After staring at Longshu for a while, Shimura Danzo said reluctantly, "Although I don't want to admit it, you are indeed the most capable senior ninja who came this time, except for me." Longshu looked at Shimura Danzo in surprise, and said in disbelief, "You can actually praise people? It's really rare." Shimura Danzo's old face turned red for a moment. If Longshu hadn't stared at Shimura Danzo's face, Longshu wouldn't have noticed it. Longshu thought about it and said secretly, "That's right, Danzo is not seriously injured now, so he shouldn't be as extreme as in the future." Shimura Danzo pretended to cough twice and said, "The Chunin exam will be held in 3 days. This time, the Sand Ninja gave us and the Rock Ninja 2 examiner quotas." Longshu nodded and said, "I know, who is the other examiner?" Shimura Danzo pointed at himself and said, "Of course it's me, otherwise who do you think it could be?" Shimura Danzo's eyes became firm and said, "Remember, this Chunin exam we will definitely not embarrass Kanaha, and we must let other ninja villages know who is the boss among the ninja villages." Ryashu thought about the genin who will take part in the Chunin exam this time, shook his head and said, "This is not easy to deal with." Chapter 40 Meeting. Ryashu thought about it, shook his head slightly and said, "The genin who will take part in the Chunin exam this time are not very strong." Shimura Danzo also nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed." He said angrily, "I really don't know what Hiruzen is thinking," and he actually let Tsunade and the other 3 take part in the Chunin exam. Ryashu looked at Shimura Danzo's inexplicable anger, and felt it was impressive. Shimura Danzo also saw Ryashu's thoughts and said, "If Tsunade and the others were not Hiruzen's apprentices, this Chunin exam would not be so complicated." Shimura Danzo continued with a bad look on his face. The Sand Ninjas learned in advance that Tsunade and the others had come back and specially selected a group of genin who had reached the Chunin level to take the exam, and they also pretended to work with us to formulate the rules of this Chunin exam. "You mean the rules of this Chunin exam were made by the 3 ninja villages together?" Ryashu asked Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo nodded and said, "Yes, do you have any good ideas?" Ryashu smiled mysteriously and said, "When you make the rules of the Chunin exam, take me with you, is that okay?" "Of course there is no problem, but do you have any good ideas?" Shimura Danzo asked Ryashu, who looked mysterious. Longshu kept it a secret and said, "You will know by then, don't be so anxious." Shimura Danzo snorted and said, "Who said I was anxious?" Then he turned around and left. Looking at the Shimura Danzo in front of him who was incompatible with his memory, he secretly said, "If Danzo's personality is not as extreme as in the future, it would be good." Finally, the next day, Longshu was called by Shimura Danzo to discuss the rules of the Chunin exam with the Sand Ninja and Rock Ninja. Longshu followed Shimura Danzo to the meeting room of the Sand Ninja village, where the senior officials of the Sand Ninja village were waiting for the arrival of Kanaha and Rock Ninja. The third Kazekage glanced at the crowd and said, "Since everyone is here, let's start the meeting. I think it's okay for us Sand Ninja to speak first." The Rock Ninja representative laughed and said, "This is the Sand Ninja village. It's best for the Kazekage to start, right, Advisor Danzo?" Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. The rules set by the third Kazekage are no different from the previous Chunin exams, and strength is still supreme. Ryushu smiled secretly and said, "It seems that what I thought is right." Now other ninja villages are imitating Kanaha to conduct the Chunin exams. Although Ryushu smiled very secretly, the third Kazekage still saw the slightly raised corners of his mouth and raised his eyebrows and said, "Counselor Danzo, don't you know who this is?" Shimura Danzo introduced the third Kazekage. "Oh, then let me introduce the Kazekage. This is Suzuki Ryushu, the vice president of our Konoha Ninja School, and also the founder of the Tatsuki Group." Listening to Shimura Danzo bragging about himself, Ryushu felt a little blushed, coughed twice, stood up and said, "Hello, Kazekage." The third Kazekage felt puzzled when listening to Shimura Danzo's introduction. How could a vice president suddenly appear in the ninja school, and what is the Tatsuki Group? But the third Kazekage was a kage after all, so he quickly sorted out his thoughts and said with a smile, "No need to be polite, Vice Principal Suzuki." When he spoke, he emphasized the word vice in his tone. Long Shu didn't care, and smiled slightly, "Haha, Lord Kazekage, you don't know, we have met before. I wonder if I, the Vice Principal, have the honor to let Lord Kazekage remember that one time." The third Kazekage didn't think he had met Long Shu, and shook his head slightly and said, "I'm really sorry, Vice Principal Suzuki, maybe my memory is not very good, and I can't remember cats and dogs." The rock ninja on the side also said, "Yes, it's really a fantasy for a mere vice principal to be related to the kage of a village." Long Shu laughed twice, looked at the rock ninja and said, "I don't know when the rock ninja became a licker of the sand ninja. The rock ninja is one of the 5 major villages after all. It's really a pity." He pretended to be heartbroken. Although the rock ninja didn't know what a licker meant, he knew it wasn't a good word after seeing the reaction of Long Shu after he said this. He stood up and slapped the table, pointed at Long Shu's nose and said, "If you have the guts, say it again, a mere vice principal." Even if Long Shu had a good temper, he would be a little angry if someone pointed at his nose. Just as Long Shu was about to speak, the third Kazekage gently knocked on the table and said, "Okay, let's stop discussing these things. Let's talk about the exam rules I proposed before." Long Shu looked at the third Kazekage, who was obviously on the side of the rock ninja, narrowed his eyes and said, "Since Mr. Kazekage has finished speaking, is it our turn on the Kanaha side?" The third Kazekage nodded and said, "Then please ask Danzo advisor to talk about his opinion on the junior Chunin exam." Then he turned his head to Shimura Danzo. The third Kazekage looked at the silent Shimura Danzo and asked, "What? Does Danzo advisor also agree with my proposal?" He couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and said, "Humph, I think I'd better let Nagaragi answer this question. I think he has a special liking for exams." Shimura Danzo now thinks that the current Konoha school is simply terrible. The students who used to be so lively and cheerful can't leave the classroom now. They can only enjoy books every day. No, according to Nagaragi, they are already immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Thinking carefully, it's a good thing that I have graduated, otherwise I would go crazy. I can't help but feel numb when I think of that scene. Nagaragi also continued what Shimura Danzo said. Then let me speak on behalf of Kanaha. Ryushu first looked at the third Kazekage and asked, "Lord Kazekage, what qualities do you think a qualified ninja should have?" The third Kazekage said without hesitation, "Strength, of course it is strength." Ryushu shook his head and said, No, Lord Kazekage, your idea is wrong." The third Kazekage frowned slightly and said, "Oh? Then what do you think is a qualified ninja?" Ryushu smiled slightly and said, "Then I will tell you this is my own opinion. After all, Master Kazekage is still young, so it's normal that he doesn't know. First of all, the ninja I'm talking about is a qualified ninja. Master Kazekage, you should know this. Only when a ninja becomes a Chunin can he be considered a qualified ninja. Because only when he reaches Chunin can he be qualified to take on missions above sea level, and only then will he have the opportunity to encounter ninja-level enemies. The third Kazekage suddenly waved his hand and said impatiently, "I know what you said, just get to the point." Ryashu didn't care anymore and continued, "If the Jonin is the backbone of a ninja village, then the Chunin is the skeleton of a ninja village. And the foundation of a ninja village also comes from the number of Chunins, so the Chunin exam is a very important exam. This may be the starting point for a genin, and of course it may also be the end forever." The third Kazekage nodded in agreement and said, "Vice Principal Suzuki is right. The Chunin exam is indeed very important. But Vice Principal Suzuki, have you forgotten what we are doing at this meeting?" Ryashu smiled and shook his head and said, "How could that be? What I said before was just a prelude. Now I want to talk about the conditions for promotion to Chunin and the specific rules of this Chunin exam." The rock ninja representative interrupted Ryashu and shouted, "Don't talk about the conditions for promotion to Chunin anymore. Just talk about the specific rules and end it quickly. I'm impatient." Ryashu looked at the rock ninja representative and said nothing. He continued, "The conditions for promotion to Chunin. I told you to shut up. Don't you understand?" The rock ninja interrupted Ryashu again. Shimura Danzo stared at the rock ninja representative and asked, "What are you going to do? You don't want to listen. If you don't want to listen, just get out. Do you have the right to speak here?" The rock ninja pointed at Shimura Danzo's nose and was about to curse, but Shimura Danzo looked at the rock ninja representative with murderous eyes, which softened him instantly. He glanced at the third Kazekage beside him. Shimura Danzo also saw the look in the rock ninja representative's eyes, turned to look at the third Kazekage, and asked, "Why, are you not satisfied either? Luojin! How dare you, who allowed you to call our Kazekage by his name?" The Kazekage guard on the side suddenly interrupted. The Kazekage guard looked at Shimura Danzo who ignored him, and was about to say something, but was stopped by the third Kazekage, who slowly said, "You go out first, you don't need to watch here." "Yes, Lord Kazekage." Although the guards were unwilling, they still followed the order of the Kazekage and retreated. Luojin looked at Shimura Danzo and shook his head slowly, saying, "I don't mean that, but I think it's getting late now, so let Vice Principal Suzuki speak quickly." Although Shimura Danzo was dissatisfied, he had to let Ryashu finish his words quickly as he saw the sky gradually darkening outside the window. Ryashu shook his head helplessly and said, "What a pity, then I will talk about the specific rules of the Chunin exam." The rules of the Chunin exam described by Ryashu are the same as those in the original Naruto work, except that Ryashu changed the part about the Death Forest. After all, it is too difficult for you to find a forest in the Sand Village. The third Kazekage thought about the rules Ryashu said, nodded secretly and said, "It is indeed a perfect rule. If others have no objections, adopt this rule." The third Kazekage looked around at the other people at the conference table and saw that no one opposed Ryashu, so he announced, "Since no one objects, the rules of this Chunin exam will adopt the rules of Vice Principal Suzuki." Chapter 41 The Sweetheart of Matsuo Yukiichi. "Lord Kazekage, why did you agree to Kanaha's proposal? This will make it difficult for us to implement our plan." The rock ninja representative looked at Luojin with a bad face and questioned. Luojin frowned slightly and said dissatisfiedly, "It doesn't matter. According to the intelligence, most of the genin who participated in Kanaha's Chunin exam this time are just making up the numbers. And you have to remember your position. You have no right to question me. Luojin, don't go too far. We are just in a cooperative relationship with you." The rock ninja representative retorted. Luojin's eyes revealed murderous intent and said, "Shimura Danzo is a consultant of Kanaha after all, but who do you think you are, Tianshi, and you dare to call my name?" Tianshi was speechless by Luojin's words, and could only snort coldly, saying, "Humph, I know. After saying that, he left without looking back. Looking at Tianxi's departing back, Luo Jin sneered and said secretly, Dunaki didn't expect that you would let the rock ninja cooperate with us. It really surprised me. After returning to his residence, Long Shu looked at Matsuo Yukiichi, who had already become one with everyone, and smiled. Yukiichi, it seems that your injury has almost recovered. Oh, it's Lord Long Shu. Matsuo Yukiichi smiled and nodded and said, yes, thanks to Yoshiko, otherwise I wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. Then he looked at Nara Yoshiko, who was taking care of Ichiraku on the side. Nara Yoshiko saw Matsuo Yukiichi talking about herself, and smiled at Matsuo Yukiichi and said, what's the matter? Yukiichi? Matsuo Yukiichi hastily turned his head away, not daring to look Nara Yoshiko in the eye, and said shyly, no, nothing, Yoshiko, go on. Looking at the shy Matsuo Yukiichi, Ryasha joked, I didn't expect you to meet your sweetheart so soon. After Matsuo Yukiichi lowered his head and rubbed his hands, he looked up at Ryashu and asked, Sir Ryashu, can you help me? I promise that I absolutely love Yoshiko. Ryashu glanced at Matsuo Yukiichi and said in embarrassment, then do you know what Yoshiko thinks? As far as I know, Yoshiko has many people pursuing her in Kanaha. Nara Yoshiko is a member of the Nara family and has an extraordinary status. She is also a good friend of the current #1 medical ninja, Utane Koharu, and her own medical ninjutsu is also one of the best in Konoha. Are you so sure that she likes you too? When Matsuo Yukiichi heard what Ryasha said, the fire that had just ignited in his heart was instantly extinguished, and he said disappointedly, how could it be, then Sir Ryashu, can you help me think of a solution? After thinking about it, Longsha shook his head and said, I don't have any good ideas, but I promise that as long as you follow me well, sooner or later you will be able to match with Liangzi, but... Matsuo Yukiichi asked impatiently, but what? But if Liangzi likes you, I can go to the Nara family to ask for you. Longshu looked at Nara Liangzi, who was patiently teaching Ichiraku and Zyajin to write. Matsuo Yukiichi shook his head and said, I don't know whether Liangzi likes me or not. So what should I do, Lord Longshu? Longshu spread his hands helplessly and said, then I can't do anything about it. You can only ask Liangzi whether he likes you or not. You can't ask me for help with this matter. Matsuo Yukiichi nodded as if he had lost something and said, okay, I'll ask Liangzi when I'm ready. Ready? You want? What to prepare? Matsuo Yukiichi walked over and asked. Wow, Yukiichi, you walk without making any sound? When did you walk behind me? Matsuo Yukiichi looked at Matsuo Yukiichi, who had come behind him without knowing when, and said dissatisfiedly. Matsuo Yukiichi asked again, just now, what did you and Lord Longshu say just now? Matsuo Yukiichi said first, nothing, by the way, Yukiichi, what do you want to see me for? Matsuo Yukiichi looked at the puzzled Matsuo Yukiichi and said, I'm hungry, should I eat? It's already dark. Matsuo Yukiichi looked at the dark sky and said, oh, is it already this time? Then I'll go and prepare the ingredients quickly. Just when Matsuo Yukiichi was about to leave, Longsha called Matsuo Yukiichi, wait for Yukiichi, this thing is for you. Then he took out the recipe from the system and handed it to Matsuo Yukiichi. Matsuo Yukiichi took the recipe and asked puzzledly, what is this? Longshu smiled and said, this is a recipe. When you learn all the dishes above, you may become a cooking ninja. Matsuo Yukiichi was instantly interested when he heard what Longshu said. He opened the recipe and saw the mouth-watering food. He was surprised and said, Sir Longshu, you are so great. I promise that I belong to you for the rest of my life. Longshu said disdainfully, forget about belonging to me. You should go and cook. I am almost starving after a whole afternoon of meetings. Matsuo Yukiichi also realized that he was too excited. He scratched his head embarrassedly and said, I am too excited. Sorry, Sir Longshu. After saying that, he took the recipe and ran to the kitchen with great interest. Chapter 42 Special Training. Long Shu looked at the three people in front of him who were not in high spirits, and said, "Can you three cheer up? I want to help you three with special training with good intentions, but you..." Jiraiya interrupted Long Shu's words, yawned and said, "Brother Long Shu, can the special training be changed to another time? I am so sleepy now." After saying that, he yawned again. Long Shu looked at Orochimaru and Tsunade beside Jiraiya who were also yawning, and couldn't help shaking his head and said, "What did you three do last night?" But the three of them didn't say a word, as if they were hiding some secrets. Long Shu didn't care what the three of them were doing, and said directly, "Forget it, I'm not discussing with you, now the special training begins." Jiraiya and the other two only felt dizzy and lost consciousness. "Hey, Long Shu, is this method you said really effective?" "I don't know." When Shimura Danzo appeared beside him, Ryashu nodded and said, "Don't worry, it's absolutely possible." He turned to look at Shimura Danzo and asked, "How long can you hold on to this ninjutsu?" Shimura Danzo thought for a while and said, "About 20 minutes. I don't have much chakra and I'm not an illusion-type ninja." Ryashu frowned and said, 20 minutes? This may be a bit short." Shimura Danzo shook his head helplessly and said, "No way, I only have this much chakra." When Jiraiya woke up again, he looked at the city with tall buildings in front of him, jumped up and prepared to jump to a high place to see the city clearly. Jiraiya stood on the roof, looking at the surrounding environment and secretly said, "Where is this place? There is such a place in the ninja world. Hey? That's Tsunade. She seems to be being hunted. It seems like it's time for me to show up again." Then he jumped down from the roof. "Ah! Help! Why is it so high here?" Jiraiya looked at the ground getting closer and closer, and felt that he had made the most wrong decision in his life. "What are you doing, idiot?" It was Orochimaru who caught him in time. Before Jiraiya could calm his fragile little heart, he heard Orochimaru say, "Get away from Jiraiya, hurry up." "What?" Bang! A loud noise came, and a bloody hole was shot in Jiraiya's shoulder. Ah! Blood flowed out of the wound. Jiraiya endured the pain and hid. And Orochimaru used Kunao to kill the enemy who attacked Jiraiya at some point. Orochimaru took out a bandage to help Jiraiya stop the bleeding, pulled him to a safe place and said, "How is it? Nothing happened?" Jiraiya shook his head and said, "Nothing, there is no poison on it." Jiraiya asked again, "What is the situation? Where is this place?" Orochimaru shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I guess this should be an illusion." "Illusion?" "Yes, this should be the illusion used by Senior Nagarjuna, which means this is our special training place," Orochimaru explained to Jiraiya. Jiraiya suddenly thought of Tsunade over there who was still being hunted, and hurriedly said, "Orochimaru, let's go and save Tsunade, I just saw her being hunted." "Who are you saying is being hunted, you idiot?" It was Tsunade who had just come to the two of them, but from the scars on Tsunade's body, it can be seen that her current condition is not very good. Tsunade's arms were covered with bloodstains, and she was also panting. Tsunade threw the food in her hand to Orochimaru and said, "I want to rest for a while, don't wake me up." Then she lay down beside him. Jiraiya looked at the two and asked, "Hey, can't you two explain to me what's going on?" Orochimaru took the food and looked at it and said, "Tsunade and I just got together. This is the food I asked Tsunade to collect before, in case of emergency. No one knows how long we will stay here." Jiraiya took out a sausage from the bag, looked at it and couldn't figure out what it was, and asked, "Hey, Orochimaru, how do you eat this thing?" Orochimaru didn't even look at Jiraiya, and said, "How should I know, you study it yourself." Jiraiya found that there were words on it, but he couldn't read them. They shouldn't be words from the ninja world. After the torture of the psychedelic fruit last time, Jiraiya didn't dare to eat anything this time. He carefully took out the kunao and cut the ham sausage. A meaty aroma spread from it. Jiraiya couldn't help swallowing his saliva and took a careful bite. What is this? It's delicious. Jiraiya's exclamation interrupted Orochimaru, who was thinking, and Tsunade, who was resting. Orochimaru didn't care. After all, he had been with Jiraiya for so long and had gotten used to it, but Tsunade's temper was not so good. She punched Jiraiya on the head directly. Tsunade said angrily, "Jiraiya, didn't I say I wanted to rest for a while? Don't you understand what I said?" Chapter 43 Total Destruction. Jiraiya scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "I'm so sorry, Tsunade." Tsunade picked up the sausage in his hand and said, "Tsunade, try this. It's really delicious." Tsunade looked at the sausage that Jiraiya had already bitten, snatched the sausage cut by Jiraiya, ate it with relish, and walked to Orochimaru and asked, "Orochimaru, what are you doing?" Orochimaru licked his mouth excitedly and said, "This kind of thing should be the product of technology." Then he picked up a pistol and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet shot into the wall. Orochimaru walked to the wall and observed the bullet hole with great interest. "Hey, Orochimaru, what are you doing? Won't such a loud noise attract the enemy?" Jiraiya jumped up and asked. Orochimaru shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. Senior Nagaragi has already said that this is a special training for us, so there is no need for us to hide." Orochimaru said as he looked out the window and smiled, "Besides, we have already been surrounded." "What?" Tsunade and Jiraiya followed Orochimaru's line of sight and saw that there were indeed more than a dozen people waiting outside and surrounded them. Jiraiya couldn't help swallowing and said, "Then let's run quickly, otherwise we will be dead, right?" Orochimaru said slowly, "No need, their reaction, strength, and speed are at most at the level of genin, we should be able to deal with them." Tsunade said solemnly, "What about those black things in their hands? If they are hit, they will definitely be seriously injured." Orochimaru sneered, "They have weapons, but we have ninjutsu." He then formed a seal clone technique and several Orochimaru appeared to surround Jiraiya and the others. Bang! A gunshot sounded, the battle horn had been sounded, and a hail of bullets shot towards Orochimaru and the others. Orochimaru's clones turned into clouds of smoke and disappeared in the air. But how could Jiraiya and the others let them attack in vain? They formed seals one by one and used ninjutsu to counterattack. In the end, Jiraiya and the others found that the enemy seemed to be endless. From time to time, a new group of people would rush to the battlefield to attack Jiraiya and the others again. After 10 minutes of melee, Jiraiya and the others kept using clones to block bullets. The pain received by each clone was transmitted to Jiraiya and the others one by one, which made Jiraiya and the others miserable for a while. In the end, Jiraiya and the others were still defeated, and they had no choice but to fight while running. "Tsunade, please go, I can't do it anymore, I may end up here." Jiraiya collapsed on the ground, ignoring his wound that was bleeding profusely, his eyes full of unwillingness. Tsunade used healing magic on Jiraiya, shaking her head frantically, muttering, "No, it won't." But after a hard battle, the two had already been drained of chakra, and the effect of Tsunade's healing magic was minimal. "Go, they will catch up soon, go, I really can't do it anymore." As Jiraiya's voice became smaller and smaller, Jiraiya's eyes slowly closed, and his breathing slowly stopped. "No, wake up Jiraiya, wake up!" Tsunade cried and gave Jiraiya artificial respiration, again, again, and again, but in the end no miracle happened, Jiraiya died. Tsunade's tears dripped on the ground, mixed with Jiraiya's blood and dyed the earth red. Bang, bang, bang! Another round of attacks came towards Tsunade, and Tsunade threw herself on Jiraiya to block the attacks for him. But no matter how strong Tsunade's body was, she couldn't stop the penetration of the bullets, and was eventually shot to death. Orochimaru, who was hiding on the side, saw the miserable state of the two people. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and the murderous aura seemed to have condensed into a physical object, and the temperature around him dropped a few degrees. Orochimaru still retained some rationality at this time. He knew that this was just an illusion and Tsunade and Jiraiya were just faking their deaths. But even if he knew that, what would it matter? Witnessing his closest friend, no, he could even say his family, that feeling made Orochimaru completely crazy. Orochimaru saw that the enemy was still shooting at the bodies of Jiraiya and the other two, and he could no longer bear it. He roared and rushed out from the side, fighting the enemy. In the end, Orochimaru was also shot through by a bullet and slowly fell to the ground. Orochimaru thought that he would no longer have any feelings, but when Jiraiya and the others died, Orochimaru found out that he was wrong. Even if he was called Orochimaru, so what? He was not a snake, a cold-blooded snake. He would only be a human being with these feelings, who could cry, laugh and feel sad, a human being forever. Finally, Orochimaru smiled and looked at the corpses of Jiraiya and the other man, then slowly closed his tearful eyes and said to himself, "I'm here to find you. Wait for me, Jiraiya, Tsunade, I'll be there soon." Chapter 44 Lecture. You two are just trash. I really don't understand how Hiruzen could teach you two trash. Orochimaru opened his eyes and saw Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were being scolded by Shimura Danzo and couldn't even raise their heads. When Ryuki saw that Orochimaru had woken up, he said beside him, "You finally woke up." Orochimaru rubbed his still dizzy head and stood up, saying apologetically, "Senior Ryuki, it seems that our special training has failed. I'm really sorry." Ryuki shook his head and said, "You didn't fail, but the two of them failed." It turned out that the last second before Orochimaru died was exactly 20 minutes, and Orochimaru, who was not completely dead, passed this special training at the last second. Really? Am I the only one who passed? Orochimaru's eyes suddenly became firm. He walked to Jiraiya and the other two, looked at Shimura Danzo, and said firmly, "I'm sorry, Master Danzo's failure this time was caused by my improper command. Don't blame them anymore." Jiraiya looked up at Orochimaru and said in disbelief, "What nonsense are you talking about, Orochimaru? The three of us are teammates. How can we let you bear the consequences alone?" Tsunade also echoed on the side, "Yes, it is impossible for you to bear the failure of this special training alone." Shimura Danzo looked at Jiraiya and the others who were arguing about who should take responsibility, and suddenly realized that they were just 7-year-old children. Shimura Danzo was silent for a while and said, "Okay, the three of you follow me." Then he took Jiraiya and the others to Narakushu. Narakushu looked at the three people and said, "Let me summarize the mistakes you three made first. First, Jiraiya, when you regained consciousness, you ran to such a conspicuous place as soon as possible. Were you afraid that the enemy would not find you? What were you thinking when you jumped down from a high place? Do you think you are the Hokage? And you dare to eat anything Tsunade brings back? Are you really not afraid of being poisoned to death?" Jiraiya was speechless by what Naruto said. He always wanted to refute Naruto's words, but he couldn't say a word. Then Naruto shifted his sights to Tsunade and said, "Next is you, Tsunade, you are too arrogant. You dare to wander around in the enemy's territory alone. If you were not lucky, you would have died long ago." After talking about Tsunade, Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, "And you, Orochimaru, the three of you are a team. Why do you always act alone? Don't you even discuss the plan with others?" Long Shu exhaled, looked at the three people who lowered their heads in thought and said, "There is one last question. You have been in the illusion for less than 20 minutes, but your chakra has been used up. It's incredible. At the beginning, Orochimaru used his clone to block the bullet, but why did you still fight hard even though you knew that the enemy was endless? Are you three reckless?" Jiraiya couldn't help but retorted, "Then how do we know that they are endless, not to mention that they only had a dozen people at the beginning. Long Shu shook his head helplessly and said, "Okay, even if you didn't know at the beginning, you haven't found it after fighting for almost 5 minutes? Do you think you didn't kill anyone in 5 minutes? I. Enough, continue to listen to me." When Nagaragi finished speaking, Tsunade was already overwhelmed and started to cry softly, her tightly clenched hands expressing her grievances all the time. Nagaragi also realized that he had gone too far, and comforted her, "You are not all shortcomings, you still have some advantages. Besides, this is just the first time, don't be sad, just work hard next time." "Woo. I know, brother Nagaragi." Tsunade wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled. Nagaragi touched Tsunade's head and smiled, "Okay, now you go back and have a good sleep, you will take the Chunin exam tomorrow." Jiraiya and Tsunade had already left, but Orochimaru was still standing there in a daze. After a long while, he said, "Senior Nagaragi, am I really suitable to be a ninja?" Nagaragi was stunned, not understanding what Orochimaru said, and asked, "Why do you have this question?" Orochimaru's eyes revealed confusion, and he held his head with his hands and said, "If it weren't for my command error, Jiraiya and the others might not have died in the illusion. I think there is something wrong with me." Danzo Shimura on the side suddenly said, "There is nothing wrong with your command. Even Hiruzen at your age can't reach your level. Besides, your failure this time is not entirely due to you." "Really?" Orochimaru said with confusion in his eyes. Danzo Shimura squatted down and said patiently, "Really, it's good that you can analyze that you are in an illusion at the first time." Orochimaru's eyes slowly regained calm, and he nodded and said, "Thank you, Danzo, I understand." Chapter 45 Chunin Exam, 1. "Okay, shut up." Kami Kawasaki shouted loudly, looking at the noisy candidates in front of him. As Kami Kawasaki's stern voice came, everyone gradually quieted down. Kami Kawasaki asked his men to distribute the test papers, and he said on the side, "This is the test questions for this time. Those who pass the test can pass this test." A genin from Uegakure asked, "Hey, is the Chunin exam just writing words? This is a bit too simple." Kami Kawasaki sneered and said, "How is it possible? This is only the first part of the test, and you think these questions are simple? Wait until you see what is written on it, and the exam will start now." With Kami Kawasaki's order, the candidates also began to answer the questions. Almost every candidate was scratching his head and complaining, "What is this? Why would the Chunin exam test this thing? Gee, can any student really answer the questions on it?" Shinaoi walked to Kami Kawasaki and asked quietly. Kami Kawasaki shook his head and said, "How could it be? I, a Chunin, don't know what's on it, let alone those genin. Then why do you say they want to test this? It's really strange." Shinaoi picked up a test paper and started to read it. Kami Kawasaki laughed and said, "Oh, who knows, maybe someone doesn't want these genin to pass. Hey, Saki, look at this question." Just as the invigilators on the stage were thinking about the answer together, many candidates were ready to move. Just as Jiraiya was scratching his head, a small snake crawled from his trouser leg along his thigh to his cuffs, poked its head out, spit out a small note and turned into it disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya turned back to look at Orochimaru, but saw an examiner standing in front of him and said, "Why are you looking back? Take the exam well and don't think about cheating." Then he turned Jiraiya's head back. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly and said, "Hee, my neck is a little sore because I've been bent down for a long time. Let's move it." The examiner snorted and said, "Humph, if that's the case, it's the best. Now answer the questions well." After that, he returned to his seat and stared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya watched the time pass by, but he hadn't finished a single question. Although the cheat sheet was in his hand, the examiner who was staring at him made him unable to let go of that hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a noise from the side ignited the quiet examination room. It turned out that an examiner found a candidate cheating and expelled him. The examiner who was staring at Jiraiya also turned his head away. Seeing this, Jiraiya hurriedly glanced at the small note. It seemed that he was too nervous, and the sweat on his palm soaked the paper, causing the words on it to become blurred and Jiraiya could not distinguish them. At this time, Ua Kawasaki, who was sitting aside and looking at the test paper, stood up and said, "So everyone stop writing, the time is up, put down the test paper and hand it in one by one." Although many people were reluctant, they had no choice but to line up and hand it in one by one. Just when everyone thought the exam was about to end, Ua Kawasaki suddenly said, "Those of you who think you have not passed this exam, stand up." With a swish, almost all the candidates stood up together, and of course Jiraiya also stood up. Except for Orochimaru, Tsunade and several confident candidates still sat steadily in their seats. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya who stood up and shook his head and said secretly, "What an idiot." Kami Kawasaki looked at the people who stood up and nodded secretly, saying, "Since there are so many people, I will give you another chance. As long as you answer my question correctly, you can pass this exam." All the candidates were excited when they heard that there was still a chance to pass the exam. Jiraiya was the first to ask impatiently, "What is the question?" After that, many people echoed, "Yes, hurry up and tell us, don't keep us in suspense." Kami Kawasaki waved his hand and said, "Then let the creator of this question, the vice principal of Kanaha School, Principal Suzuki, tell you." Before Kami Kawasaki finished speaking, Ryuki came out from the side. Ryushu looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "Everyone, please sit down first." Jiraiya looked at Ryushu excitedly and almost cried out, thinking, "Great, the examiner is Brother Ryushu, so I will definitely pass." Ryushu looked at the excited crowd and said, "Only one team can take the next question, and if you answer it wrong, you will never be able to take the Chunin exam again. Now I give you one last chance to choose whether to answer the question. If you don't want to, please leave the examination room now and wait for the Chunin exam next year." "Hey? You can never take the Chunin exam. Doesn't that mean you can never become a Chunin? Then should we still take the exam?" Ryushu looked at the hesitant crowd and said, "Now I give you one last minute to think about it. Those who don't leave the examination room will be considered to have taken the exam." Chapter 46 Chunin Exam, 2. Ryushu's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. A candidate stood up and ran out of the examination room with his head down. With the first one, there will be the second one. Gradually, there are not many people left in the examination room. "Orochimaru, Tsunade, why don't we go and come back next time?" Jiraiya said with a gloomy face. This is the first time that Orochimaru and Tsunade have seen Jiraiya with this expression. Tsunade said without hesitation, "Why would you give up? As long as we answer correctly, we can pass, right?" Orochimaru also echoed, "Yes, as long as we answer correctly, it will be fine." Jiraiya hugged the two with tears in his eyes and said, "Thank you, thank you. Haha, come to think of it, this is the first time I see you show that kind of expression, it's so funny." Tsunade couldn't help laughing. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade who was laughing and retorted, "Hey? What do you mean by that expression? I just have an ordinary expression of wanting to cry." Ryushu looked at the remaining candidates and smiled, "You are very good. You actually have the courage to stay. Then listen carefully, I will ask the question." Ryushu looked at the people who were concentrating and said, "When you are carrying out an important mission, your teammates are seriously injured and may die if they cannot receive treatment. Will you choose to give up the mission and take your teammates back to the village or continue to complete the mission regardless of the life and death of your teammates? Those who choose to treat teammates stand on my left, and those who choose to continue the mission stand on my right. I will give you 5 minutes to answer the questions. The timer starts now. 5 minutes later, most people stood on the Ryusa-1 the right side of the tree, only Jiraiya and the others were still hesitating. Jiraiya, make your choice quickly, we believe in your choice. Tsunade encouraged. Orochimaru echoed, yes, choose, we believe in you, don't be too nervous. Jiraiya forced a smile and said, I'm not nervous, no, absolutely not. But Jiraiya's frown and the sweat that occasionally ran across his cheeks showed that he was lying. In the end, Jiraiya stepped to the left side of Ryushu, and Tsunade and Orochimaru followed. Longshu looked at the solemn faces of the people in front of him and said with a smile, I have good news for you. You will not lose the qualification to participate in the Chunin exam in the future because of failure. I just said it casually. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Longshu's words, and Jiraiya even shouted, what? Are you kidding us? Brother Longshu. Longshu spread his hands and said, it's just a joke. Okay, you can talk about your ideas one by one. I'll go first. I think that although the mission is important, the lives of my companions are more important. Jiraiya couldn't wait to say his thoughts first. Stupid idea. A Sand Ninja Genin said coldly. What did you say? Jiraiya looked at him dissatisfiedly. The man snorted again and said, ninjas are born to perform tasks. Ninjas should be killing machines without emotions. Orochimaru behind Jiraiya suddenly said, no, as long as you are a human, you will definitely have emotions. I used to have the same idea as you, but I finally woke up. Then the candidates started arguing about this issue. Ryushu looked at the arguing candidates, one after another, expressing their thoughts, secretly shaking his head, and most of them agreed that the mission was supreme. Ryushu suddenly interrupted loudly, okay, stop it, actually this is a question without an answer, don't argue anymore. And when you choose to answer this question, you have passed it, now you can go. Hey? Is it that simple? Jiraiya said in disbelief. Longshu smiled and nodded, yes, how can you not be happy after passing? Jiraiya nodded and said, of course I am happy, but what do you think is the answer to this question, brother Longshu? I think. Suddenly, Longshu's style suddenly changed in the eyes of others, and became deep. I think, in the ninja world, we call people who don't follow the rules trash, but I think that those who don't take the lives of their companions in their eyes are even worse than trash. After saying that, Longshu left the examination room without looking back. Only a group of candidates who were thinking were left, and Jiraiya said excitedly, brother Longshu is right, I will never be a person who is worse than trash. At this time, Kami Kawasaki, who was almost forgotten by everyone, suddenly said, okay, now you all come with me to prepare for the next exam. Kami Kawasaki's words interrupted the people who were thinking, and as Kami Kawasaki left, the candidates also followed Kami Kawasaki and left one by one. But Nagaraju's words also spread among the examinees, and gradually some jonin heard it. Some jonin thought about this, but some jonin were dismissive, sneered and put the question behind them. Chapter 47 Chunin Exam, 3. After all the examinees followed Kami Kawasaki for a long time, they came to a remote sandy area. There were sandbags all around, and strong winds blew from time to time, blowing the sand on the ground with the wind. Gradually, many examinees from other examination halls came here. Looking at the surrounding environment, they didn't understand why they were brought here. Wow, it's the third generation. Yes, the third generation. The sand ninjas were excited when they saw the third generation Kazekage, and whispered to each other. Luojin saw that all the examinees had arrived, so he stood up and said, congratulations to all the examinees for passing the first round of tests. Then he kept talking. Finally, Luojin finished talking nonsense, and it was Longshu's turn to explain the rules of the second round of tests to the candidates. Longshu explained, "Next, each of you will hand in your ninja tool bags one by one." Someone interrupted Longshu and asked, "Then why do we have to hand in our ninja tool bags? How can we fight without ninja tools?" "Yes, yes," many people echoed on the side. Longshu waved his hand to quiet everyone down and said, "We randomly placed a lot of ninja tools in the desert, including Tiandi Kunao and Shuriken, and Tiandi Kunao is your goal. Bring out a pair of Tiandi Kunao and you can come back here to complete the exam. Do you have any questions?" Someone asked, "What about our food? We took the written test early in the morning and it's already afternoon. We haven't even had lunch yet." Longshu explained, "There are supply points we have arranged in the desert. There will be some water, ration pills, and the like. If you are lucky, maybe there will be some surprises." Someone else asked, "How many kunao are there in the desert?" "There are 7 pairs of kunao, 7 kunao each. That means only 7 of your 20 groups can advance to the next round. Good luck to you." Longshu looked at the people who had no questions and said, "Since you all have no questions, line up and hand in your ninja tool bags, and start the exam with this place as the center." Before Longshu finished speaking, the candidates below had already dispersed. They threw their ninja tool bags to Longshu and went to look for the heavenly kunao. Longshu also caught many candidates who wanted to secretly hide a few kunao. After accepting Longshu's justice, these people limped away. Watching the candidates leave one by one, Longshu and his group began to have a meal. Matsuo Yukiichi held a big pot aside, and Matsuo Yukaiji used fire and wind to light the fire, and then added some water and rice to it, and a pot of porridge was ready. Luojin frowned slightly and said, "What are you doing?" Longshu looked at the porridge bubbling gurgling, took out a spoon and tasted it, and said, "This is prepared for those candidates who have accidents. Think about it, if some candidates faint on the road due to lack of physical strength, they will need some food to replenish their physical strength." After Longshu said this, Luojin nodded secretly, and thought to himself, as expected of the vice president of Kanaha, he thought so carefully. But a smell of barbecue suddenly came out. It was that other people had already made the grill at some point and started to eat the barbecued meat. Luojin looked at the fat and greasy barbecued meat and couldn't help swallowing his saliva, thinking to himself, "When was this grilled? Why didn't you call me? I really want to eat it together, what should I do? No, how can I, the shadow of a village, bend over for 5 dough of rice, oh no, 5 caddies of meat?" Looking at the people eating a lot, Luojin couldn't help swallowing his saliva again, pretending to be reserved, and thought to himself, "Speaking of which, I haven't eaten meat for half a month. Recently, I have been in the office every day for the Chunin exam. I only eat steamed buns, and I don't even add pickled mustard." Longshu saw Luojin standing aside in shock, and shouted to him, "Master Fengying, don't you want to come and eat with us? This is pork." Luojin was surprised, "Pig, pork? Is this the legendary pork weighing 1 jin and 40 liang?" Longshu picked up a piece of barbecued meat and threw it directly into his mouth without caring about the burn. While chewing, he said, "Yes, this is the best pork. If you don't come, it will be eaten up by the guys of Rock Ninja." When Luojin thought that this was pork that he couldn't afford to eat, he half-heartedly walked to the barbecue grill, swallowed his saliva again and said, "Since you have already invited me, I can't refuse your face, I will reluctantly eat a bite." As he said, he was about to pick up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. "Since you don't want to eat it, give it to me." Tianxi grabbed the meat with his chopsticks, snatched it from Luojin's mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. Luojin bit into nothing, was stunned, and was about to cry with grievance. "Tianxi, you bastard!" Luojin yelled at Tianxi. Tianxi waved his hand and said, "Why are you yelling so loudly? There is still barbecue." But when Luojin turned his head, the grill had become empty, and the last piece of meat was being fed into Xiaojin's mouth by Longshu. Longshu touched his stomach with satisfaction and burped, saying, "Hiccup, Yukichi's skills are getting better and better. You can open a barbecue shop in Kanaha." Yukichi touched it and smiled, "It's okay. If it weren't for the recipe book you gave me, Lord Longshu, I wouldn't be able to make such a good dish." Longshu looked like a master and shook his head and said, "Yukichi, it's because you have a good talent, otherwise you wouldn't be able to make it even if I gave you the recipe." The two of them argued about this question for a while. Danzo Shimura couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted, "Okay, Nagatsuki, stop arguing." Nagatsuki snorted, "I won't argue with you for Danzo's sake, but you have to remember that you have a good talent." Yukichi was not to be outdone and said, "It's not that I have a good talent, it's obviously that your recipes are good, Lord Nagatsuki." Good talent. Good recipes. Looking at the two people arguing again, Danzo Shimura shook his head and looked at Luojin, who was motionless on the side, and said, "What's wrong with you, Feng Ying?" Luojin put down his chopsticks and pretended to be calm and said, "Ahem, I'm a little hungry. Is there anything else to eat?" At this time, Tianxi, who was lying on the side picking his teeth, said, "There's a pot of porridge over there. If you're not full, eat it, but you have to remember to save some, because it's for the examinees." Luojin looked at the plain white porridge, casually filled a bowl, raised his head 45 degrees to look at the dazzling sun, and drank it expressionlessly. Just as Longshu and others were having a happy dinner, the first battle in the desert had already begun. It rang. "Hey, Orochimaru, are we just going to watch?" Jiraiya asked Orochimaru while squatting behind a sandbag. Orochimaru stared at the two people who might fight at any time not far away and said, "We will go over after they are both injured." Jiraiya asked again, "But they have been staring at each other for a long time. Can they really fight?" Orochimaru's face changed and he whispered, "I don't know, but I only know that the three of us have been targeted." Before Jiraiya could react, Tsunade jumped up and pulled Jiraiya away from here. The position just before Jiraiya was already full of shurikens. Orochimaru stared at the man in front of him and asked, "Why are you attacking us?" Sanbin smiled and said, "Hehe, what do you think? After all, if we kill an enemy, our chances of passing will be higher." Then he took out two more kunao and shot them at Orochimaru. Orochimaru dodged the kunao skillfully, and formed a seal water style, water dragon technique. A water dragon appeared, roaring and rushing towards the enemy. At this time, Jiraiya picked up the kunao stuck in the ground and shot it in the direction where Sanbin was dodging. But Sanbin dodged the attacks of both of them one by one. Sanbin laughed while running, "It's ridiculous that you can still participate in the Chunin exam with your level." At this time, Sanbin suddenly felt a threatening breath coming from behind him. It was Tsunade who had run behind him at some point. Sanbin looked at Tsunade's petite and tender fist, and didn't think it would pose any threat to himself, but Sanbin always felt a threat from death. This made Sanbin have to shout out, "Aren't you two coming out yet?" Bang bang, another two people jumped out of the sand and shot kunao at Tsunade at the same time, which forced Tsunade to give up the attack and quickly return to Jiraiya and the others. Jiraiya looked at the three people in front of him and said, "Are you three triplets? You look exactly the same." The three of them said at the same time, "Hehe, yes, we are the invincible trio of the Sand Ninja. I am Omoto, I am Nimoto, and I am Sanmito." While speaking, no one made a particularly shameful gesture. Orochimaru ignored the embarrassment, hid his hands behind his back, quietly formed a summoning technique to summon several half-meter-long snakes, which unknowingly drilled into the sand, and rushed up after taking the kunao handed over by Jiraiya. Tsunade also rushed up quickly, while Jiraiya used fire escape to cover Orochimaru and Tsunade. But the three brothers on the opposite side were not easy to mess with. They quickly threw various ninja tools, kunao, and shurikens at Orochimaru and Tsunade, forcing Tsunade and Orochimaru to retreat one step first. Just when the three brothers were feeling proud, Orochimaru's little snake came out from the ground and bit the ankles of the three brothers, causing them to scream in pain. Sanbin quickly took out his kunao and stabbed the little snake, but when the kunao hit them, the little snake had already run away, causing Sanbin to almost stab his ankle. The little snakes all returned to Orochimaru, who gently stroked their heads and let them return to the Ryokai cave. Chapter 48 Chunin Exam 4. The three brothers were already feeling dizzy after being bitten by the snakes. Sanbin shouted, "Oh no, this snake is poisonous." Then he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. The remaining Oben and Niben were not spared and both fainted on the ground due to poisoning. The two teams that were confronting each other not far away had already discovered Orochimaru and his team, and left without them noticing, giving the three some time to rest. Orochimaru searched them for a while, but only found a few kunao and a pill of food. "Orochimaru, why do you think they came to attack us?" asked the three people who fainted. Orochimaru shook his head and said, "I don't know." "Jiraiya, do you want the Bingliang pill?" Jiraiya shook his head slightly and said, "No, you should eat it. I don't consume much chakra." Orochimaru took the Bingliang pill and ate it. At this time, he must maintain the best condition. Looking at the disappeared traces of the battle, the three continued to look for supplies. Jiraiya and others looked around again. The sky gradually darkened, and they prepared to rest for a while. Tsunade picked the sand out of her hair in an irritated manner, and said unhappily, "When can we leave here?" Orochimaru shared the food pills he found on the road with the other two and said, "I don't know. We have found a lot of ninja tool bags after walking for a long time, but I don't know why we haven't seen any kunao." Jiraiya took the food pills, closed his eyes, and swallowed them directly, and asked, "What do you think the kunao looks like?" Tsunade shook her head and complained, "Who knows? Who knows what the kunao looks like?" At this time, Orochimaru found something and said to the two. Someone shouted, "Come here quickly, there seems to be something over there." Jiraiya walked to Orochimaru and followed his line of sight, and then he could vaguely see a black object in the night. Jiraiya squinted his eyes and said, "What is that?" Orochimaru shook his head and said, "I don't know, I can't see it clearly." Even though the three of them were ninjas with good eyesight at night and the object seemed to be far away from them, they could only see the outline of the object. Tsunade asked again, "Should we go over and take a look?" Then she looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you have enough physical strength?" Jiraiya nodded and said, "Of course, we have been walking all the time except for those three idiots. We haven't consumed much physical strength. Besides, we just ate the Bingliang pill." Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, and Tsunade nodded and said, "Yes, why do we have to go over there?" Orochimaru looked at the two and said, "Then let's go over there, but we still have to be careful, just in case, someone might ambush us on the road." Jiraiya and the other two quietly walked towards their destination. After an unknown amount of time, they could clearly see that it was a small house. When the three of them walked to the front of the house and were observing whether there was anyone nearby, a pair of boys and girls suddenly walked out of the house. The girl said, "Oh no, look at how beautiful the stars here are." As she spoke, she opened her hands and breathed the air here. Ono walked to the girl and said coldly, "Leng, we are still taking the exam." The girl who called Leng raised her fist and was about to hit Ono, saying dissatisfiedly, "Hey, calling me sister, really, I am obviously your sister but you don't respect me at all." Ono turned her head away to avoid the fist and said, "The name is just a code name, it doesn't matter what it is called." After saying that, she turned around and went back to the house. Just when Leng stomped her feet and was about to chase her, Tsunade suddenly appeared and held her hostage, covering her mouth so that she couldn't make any sound. Jiraiya and Orochimaru tied her up with a rope, took her aside, and knocked her unconscious. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru and asked, Orochimaru, what should we do? Should we sneak in and catch that person as well? Orochimaru shook his head and said, there are 3 people taking the exam, and there should be 2 more people inside. It's too risky for us to go in like this, it's better to wait for them to come out. Tsunade nodded and said, then I'll wake this guy up and ask her if she has got the kunao. As he said that, he used water escape to give Lang a chill. Lang woke up instantly, and just as he was about to scream, he saw Tsunade pointing a kunao at his chest, ready to stab him at any time. Lang said in a frightened voice, you, what are you going to do? His body trembled as he spoke. Tsunade looked at the trembling Lang and interrogated him, did you get the Tenchi kunao? Lang shook his head and said, no, we didn't find it. Tsunade saw that Lang didn't look like a liar, so she asked again, then tell me what's in this house. Lang replied, there are only a few beds and some supplies in the house, nothing else. Looking at Tsunade, who frowned slightly, Lang thought she didn't believe what he said, and hurriedly said, everything I said is true, I promise. Chapter 49 Chunin Exam, 5. Tsunade looked at her sincere eyes and didn't think she would lie, so she asked, what's your name, and how many people are there in the house? My name is Lang. Lang said nothing after that. Tsunade looked at Lang, who was shivering and pale in front of her, and asked, what's wrong with you? He touched her forehead with his hand. Lang dodged Tsunade's hand in fear and said in a voice as small as a mosquito, I'm a little cold. Tsunade only then realized that it was late at night and she was soaked in water, how could she not be cold? How is it, did Tsunade find out anything? Jiraiya asked Tsunade, who came back from the side. Tsunade shook her head and said, the interrogation is not over yet, do you have any extra clothes? Jiraiya asked in confusion, what do you want clothes for? But he still took out a coat and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade took the coat and walked back without saying a word, which made Jiraiya puzzled. Before he walked to Lang, he put on the coat for her and said, okay, it's not cold now, is it? Lang smiled slightly and said, thank you. I feel much better now. Tsunade asked again, can you tell me what's going on in the house now? At this time, Jiraiya on the other side suddenly ran over with the tied-up Ono and said, Tsunade, you can also interrogate this guy by the way. Lang saw Ono and shouted, Ono. Looking at Ono, who was motionless, Lang looked at the two fiercely and asked, what did you do to Ono? Jiraiya threw Ono on the ground and said, nothing, he was just knocked unconscious. He will wake up by himself after a while. Lang breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good. Tsunade, come with me. Jiraiya said to Tsunade. Well. Although Tsunade was confused, she still followed Jiraiya. What's wrong, what did you two find? Tsunade asked behind Jiraiya. But Jiraiya walked in front of Tsunade without saying a word. Looking at the strange Jiraiya, Tsunade asked again, what are you going to do, Jiraiya? Jiraiya, who was walking in front of Tsunade, suddenly stopped, turned around and stared at Tsunade. Tsunade felt dizzy and said, why are you staring at me? Your eyes are so obscene. Seeing Jiraiya still staring at her, Tsunade finally couldn't help it and punched Jiraiya. Bang, as usual, Jiraiya was also beaten away, but Tsunade found something wrong. According to Tsunade's punching and kicking of Jiraiya for a year, he knew how every part of Jiraiya's body felt when he was hit, but the feeling of the hand that hit Jiraiya just now was very wrong. Tsunade suddenly realized that the Jiraiya in front of her might be a fake, and hurriedly ran back. But no matter how long Tsunade ran, she only felt that she was standing still. Jiraiya and Orochimaru on the other side looked at the three people in front of them and were preparing to fight. Lang, you were actually caught by three little brats, you are really useless, I will definitely tell the elders when I go back. A young man stared at Lang with a stern face and said coldly. Lang seemed to be very afraid of the boy in front of him, and begged in a low voice, I'm sorry, I was careless, please don't report to the elders, please. Ono was standing aside, watching silently, but his hands were clenched behind his back, and his nails had already dug into his palms, but Ono seemed to feel no pain, and watched the scene in front of him expressionlessly. Jiraiya asked first, "What did you three do to Tsunade, where is she?" The boy turned his head to look at Jiraiya and the others, chuckled and said, "Who knows, maybe she is dead." Jiraiya's face changed, and he was about to rush over to fight with them. Fortunately, Orochimaru grabbed Jiraiya in time and whispered, "This is just a provocation. Tsunade is not so easy to deal with." Jiraiya also calmed down a little and asked, "What should we do now? Should we escape?" Orochimaru nodded slightly and said, "Well, let's find a way to leave here first, and then find Tsunade." Although the two spoke in a low voice, the boy still heard it. He sneered and said, "Want to escape? It's just wishful thinking to run away when you fall into my hands, Shiro." Shiro looked at Ono with an expressionless face and said, "Ono, I leave them to you, deal with them." Ono nodded expressionlessly, slowly walked towards Jiraiya and the others, took out the ninja sword he had been carrying behind him, pointed it at the two, and the battle was about to break out. Ono ran to Jiraiya first and slashed at him. But Jiraiya took out a kunai to block Ono's attack. Orochimaru looked at Ono, who ignored him, and quickly took out a kunai and prepared to stab him directly into his body. To the surprise of the two, Ono did not dodge and let the kunai stab into his arm. But Ono seemed to have no sense of pain. He retracted his ninja sword and kicked Orochimaru away, then slashed at Jiraiya with his ninja sword. Chapter 50 Chunin Exam, 6. Jiraiya reluctantly moved away from Ono and asked in confusion, "Are you crazy?" Ono still said nothing. If the two had not seen Ono speak before, they would have thought he was dumb. Ono rushed towards Jiraiya again, regardless of his bleeding arm. Lang wanted to go up to help, but was stopped by Shu's hero, who shouted coldly, "What are you doing? Get back here!" As he said that, he grabbed Lang's arm. Lang looked at Ono, who was bleeding profusely in front of him, and said, "I want to help him. Let me go. He will die if he continues like this." But Shiro didn't seem to care about Ono at all. He looked at Ono and said contemptuously, "Hehe, if you can't even deal with two genin, you might as well die." Lang said in disbelief, "What are you talking about? We are companions from the same village after all. How can you say that?" Shiro pulled Lang back and threw her to the ground, laughing, "Companions? What nonsense are you talking about? It makes me laugh my ass off." Lang propped himself up and begged, "Then please save Ono for the sake of us being from the same village, please." Shiro sneered, squatted down, looked at Lang and said, "Why do you think I will save him?" Lang was speechless, looking at Shiro in front of him, and could only keep begging him. But Shiro was completely indifferent. He held Lang's head with one hand, took out a kunai with the other hand and put it in front of her eyes, looking at Lang and saying, "Shut up or I will kill you now." He stared at Lang with murderous eyes. And in front Ono, who was fighting, heard this and tightened his hands around the knife handle, but there was still no emotion on his face. He was like a machine, attacking Jiraiya and the other man indifferently. Jiraiya and Orochimaru panted and looked at Ono, who had fainted on the ground due to excessive blood loss. Jiraiya looked at him puzzledly. Shiro looked at Ono, who had fallen to the ground, shook his head and said in a contemptuous tone, "A waste is really a waste. He can't even deal with two genin, and I have to go on the field myself." Then he walked forward slowly. Lang Ye didn't care about the pain in his body, and hurriedly ran up to pick up Ono, crying softly while using healing techniques for him. Orochimaru didn't understand what they were doing, so he wanted to take the opportunity to leave here. But Shu's hero had seen through Orochimaru's thoughts and laughed wildly, "Don't think about running away, come and fight me, maybe I will be happy to leave you a whole body." Orochimaru frowned slightly and said, who are you? Your strength is definitely beyond the genin, and even much stronger than the average Chunin. Shushiro did not answer Orochimaru's question, but came to Orochimaru in an instant and punched him in the abdomen. Orochimaru was instantly knocked out by Shushiro. Jiraiya looked at the flying Orochimaru and shouted, "Orochimaru!" But Shushiro was surprised and said, "You actually dodged it. It seems that you still have some strength." Then he looked at the sand on the side. And Orochimaru, who was knocked out by Shushiro, turned into a piece of wood, lying on the ground in pieces, and Orochimaru stood up from where Shushiro was looking. It turned out to be a piece of wood that Orochimaru had hidden in the sand before, so that he could use the substitution technique. Orochimaru looked at Shushiro cautiously and said again, "Your strength has indeed surpassed that of an ordinary Chunin." Orochimaru quickly formed a seal summoning technique and a giant snake the size of a person appeared, crawling beside Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, I didn't give you the right to summon me." Orochimaru leaned on it and said, "Man snake, I have signed a summoning contract with Ryukadong," and the white snake immortal also agreed. Man snake snorted coldly, "Humph, since you want to summon me, you have to prepare a sacrifice." Orochimaru looked at Man snake in confusion and asked, "Sacrifice? What sacrifice?" Man snake propped himself up, spitting out his snake tongue and looked at Orochimaru and said, "Human, I want you to give me a living human. This is the price of summoning me. How about it, isn't it a good deal?" Orochimaru was silent for a while and said, "Help me solve this trouble first." Wan Shi laughed and said, "In that case, I'll take it as your consent." Then he turned his head to Jiraiya and said, "Is this the white-haired kid you're talking about?" Jiraiya looked at Wan Shi staring at him coldly, and hurriedly said, "No, it's not me, it's the guy over there." Wan Shi glanced at Shushiro and said, "Oh? Is that him?" Orochimaru nodded and said, "Yes, that's him." Wan Shi looked at Shushiro and said, "Then I'll take this person as your sacrifice to me." Then he rushed over. Shushiro looked at Wan Shi rushing over, frowned slightly and formed a seal earth-style, earth flow wall. A huge earth wall rose up to block Shushiro and Wan Shi. Wan Shi crashed into the earth wall, and the earth wall instantly broke into pieces. Shushiro jumped away in a hurry, and then formed a seal earth escape rock fist technique. Pieces of stone appeared on Shushiro's arm and floated on Shushiro's arm. Shushiro hit Manchi with a fierce blow. Manchi obviously underestimated Shushiro's strength and directly resisted the blow. He groaned and stared at Shushiro and said, "I didn't expect you to be so strong." After Shushiro released the rock fist technique, he chuckled and said, "Hee hee, it seems that you are nothing great, just a useless waste." Manchi was instantly angered by Shushiro's attitude, and growled, "Are you looking for death?" Then he opened his mouth wide and prepared to swallow Shushiro in one bite. But Shushiro was not stupid either. He quickly took out a kunai and threw it into Manchi's mouth. Manchi screamed, spit out the kunai, and roared, "Human, I won't forgive you." Then he stared at Shushiro. Shushiro also looked at Manchi cautiously, fearing that he would attack him unexpectedly. But Shushiro ignored Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Jiraiya and Orochimaru ran to both sides of Shushiro and attacked him with fire escape. Shushiro dodged backwards quickly, but what he didn't expect was that Lang appeared behind him with Ono's bloody ninja sword and stabbed him in the chest. Shushiro looked at the bloody ninja sword on his chest in disbelief, and said with difficulty, "Lang, you dare to betray me, ah!" Before Shushiro finished speaking, Lang drew out the ninja sword and stabbed Shushiro's back again, and Shushiro collapsed to the ground. Lang looked at the bloody ninja sword in front of him. The dead Shushiro dropped his ninja sword and knelt on the ground, saying something. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were stunned for a long time watching this dramatic scene. It was Manchi who spoke first, "Since the trouble has been solved, I will take my sacrifice." He stuck out his tongue and rolled up Shushiro and was about to swallow him. Jiraiya suddenly said, "Wait." Manshi looked at Jiraiya and asked, "What's the matter with you, kid?" Jiraiya looked at the silent Orochimaru and asked, "Orochimaru, why did you agree to it doing this?" At this moment, the shoe's hero in Manshi's mouth suddenly exploded, and countless rock fragments burst out of Manshi's mouth. Ah! Manshi wailed, and directly released the summoning and returned to the Ryokai cave. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again in an instant. Xiao Shilang stood beside Lang at some point, clapping his hands and laughing, "Great, Lang, I didn't expect you to betray me. It really surprised me." Lang looked up at the resurrected Xiao Shilang and said in shock, "No, you are dead, you are dead." He shook his head frantically. Xiao Shilang pinched Lang's neck fiercely and said, "Really? If I am dead, who is the person standing in front of you pinching your neck now?" Lang couldn't speak at all because of Xiao Shilang pinching her neck. She could only punch Xiao Shilang's hand that was pinching her. Gradually, Lang's hands fell weakly, her eyes were closed, and her face was very pale. Xiao Shilang let go of Lang and said, "I won't let you die so easily. You know what the consequences of betrayal are? I will tell the elders and let them punish you personally." Lang's eyes gradually lost their light when she heard Xiao Shilang's words, and an emotion called despair spread in her eyes. Suddenly, Ono stood up and said, "Let her go." Ono's words made everyone aware of his presence. Ono walked step by step to the side of Shu's hero, hitting Shu's hero with his arm that had been disabled due to excessive blood loss. Shu's hero grabbed Ono and said, "Oh? What do you want to do? Trash!" Then he pushed Ono to the ground. Ono, who was lying on the ground, stretched out his hand and slowly took Lang's hand. He said in a voice that only he could hear, "Sister." After that, his eyes went black and he fainted again. Lang mechanically turned his head to look at Ono, a glimmer of light returned to his eyes, and he slowly closed his eyes. Shu's hero looked at the two unconscious people and said disdainfully, "Oh, what a deep brother-sister relationship." Then he turned his head and looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru and said, "The stinky snake is gone, now it's your turn." Jiraiya asked puzzledly, "Why are you fine? You should be dead." It turned out that when the snakes broke through the earth wall, Shu's hero used the ninjutsu Earth Escape Earth Substitute and put a detonating tag in the body of the Earth Substitute. At the moment when the snakes were about to swallow the Earth Substitute, Shu's hero detonated the detonating tag, causing the Earth Substitute to explode. Jiraiya and the other man dodged Shushiro's attack in a panic. Jiraiya panted and asked Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, what should we do? Our chakra will be exhausted first if we continue like this." Chapter 51 Chunin Exam, 7. Jiraiya, don't you have a summoned beast? Why don't you summon it? Orochimaru asked Jiraiya while dodging Shushiro's attack. Jiraiya scratched his head and said, "Last time I used summoning to make a bad impression on Buntat. Now Buntat ignores me." Orochimaru said unhappily, "It's time to give it a try." Jiraiya nodded and formed a summoning seal. Jiraiya shouted, "Come out, Game Buntat!" Bang! The smoke gradually dissipated, and a green toad with a bow tied behind it and thick red lips appeared. "Jiraiya-kun!" Jiraiya's face suddenly changed, and he was ready to pull Orochimaru to escape. A gentle female voice came, "Jiraiya-kun, don't run." Toad Power jumped up, hugged Jiraiya from behind and said, "Jiraiya-kun, long time no see. Lee, let me go, let me go." Jiraiya said frantically while grabbing Toad Power's arm that was holding him. Toad Power rubbed his head on Jiraiya's back and said, "Don't, Jiraiya-kun, we haven't seen each other for a long time, don't you miss me at all?" At this time, Shu's hero on the side laughed and said, "I laughed to death, I thought you would summon something, but it turned out to be this little thing." "Hey!" Gamely let go of Jiraiya, turned his head and looked at Shu's hero, and asked in a male voice, "Who are you?" Shu's hero did not answer Gamely's question, but looked at the sun that was gradually rising and said, Okay, time is running out, let me get to know you. Then he formed a seal earth style, earth dragon technique, seeing that the earth dragon Gamely was standing in front of Jiraiya and the others without panic or dissatisfaction. Orochimaru asked Jiraiya in confusion, "What's the situation with this toad, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya explained to Orochimaru, "It's called Gamely, and it's the first toad I saw in Myaboku Mountain. I don't know why it clung to me the first time it saw me." Orochimaru asked again, "Then how strong is it?" Jiraiya shook his head and said, "I don't know, but it should be very powerful. You see that it doesn't change its face in front of the earth dragon. It must be very powerful." Gamely took a deep breath, puffed up his cheeks, and spit out the wind in his mouth as he looked at the earth dragon getting closer and closer. The strong hurricane blew away the earth dragon and continued to move towards Shushiro. Shushiro's face changed, and he wanted to avoid Gamely's attack, but he didn't expect that Gamely had been behind Shushiro without knowing when. Gamely clenched his hands and punched Shushiro, knocking Shushiro away directly. Shushiro, who was flying in the sky, was still shouting, "I will come back." Gamely clapped his hands and said, "Jiraiya-kun, no one is disturbing us now, let's go play together." Looking at the slowly approaching Gamely, Jiraiya slipped and fell directly to the ground. Jiraiya looked at the Gamely approaching him step by step and waved his hands and said, "Since the danger is over, you should go back to Myaboku Mountain quickly." "Hey, it's not easy to have time with Jiraiya-kun, I don't want to leave." Gamely walked to Jiraiya and said, "Orochimaru, help!" Jiraiya shouted, but Orochimaru had already run to Leng and Ono to bandage their wounds. Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya and watched the show silently. Gamely chuckled and said, "Okay, I won't play tricks on you anymore. I'm leaving first." "Before you leave, praise me, Jiraiya. You are really a beautiful clam, as beautiful as a fairy. Stunning a country, stunning fish, stunning geese, stunning moon, stunning flowers, charming, loved by everyone, and stunning the world." Gamely contentedly winked at Jiraiya and lifted the summoning technique and returned to Myaboku Mountain. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Finally sent it away." Then he ran to Orochimaru and said dissatisfiedly, "You bastard Orochimaru, why are you running so fast?" Orochimaru laughed and said, "I didn't expect that you have so many words, Jiraiya." "That's right, don't you look at who I am? I am Jiraiya," Jiraiya said proudly. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, who was acting stupid again, silently picked up Leng and said, "You carry that person on your back. If they don't receive treatment, they will be in danger." Jiraiya nodded and carried Ono on his back and followed Orochimaru. When Orochimaru and others walked to the wooden house, they handed Leng to Jiraiya and carefully opened the door of the wooden house. What came into view were several simple small beds and a table with some kunao, shuriken and other things on it. Orochimaru walked into the wooden house carefully and saw Tsunade lying safely on a bed. Orochimaru waved his hand to indicate that there was no danger here, and let Jiraiya bring Leng and Ono in. As soon as Jiraiya came in, he saw Tsunade lying on the bed and shouted, "Ah, why is Tsunade sleeping here?" Chapter 52 Chunin Exam, 8. "Hey!" Tsunade was awakened by Jiraiya's voice. She sat up from the bed in a daze, rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, "It's you." Jiraiya put down Leng and Ono and ran to Tsunade, shouting, "Do you know what Orochimaru and I have experienced? You are sleeping here alone." Tsunade pushed Jiraiya away and said, "I'm not sleeping. I was caught here after being hit by an illusion." Orochimaru said from the side, "Tsunade, you should treat them first, otherwise they will die." Tsunade jumped off the bed, looked at the two unconscious people, and after a simple healing spell, shook her head and said, "It's not easy. Leng's injury is not serious, but this man has lost too much blood. I guess this arm can't be saved." Orochimaru shook his head helplessly and said, "There's nothing we can do about it." He looked at the rising sun outside the window and said, Tsunade, Jiraiya and I will take a rest. Tsunade nodded while using healing magic and said, okay, you guys take a nap. I don't know how long it took, but when Jiraiya woke up again, it was already noon. Orochimaru beside him was gone, and Ono was lying beside him, but Ono was also awake and was in a daze. Jiraiya waved in front of Ono, and seeing that he didn't respond, he jumped off the bed and walked out of the house. Outside the house, Orochimaru and Tsunade were practicing physical skills, going back and forth, evenly matched, but Tsunade was too strong, and Orochimaru had to dodge carefully. Jiraiya, you're awake. Tsunade saw Jiraiya and said. Jiraiya nodded and said, yes, where are we going now? Tsunade wiped the sweat from her head and said, of course we are going back to the center. I guess all the kunao have been found now. If we rush back now, we might be able to grab a pair. Orochimaru also nodded and said, well, Jiraiya, check if there is anything left. Let's go quickly. Jiraiya checked his things and said, no, let's go. Jiraiya looked at Ono in the house and asked, what about the two of them? Orochimaru shook his head and said, they will go with us, but they have given up this Chunin exam. There was no conversation all the way until Jiraiya and the others saw the platform in the center. No one came back. Lang walked towards the platform alone with Ono on his back, indicating that the two of them had given up the Chunin exam. Jiraiya frowned slightly and said, why hasn't anyone come yet? Orochimaru said softly, maybe it's too early now, but it's more likely that there are people like us, lying in ambush here waiting for others to take the bait. Just then, a huge noise suddenly sounded, it was the sound of the detonating tag exploding. Jiraiya and others looked over in the direction of the sound and saw that two teams were fighting. One of the teams was at a disadvantage and was about to escape. Jiraiya was surprised to find that the escaping team was Sanbin and others who had been poisoned by Orochimaru before. Jiraiya was surprised and said, it's really strange that the three of them have not been eliminated yet. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said, let's go over there. They are being hunted down. Maybe they have the Tenchi Kunao on them. Jiraiya and the other two quietly approached them. Orochimaru summoned a few small snakes as usual and sneaked into the ground to crawl towards Sanbin and others. Tsunade suddenly said in surprise, that team seems to be Ryo and the others. Ryo is a member of the Kanaha team in this round, just like Jiraiya and his team, but this team is a little special. They are a team that was put together temporarily because of the Chunin exam. The members are all genin who have participated in the Chunin exam many times but have not passed it. When Sanbin and others were running away, a small snake suddenly jumped out from the ground and entangled the feet of the three of them, causing them to fall directly to the ground. At the same time, the earth kunao in Sanbin's hand also fell out. Jiraiya jumped out from the side and picked up the earth kunao on the ground. Orochimaru and Tsunade followed closely and jumped out. Sanbin looked at the three people in front of him and said unwillingly, why are you three bastards again? Jiraiya squatted down, playing with the kunao, and spread his hands and said, I just want to ask you, you didn't get eliminated, it's really strange. The Ryo team had also arrived at this time. Ryo saw Jiraiya and others and said, it's you. Tsunade smiled and said, yes, Ryo, have you found the kunao? Ryo nodded and took out the Heaven's Kunao from the ninja tool bag and said, yes, we found the Heaven's Kunao, but we still need. Then he looked at the Earth's Kunao in Jiraiya's hand. Everyone fell silent. No one wanted to lose the chance to become a Chunin. It was Sanbin who was lying on the ground who spoke up, since you don't want the kunao, please give it back to me. Tsunade looked at him in surprise and said, why haven't you fainted yet? Sanbin shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe you developed resistance after being bitten once. Chapter 53 Chunin Exam, 9. Tsunade rubbed her fists and said, then how about trying my artificial coma technique? But before Tsunade could finish her words, Sanbin had already fainted. Tsunade looked at the unconscious Sanbon and kicked him away. Ryo took out the heavenly kunao and said, "In that case, I'll give it to you. We've participated in the Chunin exam so many times. So this one won't be a big deal." Jiraiya looked at Ryo's unwilling eyes and shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's wait a while. Maybe someone from another team will pass by." Gradually, the sky darkened, and finally a team of people ran over from a distance. Jiraiya and others hurriedly stopped them, but what Jiraiya and others didn't expect was that this team of people had nothing on them. Jiraiya sighed helplessly and asked Orochimaru, "It seems that there are no more people. What should we do now?" Orochimaru looked at Liang on the side and said, "In that case, let's fight for the other kunao with our strength." After a fight among the 6 people, of course Orochimaru and his team won. Liang and his team looked at Jiraiya unwillingly as he took the kunao from them. Liang smiled bitterly and said, "Sure enough, our strength is not good enough. It seems that we need to practice hard for another year." The other 2 members of Liang's team were also in a low mood. The 3 of them hugged each other and slowly walked towards the center. Jiraiya looked at the lonely backs of the 3 of them and didn't know what to say. He shook his head helplessly and followed them. The next day, all the candidates had gathered here. Luojin looked at everyone and said, "Congratulations to everyone who passed the exam. This round of exams." At this time, someone asked, "Master Feng Ying, what is the surprise that Principal Suzuki mentioned before?" Luojin looked at Longshu on the side and said, "Then let Vice Principal Suzuki tell everyone about this question." Longshu yawned and said, "There is a house in the desert. I don't know if anyone has found it. There is a basement in the house, and there is a pair of heaven and earth kunao inside, which means there are a total of 8 pairs of heaven and earth kunao." Longshu glanced at the crowd again, shook his head and said, "I saw that no one found the pair of kunao. I found it." Suddenly a figure ran from a distance. "That is Shu's hero!" Jiraiya shouted in surprise. Shu's hero looked at Jiraiya and smiled, "It's me. How about I am not dead, are you surprised?" Shu's hero looked at Longshu again, threw the kunao in his hand to Longshu and said, "I found it, so I should pass this round of exams." Longshu looked at Xiao Shiro and said, "Although you found it, you came back too late and the time has passed." Xiao Shiro said again, "Hehe, you didn't say that there is a time limit for this round of exams." Xiao Shiro didn't wait for Longshu to speak and continued, "Don't think that you are from the big ninja village. I, Xiao Shiro, am afraid of you. The ninjas of our small ninja village also have dignity." Longshu was very dissatisfied with Shushiro's attitude and said, "How can you tell that I don't respect you?" Xiao Shiro sneered and said, "Don't think I don't know what you think in your heart. You just rely on your power and don't take us seriously." Longshu laughed and said, "Then I just don't want you to pass now, so what do you say?" "Vice Principal Suzuki, this is not good. This is a loophole in your rules. People make mistakes." Luojin said sarcastically beside Longshu. Luojin said again, "Let me make the decision. You, candidate Shu Shiro, have passed." He asked Longshu again, "Vice Principal Suzuki has no objection, right?" Longshu narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "Since Lord Kazekage has agreed, then let's say he has passed." Shu Shiro smiled at Luojin. "Haha, thank you Lord Kazekage, it turns out that Sand Village is not like Kanaha Village." Shu Shiro did not continue to speak, just smiled hehe, then closed his mouth and looked at Longshu with a smile. Longshu also said where all the candidates who passed the exam would gather tomorrow morning and then disbanded. On the way back, Longshu asked Shimura Danzo, "Do you know which ninja village that Shu Shiro is from?" Shimura Danzo thought about it and said to Shu Shiro with his forehead protector, "It should be a ninja from Taki village." Tianchi on the side suddenly said, "I remember that Takigakuer seemed to have sent someone to assassinate the first Hokage of your Kanaha before." Shimura Danzo glanced at Tianchi and snorted coldly, so what? Tianchi laughed and said, nothing, I just didn't expect that Takigakure is still alive and well now, I really didn't expect it. After that, he accelerated and left Shimura Danzo. Long Shu thought about it and said secretly, Takigakure is the ninja village where Kakuzu is. Shimura Danzo said with a bad face, Takigakure must not be left, I will send people to destroy them when I go back. Long Shu said on the side, do you want to start the second ninja war? Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, so what, even if there is a second ninja war, our Kanaha is definitely not afraid of anyone. Chapter 54 Chunin Exam, 10. Ryashu shook his head and said, no, Kanaha can't stand the attack of 4 ninja villages. Shimura Danzo said disapprovingly, so what? I don't believe that the 4 ninja villages can really attack Kanaha together. Ryashu waved his hand and said, stop talking, let's go back. After returning to his residence, Ryashu found Jiraiya and the others and asked straight to the point, you seem to know that Shu's hero. Tell me about his strength. After Jiraiya told Ryashu about his experience in the Chunin exam, Ryashu frowned slightly and thought to himself, it seems that this Shu's hero is very problematic, and the identities of Leng and Ono are probably a bit special. Jiraiya looked at Ryashu who was in deep thought and asked, Brother Ryashu, what are the rules of tomorrow's exam? Tell us first. Ryashu thought for a while and said, there are no rules. It's just a one-on-one battle. The next day, everyone gathered in a square, and Luojin announced the rules of this round of exams. Everyone drew their opponents one by one, but because of one extra person, one candidate would be given a bye and enter the next round directly. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya was qualified for a bye. Before Jiraiya was happy, he said to him, "Ha, it's a good thing you didn't meet me, otherwise I would kill you myself." Jiraiya shouted, "Are you looking for death, you bastard?" Xiao Shiro sneered and said, "Looking for death? You three can't beat me together, how can you kill me alone?" Jiraiya was speechless by what Xiao Shiro said. Indeed, even with Orochimaru and Tsunade might not be able to beat Shu's hero, let alone himself. Jiraiya turned his head away with a "huh" sound, and heard Luojin on the stage say, "You can use any auxiliary ninja tools in this round of exams, such as summoning beasts and puppets." Hearing this, Jiraiya was no longer afraid, and laughed, "If you can use summoning, then I see if you can beat me." But what Jiraiya didn't expect was that Shu's hero didn't care at all, and said, "Really? I hope you don't run into me then." The first round of duels was soon over, and now there are only the last 8 people left, namely Jiraiya and his 3 from Kanaha village, Shu's hero from Taki village, Yanagi Nafumi, Tanaki Sanka from Iwagakure, Ukiraiwichi, and Teikukigawa Murasaki from Sand village. The draw was completed, and the duels were, Orochimaru vs Ukiraiwichi, Tsunade vs Shu's hero, Jiraiya vs Tanaki Sanka, Teikukigawa Murasaki vs Yanagi Nafumi. The first to appear were Orochimaru and Ukiraiwichi. Orochimaru looked at Ukiraiwichi cautiously. As an opponent who could enter here must be strong, Orochimaru carefully attacked Ukiraiwichi. He threw a few kunao and quickly formed the water-style, water dragon technique. The water dragon rushed towards Ukiraiwichi with great momentum. Ukiraiwichi jumped lightly without panic and dissatisfaction to avoid the attack, and took down the crow puppet behind him and controlled it to fly towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru was very surprised. This was the first time Orochimaru had seen such a non-human puppet. This non-human puppet was obviously much more difficult to control than a human puppet, but the crow puppet looked lifelike in Ukiraiwichi's hands and flew towards Orochimaru quickly. The crow opened its mouth and shot 1,000 bones towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru quickly avoided Ukiraiwichi's attack with the substitute technique. Orochimaru looked at the crow puppet flying in the sky and thought to himself, "No, I can't attack it. It seems that I must find a way to get close to Neiraiwichi." Orochimaru directly used the summoning technique to summon several small snakes and crawled towards Neiraiwichi. Nei Raiwichi frowned slightly, jumped up, and actually jumped onto the crow. The crow puppet, which was only the size of Nei Raiwichi's foot, actually bore Nei Raiwichi's weight and continued to fly upwards, and spit out thousands of kunao at Orochimaru from time to time. Orochimaru could only dodge while throwing a few kunao upwards and fighting back weakly. But it was obvious that the crow puppet could not bear Nei Raiwichi for long, and slowly descended. Nei Raiwichi looked at the several small snakes on the ground waiting for him, and then controlled the crow puppet to fly quickly towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Raiwichi flying towards him, frowned slightly and said, "Give up, you have already lost from the moment you jumped into the sky." Raiwichi said nothing and continued to rush towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't know what Raiwichi was going to do, but he was still cautious and avoided Raiwichi's attack. Looking at Orochimaru, who was as slippery as a snake, Raiwichi finally couldn't help it and released his big move. In an instant, tens of thousands of senbon shot out from the two wings of the crow puppet. Orochimaru looked at the senbon in front of him and formed a seal water-style water barrier. Although Orochimaru's ninjutsu did not block the senbon, it also gave Orochimaru some time. Orochimaru dodged quickly, like he was dancing, and the senbon flashed a silver-white light under the sun. Chapter 55 Storm is coming. Although Orochimaru was careful enough, he was still accidentally cut by senbon. Orochimaru simply wiped the wound, looked at Raiwichi who had already landed, ran to his side quickly, and attacked Raiwichi with the help of the little snake summoned by the spirit. Raiwichi was very strange. Obviously, Orochimaru had been scratched by senbon, which he had poisoned, but why did he feel that he did not have any signs of poisoning? Finally, Raiwichi could not hold on any longer and was the first to admit defeat. Orochimaru looked at Raiwichi with a puzzled look, and slowly said, "Do you think I am not prepared at all?" After that, Orochimaru turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared with a bang. A snake next to him suddenly turned into Orochimaru, who laughed and said, "What you shot was just my shadow clone." Takugawa Shizuka on the stage shouted in surprise, "Raiwichi actually lost, how is that possible?" Jiraiya said, "Why? Is Raiwichi strong?" Takugawa Shizuka nodded and said, "Yes, Raiwichi is the most powerful ninja in the younger generation who uses puppetry." Jiraiya looked at Takugawa Shizuka and said, "She doesn't look that powerful, but she hasn't beaten Orochimaru." Next was Tsunade's battle with Shushiro. Shushiro looked at Tsunade with contempt and said, "Come down and die quickly." After saying that, he jumped up and jumped into the arena. Tsunade was not to be outdone, and she jumped down directly. As soon as the referee said to start, Tsunade rushed directly to Shushiro, who sneered, "Hey, do you want to use physical skills?" Tsunade approached Shushiro. He raised his fist and was ready to hit. Shushiro reached out and grabbed Tsunade's arm. Tsunade reacted quickly and kicked Shushiro's lower body. Shushiro was not paying attention and was kicked by Tsunade. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Tsunade took advantage of the fact that Shushiro had not yet gotten up and prepared to take out a kunao to shoot at Shushiro. Shushiro knew that his strength was not as good as Tsunade's, so he used the substitution technique to instantly move away from Tsunade. Shushiro frowned slightly and said, "I didn't expect you to be so strong. It's my turn next." Shushiro made a seal with both hands. Earth escape yellow spring swamp. In an instant, Tsunade's feet were penetrated into the ground. Tsunade frowned slightly and smashed down hard, but Tsunade's fist also directly immersed in the ground. Slowly Tsunade sank into the ground, leaving only her head exposed. No matter how hard Tsunade tried, she couldn't break Shushiro's ninjutsu, so she had no choice but to admit defeat. While laughing at Tsunade, Shiro released his ninjutsu and said, "Is this a ninja from Kanaha? It's nothing special." Tsunade retorted, "If you have the guts, come and compete with me in strength, bastard." Shiro sneered, I'm a ninja, why don't I use ninjutsu? Those who can only use taijutsu are called reckless men. You bastard! Looking at the angry Tsunade, Ryushu interrupted, okay, Tsunade, you're still young, it's normal that you can't beat him. Tsunade's current strength is not strong, and she is only very outstanding in strength, which can be compared with ordinary jonin. But in terms of ninjutsu, she is only at the level of a genin. After Tsunade and Xiao Shiro finished the competition, it was getting late, and the rest of the competition was scheduled to be held tomorrow. Just as Ryushu was about to leave, someone suddenly called Ryushu from behind. Longshu turned around and asked, "Are you from the Sand Ninja Anbu? What can I do for you?" The man took off the mask on his face and said, "It's me, Principal Suzuki. I wonder if you still remember me." Longshu was surprised and said, "It's you." This person was the physical technique jonin that Longshu met on the battlefield before. Takuchi Kawashi suddenly rushed over from the side, hugged him and asked, "Brother, how come you have time to come here today?" "Kawashi, don't make trouble. Go home first. I'll go back soon." Takuchi Xiangming squatted down and touched Kawashi's head. Although Takuchi Kawashi was reluctant, she still walked away, turning back every 3 steps. Takuchi Xiangming stood up and smiled shyly, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Takuchi Xiangming. You can just call me Xiangming." Ryushu waved his hand and said, "Suzuki Ryushu." Ryushu asked again, "Is that your sister?" Takuchi Xiangming nodded and said, "Yes, she was adopted by me after returning to the Sand Village." Takuchi Xiangming said again, "Principal Suzuki, please come with me. Don't stand here." Ryushu waved his hand to let Shimura Danzo take the others to go first, and he followed Takuchi Xiangming. Takuchi Makoto brought Ryushu to a pub, and introduced him to him, "Principal Suzuki, please sit down." After Ryushu sat down, he said, "Don't call me Principal Suzuki, just call me Ryushu." Takuchi Makoto was not shy and said directly, "Okay, I'll call you Ryushu." Ryushu asked again, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Takuchi Makoto shook his head and said, "Nothing, I just want to thank you." Ryushu was surprised and said, "Thank you? Thank me for what?" Takuchi Makoto took a glass of sake from the waiter and said, "I want to thank you for helping me get out of trouble and get my current life. Thanks to you, I can let go of my worries, train with peace of mind, and improve my strength." Looking at Takuchi Makoto, who drank one glass after another, Ryushu smiled and said, "What does this have to do with me?" Takuchi Xiangming put down his wine glass and shook his head, saying, "No matter what, I have to thank you. You helped me to untie my knot, improve my strength, and now I have become the guard of the Wind Shadow." Longshu asked again, "Then you don't want to avenge your brother?" The sadness in Takuchi Xiangming's eyes flashed, and he looked at Longshu solemnly and said, "Of course I will avenge, but gratitude is gratitude, and hatred is hatred. I will not confuse the two." Longshu looked at the sky that had already darkened and said, "It's getting late now, I'll leave first." "Wait," Takuchi Xiangming called Longshu, and after hesitating for a long time, he said, "Forget it, you go first." Longshu looked at Takuchi Xiangming, who didn't want to say anything, and shook his head, "Since there is nothing to do, I'll leave first." Takuchi Xiangming looked at Longshu's leaving back, shook his head secretly and said, "Sorry, I am a sand ninja after all, and we still have hatred." In the Hokage building in Kanaha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette in distress. He looked at Shinosuke and asked irritably, "Shinosuke, what do you want to do?" Shinosuke looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said unyieldingly, "Father, go and accompany mother. I don't know why mother has had some health problems recently." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the pile of file, rubbed his head and said, "What's wrong with Biwako? Is he sick?" Shinosuke shook his head and said, "I don't know, father, please go and take a look." Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to take a break, waved his hand and said, "Go find your aunt Koharu and ask her to help buy Wako." Shinashuk looked at his incompetent husband with disappointment and turned away. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shinashuk's disappointed eyes, and his heart ached. After a while, he smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "Keep working." But Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't get interested. He looked at the documents beside him, thought for a while, and stood up and said, "Let's go accompany by Wako and Shinashuk today." Suddenly, an Anbu opened the door and said, "Hokage-sama, the undercover in the Wind Country sent a tip-off that the Sand Village is secretly gathering ninjas." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face froze and said, "Tell me in detail." After listening to the report from the Anbu ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried, and suddenly someone knocked on the door. "Come in." Another Anbu ninja, report to Hokage-sama, a small group of ninjas from the Rock Village are heading towards the Wind Country. Rock Ninja, Sand Ninja, Wind Country, Chunin exam. Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while, slammed the table, jumped up from the chair and shouted. Before long, the Hokage's office was already crowded with people. The clan leaders of each family arrived one by one and listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation of the current situation. After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Nara clan leader spoke first. "Hokage-sama, the Sand Village and the Rock Village will not rashly attack our Kanaha." Although the Nara clan leader only said half of his words, the people here were not stupid. Except for Akimichi Tofu, who was chewing a pig's foot, everyone heard the Nara clan leader's implication. "You Sarutobi Hiruzen must be hiding something from everyone." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Uchiha clan leader beside him and didn't say anything, but the Uchiha clan leader closed his eyes and crossed his arms as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Uchiha Kagami, who was behind the Uchiha clan leader, said, "Let me tell you about this." The Uchiha clan leader suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Shut up, Kagami." But Uchiha Kagami seemed not to hear what the Uchiha clan leader said, and continued, The Uchiha clan leader suddenly shouted, "Shut up, Uchiha Kagami." Uchiha Kagami did not continue, but he opened his Manjiki Sharingan. The moment he opened it, all the ninjas present were shocked. "Is this the eyes of Uchiha Madara?" "Yes, I have seen these eyes. They are indeed the eyes of Uchiha Madara. Could it be that the Uchiha clan wants to?" Instantly, the conference room exploded with discussions. The Uchiha clan leader smashed the table in front of him angrily and left the table angrily. Before leaving, he glared at Uchiha Kagami. The action of the Uchiha clan leader made everyone shut up. Uchiha Kagami also closed his Manjiki Sharingan and lowered his head without even looking at the back of the Uchiha clan leader leaving. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the messy office and said, "Everyone come back tomorrow morning, and the meeting will be held again. Let's adjourn now." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, looked at Kanaha under the setting sun, and sighed secretly, "Kanaha, things are going to change." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Shimura Danzo's previous proposal again, and secretly said, "Danzo, you are right, Kanaha does need a route that is always in darkness." Chapter 56 Stone Tablet. Uchiha Kagami returned to the Uchiha clan alone. Looking at the children who came to greet him from time to time, Uchiha Kagami forced a smile and said, "It's late now, why don't you go home and sleep?" Uchiha Kagami returned home and opened the door to see Uchiha Shui holding a spatula and cooking the few dishes she knew. Uchiha Shui saw Jing coming back, and ran to him happily and said, "Jing, why did you come back so early today?" Uchiha Jing looked at Shui and chuckled, "There was a problem with the meeting, and it will be held tomorrow." Shui hugged Uchiha Jing's arm and said mysteriously, "Jing, I'll tell you a secret." Uchiha Jing was still thinking about what happened just now, and said casually, "Well, tell me." Shui looked at Uchiha Jing, who was perfunctory, and said dissatisfiedly, "Jing, what's wrong with you?" Uchiha Jing shook his head and said, "Nothing, I'm just a little tired, tell me, I'm going to rest early. Shui nodded and whispered in Uchiha Jing's ear, I'm pregnant, you're going to be a father. Uchiha Jing was surprised and said, really? Shui looked at Uchiha Jing, who was surprised, and walked towards the kitchen, laughing and said, of course, would I lie to you? But before he could enjoy this good news, Uchiha Jing thought of the fact that he had fallen out with the clan leader during the meeting, and now Shui was pregnant again. Jing? Why are you not happy at all? Shui asked in confusion as she came back from the kitchen with dishes. Uchiha Jing slowly shook his head and said, I'm very happy, of course I'm very happy. Even Uchiha Jing himself didn't believe this, let alone Shui. Shui frowned and asked, Jing, what's wrong with you? Looking at the silent Uchiha Jing, Shui guessed, could it be that you like another woman? Is it Mina next door? Uchiha Jing looked at Shui, who was talking nonsense, and smiled, what nonsense are you talking about? Of course I only love you. Then why are you still not happy? Shui asked with a pout. Suddenly someone knocked on the door of Uchiha Jing's house. Uchiha Jing walked over and opened the door. He saw the Uchiha clan leader looking at him with indifference and slowly said, follow me. After that, he turned around and left without looking back. Uchiha Jing couldn't figure out what he was going to do. He looked back at Shui and whispered, Shui, wait for me at home. I will be back soon. After that, he followed him. Shui looked at Uchiha Jing worriedly and said, Jing, what happened? Do you want me to follow you? Uchiha Jing slowly shook his head and said, wait for me. Uchiha Jing followed the Uchiha clan leader to the Uchiha clan's shrine. The Uchiha clan leader turned back and glanced at Uchiha Jing. Uchiha Jing slowly frowned and asked, what do you want to do here, clan leader? The Uchiha clan leader did not speak either. He seemed to have turned on some mechanism. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and a road leading to the underground opened in the center of the shrine. The Uchiha clan leader slowly walked down. After hesitating for a while, Uchiha Jing still followed. Uchiha Jing didn't know how long he had been following him, and slowly a fire appeared in front of him. The two walked to a stone tablet, and the Uchiha clan leader said, tell me what is written on it. Uchiha Jing walked to the stone tablet and looked at the words on the stone tablet, shook his head and said, sorry, clan leader, I don't understand. The Uchiha clan leader looked at Uchiha Jing and said slowly, do you know what your clan members think of you? Uchiha Jing lowered his head, clenched his fists and said, traitor. The Uchiha clan leader questioned, you didn't obey my orders in the meeting. Are you going to betray Uchiha? Uchiha Jing shook his head frantically and said, how could it be, I just want my clan members to integrate into Kanaha. Don't you feel that the current Uchiha is getting farther and farther away from Kanaha? After the two were silent for a while, the Uchiha clan leader said, of course I know, what can I do, we are different from the Senju group of idiots, how many Senju clan members can there be in Kanaha now? Uchiha Jing asked the Uchiha clan leader, what's the difference? We are all ninjas, all human beings. The Uchiha clan leader was silent, and after a long time he spoke, because our surname is Uchiha. Okay, open your Manjiki Sharingan and look at the stone tablet, and tell me what is written on it. Although Uchiha Jing wanted to say something, he swallowed it back into his stomach, opened his Manjiki Sharingan and looked directly at the stone tablet. The Uchiha clan leader looked at Uchiha Jing's beautiful and charming eyes, and a touch of envy flashed in his eyes. The Uchiha clan leader seemed to have made up his mind and whispered, sorry, Jing. The Uchiha clan leader took out the kunai while Uchiha Jing was not paying attention and prepared to directly understand Uchiha Jing. A dangerous aura came from behind Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami quickly turned his head and looked at the kunai that was about to pierce him. He said in disbelief, Patriarch, you actually. Chapter 57 Hitaki Zoe. The next day, early in the morning, the patriarchs of all the major families had arrived in the Hokage's office, except for the Uchiha clan leader. The one who replaced the Uchiha clan leader and sat in that position was Uchiha Kagami. But at this time, Uchiha Kagami covered one eye with gauze. The Hyuga clan leader looked at Uchiha Kagami and asked, "Uchiha Kagami, why are you sitting there?" Uchiha Kagami did not answer the Hyuga clan leader's question, but said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Can the meeting begin?" The Hyuga clan leader frowned slightly and pressed, "Uchiha Kagami, do you think you are qualified to sit there?" Uchiha Kagami looked at the Hyuga clan leader, and unknowingly opened the Manjiki Sharingan, looking directly at the Hyuga clan leader and said, "What do you think?" The Hyuga clan leader was not to be outdone, and opened the Byakugan, which was not at all inferior to Uchiha Kagami. The two secretly used their pupil power to fight against each other. But the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan leader was ultimately no match for the Manjiki Sharingan, and the Hyuga clan leader was defeated. The Hyuga clan leader snorted and closed the Byakugan. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Well, the Uchiha clan leader had an accident. He fell down the stairs and fell unconscious. He is lying in Kanaha hospital. Now Uchiha Kagami will replace the Uchiha clan leader to attend the meeting." Seeing that no one objected, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "According to the intelligence received, the Chunin exam team led by Shimura Danzo in the Sand Village is in danger." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hitaki Sai, who stood up and said, "Zoe, are you sure you want to go?" Hitaki Zoe nodded and said, "Of course, Lord Hokage will not disagree." Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and said, "Of course it would be best if you want to go." Some newly appointed clan leaders did not know Hitaki Zoe, so they asked the old people on the side, "Is this Hitaki Zoe very powerful?" "The Hitaki clan is not a big family, right?" "That's wrong. Although the Hitaki clan is not a big family, it's just because the Hitaki clan has a small population and is a single-line inheritance." "Then how strong is Hitaki Zoe?" "Well, strength. It is said that the Hitaki clan was personally invited to join Kanaha by the first generation." "Oh? So Hitaki Zoe is very strong?" "Not necessarily, but Hitaki Zoe was a celebrity more than 10 years ago." Hitaki Zoe, who was only 20 years old, had already been recognized by the second generation. "Then shouldn't the name Hitaki Zoe be very famous?" The old man sighed and said, "That's because Hitaki Sai witnessed her teammates, wife and teacher die in front of her and then fell. I wonder if he is." At the same time, Ryuki and his people in the Sand Village also encountered trouble. Jiraiya looked at Tianyi Sangxia in front of him, got up from the ground again, and launched another attack with the remaining chakra. Bang! Jiraiya was ruthlessly pressed to the ground by Tianyi Sangxia again. Tsunade looked at the abused Jiraiya and shouted, "Jiraiya, admit defeat." Jiraiya raised his eyelids with difficulty and looked at Tsunade, and stood up again, took out a kunao and rushed towards Tianyi Sangxia. Tianyi Sangxia turned his body to one side, and Jiraiya fell to the ground by himself. Tianyi Sangxia had not said a word since the start of the battle. He looked at Jiraiya, lifted him up and threw him to the ground. Finally, Jiraiya couldn't hold on anymore, and he closed his eyes and fainted. Ryusha quickly stepped forward, helped Jiraiya up and said, "I admit defeat for Jiraiya, you win." After that, he quickly picked up Jiraiya and treated him. Shimura Danzo frowned slightly and said, that Tianyi Sangxia is very wrong. His chakra is a bit too much. It is already comparable to that of an ordinary jonin. Ryushu also nodded and said, "I just tested it with chakra. It seems that he used some secret technique or something else to have so much chakra." Next, Taikukigawa Shizu fought against Yanagi Nabun. Unexpectedly, Taikukigawa Shizu turned out to be a physical ninja. Taikukigawa Shizu used her physical skills and speed to quickly defeat Yanagi Nabun. When the next round of draws was conducted, for some reason, Shu's hero did not show up, and the leader of Takigakuer did not show up either. Luojin explained, "Just last night, the representative of Takigakuer asked me to give up. Although I was also confused, I saw that Takigakure was very determined, so I agreed. Since Shu's hero of Takigakure gave up, one person will be directly admitted to the finals during the final draw. Now let the advanced Orochimaru, Tanaki Sanka, and Teikukigawashika come up to draw lots. Teikukigawashika was lucky to draw a bye, and the next game will be between Orochimaru and Tanaki Sanka. There will be 2 hours for Tanaki Sanka to rest, restore chakra, and physical strength. But unexpectedly, Tanaki Sanka shook her head and refused the rest time, and jumped directly off the court, looking at Orochimaru. When Orochimaru was about to go down, Ryuki stopped him and whispered in his ear, "Be careful, this Tianyi Sangzia is very problematic." Chapter 58 Detonating Talisman. Orochimaru looked at Tianyi Sangzia in front of him and quickly formed a summoning technique seal. Bang! The smoke dissipated, and it was the 10,000 snakes that were summoned by Orochimaru. Orochimaru and Manzo gradually suppressed Tianyi Sangzia. After a long time, because Tianyi Sangzia had much more chakra than Orochimaru, Orochimaru looked at Tianyi Sangzia in confusion and thought to himself, why does he still have so much chakra? Hey! I don't have much chakra left. I have to fight quickly. Tianyi Sangzia seemed to have sensed Orochimaru's thoughts and quickly formed a seal earth-style, rock spike. Orochimaru only felt the ground shaking under his feet, and hurriedly jumped on Manzo and said, "Manzo, get out of here." Manzo dodged the ground spikes and roared, "Orochimaru, get down quickly, no one dares to stand on my head." Orochimaru ignored Manzo's words and grabbed Manzo tightly, thinking about how to deal with Tianyi Sangzia. The shaking of the earth stopped, and the stadium became dilapidated. There was no good place on the whole land. Tianyi Sangzia stood on a ground spike with an expressionless face. Mandra used his tail to sweep a flat ground and lay on it. Orochimaru squatted on Mandra's head and tentatively shot a few kunao at Tianyi Sangzia. Orochimaru looked at the motionless Tianyi Sangzia and said inwardly, "Clone." At the same time, the kunao also shot Tianyi Sangzia, but the kunao pierced directly into Tianyi Sangzia's heart, and Tianyi Sangzia shattered instantly. It turned out that this was just Tianyi Sangzia's earth clone. The real Tianyi Sangzia had long disappeared. Orochimaru looked around, but there was no trace of Tianyi Sangzia. The stadium was so small. Since Tianyi Sangzia was not on the field, he could only be underground. Orochimaru and Man Snake seemed to be still, motionless, and Tianyi Sangzia did not come out. The stalemate lasted for a long time. Man Snake was impatient at first and hammered the ground with his tail frantically, trying to force Tianyi Sangzia out. After Man Snake did this, the already dilapidated stadium became even more dilapidated, with potholes everywhere, and even several bottomless cracks were smashed by Man Snake. Tianyi Sangzia jumped out from nowhere and attacked Orochimaru. Tianyi Sangzia's unexpected attack caught Orochimaru off guard. Orochimaru hid while trying to counterattack. But it seemed that Tianyi Sangzia's chakra was endless, not giving Orochimaru a single moment of rest. Finally, Orochimaru's chakra and physical strength were exhausted, and Mandrik returned to the Ryukai cave first. Orochimaru looked at Tianyi Sangzia unwillingly and said, "I give up." Tianyi Sangzia saw that Orochimaru gave up, so he also stopped and left the stadium without saying a word. The duel between Orochimaru and Tianyi Sangzia lasted from noon to evening. On the way back, Ryushu looked at the disappointed people and comforted them, "You have done very well, not to mention that this is your first time to participate in the Chunin exam." Shimura Danzo also nodded and agreed, "Indeed, your strength is comparable to that of ordinary Chunin." Ryushu and the others' words did not make Jiraiya and others feel better. Looking at the three people, Ryushu said again, "After returning to Kanaha, I will talk to Hiruzen and ask him to spare some time to teach you." Jiraiya looked at Ryushu and said, "Really? Then it's a deal." "Brother Ryushu, don't lie." Ryushu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will do what I say." Ryushu looked at the three people whose mood had improved, and thought carefully about Tianyi Sangxia. In any case, his chakra was really a bit problematic. He had just fought with Jiraiya and fought with Orochimaru for so long. And the Takigakure actually gave up, which was a bit strange. At night, Ryushu recalled what happened in the past few days and wandered around his residence. The house arranged by the Sandgakure for the Kanaha people was not far from the residence of the Ragakure. Glass bottle. Ryushu suddenly found a glass bottle on the ground not far away, and the moonlight shining on the glass just flashed into Ryushu's sight. Longshu walked in, picked it up and looked at it carefully, puzzled, why is there a glass bottle here? Longshu held the glass bottle and thought about it. Secretly, glass is something that ordinary people should not use. Did the rock ninja bring it? Longshu put away the bottle and walked back. Halfway through, Longshu suddenly saw a sand ninja Anbu looking for something. Longshu then hid in the night, jumped onto the tree with a slight jump, and watched what the sand ninja Anbu was going to do. Not long after, the sand ninja Anbu left, which made Longshu even more confused. Longshu jumped down from the tree, walked to the place where the sand ninja Anbu was before, looked around, and left without finding anything. Not long after Longshu left, the sand ninja Anbu came back again. The sand ninja Anbu returned to the previous position, quietly buried something, and left here. But what the sand ninja Anbu didn't expect was that not long after he left, Longshu came back again. Longshu frowned slightly and turned out the things buried by the sand ninja Anbu. Is this a detonating tag? Longshu's face changed, and he was surprised. Chapter 59 Final. Are you saying that the sand ninja Anbu buried a detonating tag nearby? Shimura Danzo frowned slightly, and asked after taking the detonating tag handed over by Longshu. Longshu nodded and said, yes, I just found it when I was strolling outside. Shimura Danzo said solemnly, it seems that the sand ninja is going to attack us. Longshu also said solemnly, but Luojin should not attack here. Shimura Danzo shook his head slightly and said, it's hard to say. With Luojin's personality, he is very likely to do it. He is insidious and cunning, and he can use any tricks. Then what should we do next? Longshu asked Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo exhaled and said, let's wait and see. By the way, did you only find this one detonating tag nearby? Ryushu shook his head and said, no, I'm just a shadow clone. The real body is still looking for a detonating tag. Suddenly, with a bang, the shadow clone disappeared in a cloud of smoke. It turned out that Ryushu himself had returned. Ryushu pushed open the door and said, Danzo, there are more than 40 detonating tags in total. It seems that the Sand Village has a big plan. 40 detonating tags are not too many, but they are definitely not too few. The power of a detonating tag is about that of an A-level fire ninjutsu. 40 detonating tags can definitely kill an unprepared cage-leveled strong man was seriously injured. However, in normal battles, the detonating talisman, like the fireball, can hardly hit the enemy. After discussing with Shimura Danzo for a whole night, they still couldn't come up with any good ideas. Shimura Danzo shook his head and said, we can only wait and see. I hope the Sand Ninja won't attack us together with the Rock Ninja. Shimura Danzo looked out the window again and said, okay, it's already dawn, you go back first. Naruto nodded and said, okay, I'll leave first. Before leaving, Naruto looked at the things on Shimura Danzo's desk and asked, Danzo, what is that? Shimura Danzo picked up the things that Naruto pointed at and said, this is a specialty of the Sand Ninja Village, sand cakes, 1 or 2 or 4, do you want to try it? Naruto waved his hand and said, no, it doesn't look delicious. Shimura Danzo picked up a piece of sand cake and said as he ate it, it tastes okay, but it's just a little dry. Time passed slowly, and it was time for the finals of the Chunin exam. But when the finals were going on, Ryushu's attention was not on the field at all. He was always thinking about how to lead Kanaha to escape from the Sand Village. The huge cheers called Ryashu's attention back. It turned out that Taikukawa defeated Tianyi Sangzia with an overwhelming advantage and won the championship. Jiraiya said dissatisfiedly on the side, "What? That Tianyi Sangzia didn't use her full strength at all. She was so powerful yesterday, but so weak today." Orochimaru also looked bad. He couldn't imagine that he actually lost to such a waste. Taikukawa only used physical skills to get close to Tianyi Sangzia and punched him a few times. After a few kicks, Tianyi Sangzia couldn't get up. It was incredible. Ryashu looked at Tianyi Sangzia, who fell to the ground, and said secretly, "Did you do it on purpose?" Sure enough, the Sand Ninja has colluded with the Rock Ninja. Vice Principal Suzuki, I see that you are frowning. Are you feeling unwell? At this time, Luojin on the side suddenly said. Long Shu smiled and said, "How could that be? I was just thinking about something." Luojin pretended to be puzzled and asked, "I wonder what doubts Vice Principal Suzuki has. Tell me, maybe I can help you think of a solution." Long Shu shook his head and said, "No need to trouble Master Kazekage. I'll figure it out myself when I get back." Looking at the jubilant Taikukawa Yukari in the audience, Long Shu smiled and said, "It seems that the finals are over. I'll go back first." After that, he left here with Jiraiya and others without looking back. Luojin looked at Long Shu's departing back and said with a sinister smile, "Hehe, let's see how long you can live." He looked at Tianchi beside him and asked, "Where are the people from your rock ninja village?" Tianchi frowned slightly and said, "Almost, we will soon enter the Kingdom of Wind." Luojin snorted and said, "Humph, that's good, you rock ninjas better not drag us down, otherwise I will make you pay for it." Tianchi glared at Luojin and said, "Don't go too far." Luojin sneered, looked at Tianchi with disdain, and didn't say anything. Long Shu took Jiraiya and others back to his residence, and immediately went to find Shimura Danzo to discuss countermeasures with Shimura Danzo again. From the current situation, the Rock Ninjas have formed an alliance with the Sand Ninjas. Long Shu said solemnly, "I hope Luojin still retains his sanity and won't take action in the Sand Ninja village, otherwise we will be in danger." Shimura Danzo also said distressedly. Long Shu asked Shimura Danzo, "Then will we keep dragging it on like this?" Shimura Danzo stood up and looked out the window and said, "I have already sent the information to Kanaha, but I don't know if they can receive it." Chapter 60 Pursuit. I wonder when Advisor Danzo will leave. Luojin asked Shimura Danzo with a smile. Shimura Danzo shook his head slightly and said, "I have felt the enthusiasm of the people in Sand Village in the past few days. I want to stay for a few more days. I hope you, Kazekage, will not disagree." Luojin retracted his smile and said expressionlessly, "Oh, then you can stay for a few more days." After that, he turned around and left. Long Shu said on the side, "I'll go to the Rock Ninja to see, maybe I can find something." Shimura Danzo nodded and said, "Okay, but you have to be careful." "What do you want to talk to me about?" Tianchi looked at Long Shu in confusion and asked. Long Shu smiled and said, "Nothing, I just want to ask when you will leave here." Tianchi snorted and said, "It's none of your business when we leave, just get out of here." Long Shu was not angry and waved his hand and said, "Don't be so irritable." Long Shu pretended to be calm and said, "What do you think of the Sand Village now?" Tianchi looked at Long Shu and didn't say anything. Looking at the silent Tianchi, Long Shu said, "I think the Sand Village is getting worse day by day." Tianchi snorted coldly and said, "So what? The affairs of the Sand Village are not my turn as a person from the Rock Village." Long Shu looked at Tianchi with an impatient look, and then said, "What do you think of Luojin, the so-called strongest Kazekage?" When he heard Long Shu talking about Luojin, Tianchi unconsciously clenched his hands and said, "Oh, the strongest. It's just a boast." Tianchi seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly drove Long Shu out. Long Shu returned to his residence and found Shimura Danzo and told him that Tianchi was also dissatisfied with Luo Jin. Shimura Danzo chuckled and said, "It seems that the alliance between Rock Ninja and Sand Ninja is just like this." Time passed by, night fell, Long Shu and Shimura Danzo prepared to take the ninjas to quietly leave the Sand Ninja village under the cover of night. But not long after Long Shu and his group left the Sand Ninja village, someone came to the door. It was some Luojin who brought some Sand Ninja Anbu to find Long Shu and his group. Luojin looked at Shimura Danzo and asked, "Didn't Advisor Danzo say that he would stay in the Sand village for a while? Why are you leaving in the middle of the night? Did we not treat you well?" Shimura Danzo said vigilantly, "Haha, Kazekage, you are joking. I just remembered that the gas at home is not turned off. Aren't you in a hurry to go home?" Luojin frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Gas? What is that?" Shimura Danzo laughed and said, "Since the Kazekage doesn't know, let me tell you what this gas is." Luojin snorted and interrupted Shimura Danzo's words, "I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. You also know what I want to do. Stop talking nonsense and get started." As soon as Luojin finished speaking, the Sand Ninja Anbu behind him rushed towards Shimura Danzo and his men. Seeing the people of Kanaha turned into a cloud of smoke, Luojin was surprised and said, "Shadow clone." Shimura Danzo suddenly turned into the appearance of Ryushu, and Ryushu laughed and said, "I didn't expect that the strongest wind shadow was so stupid that he couldn't even see the shadow clone." Luojin glared at Ryushu and roared, "Suzuki Ryushu, you deserve to die." After that, he controlled the sand and killed Ryushu. But Ryushu was just a shadow clone. Looking at Ryushu's clone, Luojin roared, "What a Suzuki Ryushu, you dare to play tricks on me." Luojin turned his head and looked at the Sand Ninja Anbu who lowered their heads, and roared, "Search for me, we must find them before dawn." On the other side, the real Ryushu and his people were preparing to take a detour from the rain country back to Kanaha. Suddenly, a dizziness came, causing Ryushu to slip and almost fall to the ground. Shimura Danzo supported Ryushu and asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" Ryushu rubbed his head and said slowly, "The clone has been discovered. We need to leave quickly." Shimura Danzo nodded and whispered to everyone, "Everyone speed up." Just as Ryushu and his group were about to speed up, a group of rock ninjas led by Tianchi discovered Ryushu and his group, and Tianchi quickly fired a flare. The flare exploded in the sky. This flare not only let Luojin know that Ryushu and his group were here, but also alarmed the rain ninjas patrolling the border of the rain country. Shimura Danzo shouted, "Everyone speed up and rush into the rain country." Tianchi followed closely and said coldly, "Hehe, stay here for me." He formed the seal earth-style rock coffin and several rocks appeared beside the Kanaha people. The rocks gathered together to block the way for the Kanaha people. Wind-style, vacuum big ball spit out a ball of wind from Danzo Shimura's mouth and attacked the rock wall. After a few loud bangs, the rock was successfully penetrated by Danzo Shimura, but the Kanaha people were about to be caught up by the rock ninjas. But at the same time, the Kanaha people could already see the border of the rain country. At the border of the rain country, many rain ninjas stood there and looked at Kanaha and the rock ninjas vigilantly. Chapter 61 Start the fight. "Master Chino, how about we?" Yukihiro Kayama looked at Chino Shimada and asked. Although Yukihiro Kayama didn't say anything more, the other rain ninjas understood what he meant. It's better not to participate in the fight between the rock ninjas and Kanaha to avoid getting into trouble. Shimada Chino snorted coldly and shouted at the rain ninjas, "Why? Why should we give way to them because they are Kanaha's ninjas? Why?" Looking at the people who bowed their heads and remained silent, Shimada Chino said again, "We are also ninjas and human beings. We can't just bear the oppression and exploitation of those big ninja villages." Listening to Shimada Chino's words, everyone gradually raised their heads and looked at Shimada Chino who seemed to be emitting holy light behind them, and shouted together, "Yes, Master Chino is right, we must resist. At this time, Longshu looked at the rain ninjas in front of him who didn't know what they were doing, and shouted, "The ones in front, get out of the way quickly." Shimada Chino stood in front of Longshu and said, "Kanaha's ninjas, please leave here, otherwise we will not be polite." Longshu frowned slightly and said inwardly, "What are you doing?" Longshu looked back at the rock ninjas who were getting closer and closer, and said helplessly, "Since you don't give way, I can't do anything." After that, he quickly formed a seal water style, water dragon technique. A water dragon flew towards the rain ninjas. Most of the patrolling rain ninjas were just genin, how could they withstand Ryashu's ninjutsu? The water dragon instantly opened a path for the Konoha people, and Shimada Chino, who was right in front of Ryashu, was knocked away by the water dragon. "Chino sir!" Seeing Shimada Chino being blown away, the remaining rain ninjas didn't even dare to say a word, and hurriedly dodged to make way for Konoha people. But before Ryashu and others ran to the border of the rain country, Tianchi caught up with Shimura Danzo and fought with him. Ryashu looked at the situation in front of him, secretly said not good and looked at the genin in front of him who had little strength. Although Ryashu knew that this was a battle that was bound to be lost, he had to start the battle now. Ryashu looked at Xiaojin who was crawling on Xiaobai and whispered, "Xiaojin, you protect yourself well." After that, he joined the battle without waiting for Xiaojin's reply. Jiraiya and his two companions summoned the summoned beasts from the three holy places and joined forces to fight against a Jonin. It seemed that the title of the three Jonins would be announced in advance. On the side, Shimura Danzo was fighting with Tianchi and two other Jonins. This time, Kanaha had a total of 5 Jonins, 7 Chunins, and 9 Genins. The opposite Iwagakur had about a dozen people, and half of them were Jonins. Seeing this, Ryashu rushed up and used the sunflower acupuncture to sneak attack one of the Jonins who was fighting with Shimura Danzo, causing him to lose his combat effectiveness. The balance of victory gradually tilted in Kanaha's favor, but it didn't take long for Luojin to come to support with the Sand Ninja Anbu. Luojin sneered, "Haha, let's see where you can jump now, everyone come together, and don't leave anyone alive." "Tisk tisk, Master Kazekage is so arrogant." Suddenly a contemptuous voice came. "Hey? Who is it?" Luojin said in surprise. It turned out that it was Hitaki Zoe who was sent by Kanaha to support. Luojin did not know Hitaki Zoe, but Luojin knew the ninja forehead protector on Hitaki Zoe's head. Luojin frowned slightly and asked, "Kanaha ninja? Are you alone?" Hitaki Zoe nodded and said, "Yes, I am the only one." Hitaki Zoe saw the signal flares fired by the rock ninja, and came to the battlefield first to support Kanaha. Luojin sneered twice and said, "Hehe, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, die." After that, he manipulated the sand to pile into the shape of a sharp knife and chopped at Hitaki Zoe. Hitaki Zoe drew out the ninja sword without panic and cut off Luojin's sand sword with one knife. After cutting off the sand sword, he quickly rushed towards Luojin, and also injured many sand ninja Anbu who came to stop him. Hitaki Zoe ran to Luojin and chopped him down quickly with one knife. But Luojin was a shadow after all, and he quickly dodged Hitaki Zoe's attack, grabbed Hitaki Zoe's arm with his backhand, and condensed a sand knife in his other hand to stab Hitaki Zoe. When Luojin was about to stab her, Hitaki Zoe used the substitution technique to come behind Luojin, ready to chop off Luojin's head with a knife. Hitaki Zoe raised her knife and chopped off Luojin's head, but the head fell to the ground and quickly turned into a pile of sand. Luojin himself was not far away. Frowning slightly at Hitaki Zoe and said, "Kanaha ninja, white hair and swordsmanship, it seems that you are from the Hitaki clan." Luojin did not wait for Hitaki Zoe to speak, and said, "As far as I know, there have been no strong people in the Hitaki clan recently, except for the current Hitaki clan leader Hitaki Zoe." Hitaki Zoe chuckled twice, did not speak, and rushed towards Luojin again. Luojin also knew that he couldn't beat Hitaki Zoe in close combat, so he quickly distanced himself from Hitaki Zoe. At this time, the sand ninja Anbu occasionally came up to harass Hataki Zoe, which gave Luojin plenty of time. Chapter 62 Melee. Magnetic Style, Sand Iron Rain. Luojin used magnetic style to squeeze the sand iron around into needles and shot them towards Hataki Zoe. Hataki Zoe looked at the overwhelming iron needles and formed a seal earth style, earth barrier to raise an earth wall to block Luojin's attack. But the earth wall was like paper in front of the iron needles, and was pierced by the iron needles in an instant, so Hataki Zoe had to roll aside. The sand ninja Anbu on the side saw this opportunity and rushed up to surround Hataki Zoe. Hataki Zoe got up and was a little annoyed. She hadn't experienced such a life and death battle for too long, and her body was a little dull. Hataki Sai quickly drew out her ninja sword. In the eyes of the sand ninjas, this was just an ordinary action. However, in the eyes of the sand ninjas, only a flash of silver light appeared, and a sand ninja had already died at the hands of Hataki Sai. Hataki Sai looked calm and at ease. While wiping the bright red blood on the ninja sword, she was ready to attack again at any time. The sand ninjas shed a few drops of cold sweat unconsciously. Just when the silver light flashed again, Luojin blocked Hataki Sai's attack with sand iron. Luojin looked at the sand ninjas and said, "Everyone go to help the rock ninjas." Hearing Luojin's words, the sand ninjas seemed to be reborn and hurriedly ran towards Tianchi. Hataki Sai looked at the departing sand ninjas were about to stop them but were stopped by Luojin. Luojin looked at Hataki Zoe and said, "Hehe, let me see your true ability." Then he launched a new round of attack on Hataki Zoe. On the other side, because of the sudden support of the sand ninjas, the people of Kanaha could no longer resist and could only fight while advancing towards the land of rain. Shimura Danzo glared at Tianchi and said, "Tianchi, why did you attack us?" Tianchi laughed and said, "Does this kind of thing need a reason? I just don't like you." Shimura Danzo snorted and said, "Who are you fooling with this stupid talk?" He then made a seal to attack Tianchi. Tianchi dodged Shimura Danzo's attack and said, "Hehe, you know I won't say it, so why bother to do it? Die, Shimura Danzo." Then he fought with Shimura Danzo again. Long Shu knocked away another Jonin again, panting and looking at the battlefield, thinking, "No, if we continue, we will definitely lose. We need to think of something. System, I want to draw a lottery, use all 3 times." Long Shu suddenly remembered that he still had the system as a golden finger. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining gourmet cells from the captive world of gourmet, chakra, earth, rolling fruit. But the enemy did not give Long Shu too much time to think. The sand ninjas also saw that Long Shu was very strong. And 2 or 3 sand ninjas prepared to besiege Long Shu together. The 3 sand ninjas formed a seal together wind-style wind-cutting technique. Wind blades from 3 different directions attacked Long Shu. Long Shu had just come back to his senses in the system, and was at a loss for a while when looking at the wind blades. Long Shu quickly formed a seal water-style water barrier. The water wall rose up and successfully blocked 2 wind blades for Long Shu, but the wind blades behind Long Shu hit Long Shu solidly. The sand ninja took advantage of Ryashu's injury and attacked him with a more fierce attack. Ryashu had to hide from the sand ninja's attack and try to find an opportunity to counterattack. Ryashu saw the right time and rushed forward quickly scratching a sand ninja with a kunao, but the sand ninja's reaction speed was also very fast, and he quickly retreated, causing Ryashu to only scratch his epidermis. After a long stalemate, Kanaha's reinforcements finally arrived, and they quickly joined the battlefield. Now Kanaha finally had a glimmer of hope for victory. Ryashu also got away, simply bandaged his wounds, and quietly ran to Shimura Danzo, ready to solve the rock ninja representative Tianchi with him. Tianchi was a little anxious when he saw that he had not been able to take down Shimura Danzo for a long time. Now that Kanaha's reinforcements had arrived, he wanted to take down Shimura Danzo as soon as possible. Shimura Danzo was in a very uncomfortable situation at this time. Tianchi led 2 sand ninjas to make Shimura Danzo flee in embarrassment. At the same time, one of Shimura Danzo's eyes could no longer be opened, and he walked a little unsteadily. It was obvious that Shimura Danzo could not hold on for much longer. Tianchi looked at the exhausted Shimura Danzo and laughed, "See where you can run to, go to hell." As he spoke, Longshu had been lurking behind Tianchi and shot several kunao at his fatal points. Tianchi had to miss the opportunity to kill Danzo. Tianchi looked at the sand ninjas on both sides and asked, "Why didn't you two help me block it, otherwise Shimura Danzo would have died?" But the sand ninjas ignored Tianchi, glanced at him and rushed towards Shimura Danzo again. At this moment, Longshu had also helped Shimura Danzo up and placed him next to a tree, and he fought with the 2 sand ninjas who were about to rush up. Gradually, some Konoha ninjas discovered the situation here, and hurried over to help Longshu kill the 2 sand ninjas. But when Longshu looked around, Tianchi had disappeared. Chapter 63 Return to Kanaha. After an unknown amount of time, the battle was over, and everyone in Kanaha fled to the rain village. Luojin led the sand ninja, and Tianchi led the rock ninja. Looking at the Kanaha people who were resting, the rain ninja dared only watch from a distance, not daring to move forward. Longshu walked to Yoshiko and asked, "How is everyone?" Yoshiko had just finished checking the last wounded and said, "Except for Danzo, there is nothing wrong." Longshu frowned slightly and asked, "What happened to Danzo?" Yoshiko looked at Danzo Shimura on the side and said, "Danzo's right eye may be." At this time, Hitaki Sae came over and said, "If there is nothing wrong, go back to Kanaha quickly, and try to get back before tomorrow." After saying that, she glanced at Danzo Shimura lying on the bed, and turned and left. Fortunately, it didn't rain in the land of rain today, it was just a little cloudy. In the land of fire, under the valley of the end, a middle-aged man over 50 slowly opened his eyes and said, "Black Zetsu, have you found out why the sand and rock ninjas suddenly attacked Kanaha?" Black Zetsu nodded and said, "Yes, Madara-sama, it seems that Uchiha Kagami opened the Mangeki Sharingan during the First Ninja World War." When Black Zetsu finished this sentence, the temperature of the entire cave dropped. It dropped a few points. At this time, the Konoha people who were about to leave the rain country encountered trouble again. Hitaki Zoe frowned slightly and looked at the masked man in front of her and said, "Rain Ninja, get out of the way." It was the salamander Hanzo who came after hearing the news who stopped the Konoha people. Salamander Hanzo held a sickle and stared at Hitaki Zoe without saying a word. Hitaki Zoe couldn't figure out Salamander Hanzo's attitude, and snorted coldly, "I'll say it again, Rain Ninja, get out of the way." Salamander Hanzo's hands tightly holding the sickle expressed his inner anger, but in the end Salamander Hanzo still left here with Rain Ninja. Not long after the Konoha people left, a heavy murderous aura emanated from Salamander Hanzo. Salamander Hanzo picked up the sickle and angrily beat around, and the surroundings were razed to the ground by Salamander Hanzo. The Konoha people finally saw the Konoha gate the next morning. Ryushu looked at the dusty Konoha people and said, "Hey! I'm finally back, Konoha." A few days later, Ryushu and others recovered from their injuries in the war, except for Shimura Danzo, who lost his eyesight due to excessive blood loss. Early in the morning, when Ryushu was about to open the door, the Anbu had already come to Ryushu and said, "Lord Ryushu, the Hokage is looking for you, please follow me." After this battle, the ninjas of Konoha also knew Ryushu's strength and dared not to underestimate him anymore. Ryushu also became the target of the major families. In the past few days, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Matere and other families have all looked for Ryushu, but Ryushu has rejected them one by one. When Ryushu arrived at the Hokage's office, it was already smoky. Shimura Danzo, who was blindfolded, was discussing something with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo glanced at Ryushu and said, "Ryushu, you're just in time." Then he pulled Ryushu to his side. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said, "Okay, Danzo, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll let the sand village compensate. Shimura Danzo added, and the rock village. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded impatiently, okay, rock village. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's assurance, Shimura Danzo barely calmed down, closed his eyes and sat on the sofa beside him. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and said to Ryashu, Ryashu, sit down for a while, and I'll talk to you when everyone is here. Ryashu nodded and sat beside Shimura Danzo, and asked, Danzo, what were you talking about with Hiruzen just now? Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Ryashu asked for trouble, spread his hands and sat aside with his eyes closed. System, open the panel and let me take another look. Ding. Okay host. System goal, assist the host to successfully transform this world into a new world. Functions enabled, lottery system, mall system, fusion system. Transformation points, obtained by the degree of influence brought by the transformation of this world 700 points. Host, Suzuki Ryaki. Age, 25 years old. Chakra, Elite Jonin. Abilities, Iron Block, Sunflower Acupuncture Hand, Chakra, Water, Chakra, Earth. Items, Mind Gem, Adamantium Shield, Slightly Worn, Rolling Fruit, Gourmet Cells, Century Soup. Hey, don't I still have 300 transformation points left? How come there are 400 more? Ding! The host caused Shimura Danzo to lose an eye in advance, and obtained transformation points, 400 points. Is that so? But what does Danzo's eye have to do with me? It's not me who blinded him. Ding! System detection in progress. Ding! System bug has been fixed, rewarding the host with transformation points, 300 points. What did I do? Just fixed the bug. Ding! After the host's reminder, the butterfly effect brought by the host does not count as the host's transformation of this world. Chapter 64, Yakushi no. Zoe, you're finally here. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Hitaki Zoe who pushed the door in. What does Lord Hokage want to talk to me about? Hitaki Zoe asked expressionlessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed secretly and said, Zoe you. Hitaki Zoe seemed to know what Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to say, and said, Lord Hokage, please forgive me for refusing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned and said, won't you listen to me? Hitaki Zoe shook her head and said, no need, since Lord Hokage is looking for me just for this matter, then I'll leave first. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and nodded, then you go. Before leaving, Hitaki Zoe glanced at Nagarayu for some reason, especially staring at Nagaraju's lower body for 2 more seconds. Longshu slightly turned his body, as if he could see a trace of nostalgia in Hitaki Zoe's eyes. Longshu did not pay much attention to Hitaki Zoe's eyes, and looked at the 2 mysterious people and asked, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. However, Hitaki Zoe did not explain to Longshu what, left here without saying a word. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, took a puff of cigarette and said, nothing. But Shimura Danzo sneered and said, hee, I said he would not agree. The position of Anbu minister is not easy to be. Hitaki Sai is the Anbu minister? Then who is the current Anbu minister? Ryashu asked in confusion. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and said, who else but me? Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted what Shimura Danzo was about to say and said, okay, stop talking. I agree with your previous proposal, Danzo. Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed, and he said happily, you agreed. But Shimura Danzo thought about it and realized that he had proposed at least a dozen proposals to Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he asked again, which proposal are you talking about? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at Shimura Danzo and said, of course it's the proposal to establish the route, otherwise. Shimura Danzo was a little disappointed. He thought Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to allow him to study would release. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Nagaragi again and said, Engarajai, Danzo and Zoe have told me about your behavior on the battlefield this time. After consideration, I think I will give you the honorable position of principal of Kanaha School. Nagaragi hurriedly said, No need, I am a vice principal now, there is no need. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said, Don't refuse, Nagaragi. You are qualified. After saying that, without waiting for Nagaragi to refuse, he asked Danzo Shimura, Danzo, do you think we should also set up an elders group in Konoha? Danzo Shimura frowned slightly and said, Elders group? Why should we set up an elders group? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the documents on the side and nodded, In the past few years since I became Hokage, I have less and less time for myself. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen unconsciously thought of his 2 children. He didn't even go to the day Asuma was born. Shimura Danzo also found that Sarutobi Hiruzen was gradually overwhelmed and nodded and said, Okay, then who do you want to be the elder? Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a while and said, Uchiha, Hyuga and other clan leaders, plus you, Koharu, and Minion. He looked at the side of the dragon tree and said, The dragon tree should be able to be the principal of the ninja school. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that the dragon tree in front of him was just a shadow clone. And the dragon tree's original body had already slipped back home, waiting for Matsuo Yukiichi to prepare a hot breakfast, ready to eat a big meal. At this time, the shadow clone in the Hokage's office was hit on the head by Sarutobi Hiruzen with a pipe and disbanded. Dragon Tree received the memory of the shadow clone and said distressedly, Principal? Elders? Rude. But Dragon Tree didn't think much about it. After all, promotion is a good thing, right? At this time, Matsuo Yukiichi also came over with hot food, and Otsutsuki Ichiraku also followed Matsuo Yukiichi and ran over with a hop. After everyone finished their meal, Matsuo Yukiichi found Longshu and said with some embarrassment, Sir Longshu, look at what happened between me and Yoshiko. Longshu then remembered that there was such a thing, patted Matsuo Yukiichi on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, I have arranged it. Unexpectedly, Matsuo Yukiichi waved his hand and said, No, 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 Sir Longshu, what I want to say is, forget about what happened between me and Yoshiko, I really don't deserve her. Longshu was surprised and said, What's wrong? Weren't you still very confident before? Matsuo Yukiichi shook his head with inferiority and said, I went to Kanaha Hospital to find Yoshiko before, but I saw that there were many people pursuing her, and they were all ninjas. Matsuo Yukiichi smiled self-deprecatingly and said, I am at most a cook, how can I be worthy of Yoshiko? Longshu looked at the inferior Matsuo Yukiichi and said, Who said you are just a cook, aren't you still a cooking ninja? Matsuo Yukiichi shook his head and said, Don't lie to me, Lord Longshu. I know that there are no cooking ninjas in this world. Longshu patted Matsuo Yukiichi on the shoulder again and said, Don't worry, the position of cooking ninja will be born soon. Matsuo Yukiichi looked at Longshu uncertainly and said, But, I think. Longshu interrupted Matsuo Yukiichi and said, I don't want you to think, I want me to think. Matsuo Yukiichi looked at Longshu who was swearing, and asked Longshu again, Then what are you going to do, Lord Longshu? Longshu smiled mysteriously and said, You will know when the time comes. After that, he went out. Longshu was going to go to Bailuhu's house first to see how he was doing recently. It was time to let the computer circulate in Kanaha. Dang dang dang, Longshu knocked on the door of Bailuhu's house. But no one opened the door for Longshu for a long time. Longshu frowned slightly and shouted, Bailuhu, are you at home? No one responded to Longshu. At this time, a little girl who lived next door to Bailuhu, about 6 or 7 years old, wearing a pair of glasses, opened the door, looked at Longshu and asked, Are you here to see Bailuhu? Longshu turned around and looked at the little girl, smiled and asked, Yes, little sister, do you know where Bailuha went? The little girl frowned slightly, took a few steps back calmly and said, Bailuha has moved away. Longshu also saw the little girl's action and smiled, don't be afraid, I am the leader of Bailuhu. Let me introduce myself. My name is Suzuki Longshu. You can just call me Brother Longshu. The little girl said timidly, are you a ninja? Longshu bent down, nodded and said, yes, little girl, you haven't told me your name yet. But the little girl hugged Longshu's arm and dragged him into the house. While pulling, she said in a crying voice, Ninja, please save my grandma. Longshu looked at the little girl who was about to cry, followed her into the house, and saw an old man who was over 60 years old and had grey hair lying on a wooden bed made of only a few pieces of wood. The little girl knelt in front of the bed and begged Longshu, Master Ninja, please save my grandma, she has been sleeping for a day. Longshu whispered to the little girl, little sister, don't be afraid, I will help your grandma. Then he carefully introduced chakra into the old man's body. Longshu found that the old man's body was rich in chakra, and there were several hidden injuries in his body. But Longshu didn't know medical ninjutsu, he just simply confirmed the old man's life condition and prepared to take the old man to Kanaha hospital first. Longshu picked up the old man and said to the little girl, little sister, I will take you and your grandma to Kanaha hospital now, will you follow me? The little girl, sobbing, nodded and said, okay. In Kanaha hospital, Longshu was comforting the crying little girl in front of the ward and said, don't cry anymore, tell your brother, what is your name and how old you are this year, okay? Medicine, Pharmacist Nono, 6 years old this year. Pharmacist Nono wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said with a sob. Longshu thought to himself, the name of Pharmacist Nono is a little familiar. Is it also a character that appeared in the anime? But Longshu didn't think much about it. Longshu had already remembered the important plot characters. Longshu asked Nono again, why are you holding your glasses tightly? Longshu looked at Nono's little hand holding the glasses. Nono picked up the glasses and said, this is what my grandma gave me on my birthday. At this time, the door of the ward suddenly opened, and Nono rushed to the doctor and asked, Doctor, how is my grandma? How is it? The doctor was also very patient. He squatted down and gently comforted, don't worry, your grandma is fine. She is awake now. Come in. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, Nono rushed into the ward impatiently. Longshu walked over and asked the doctor, how is the old woman? The doctor sighed helplessly and said, no, she is very old, and there are many hidden injuries on her body. She can't be cured. It is estimated that she will die today. Longshu nodded and walked into the ward. He looked at the old man who was struggling to raise his old hand and gently stroked Nono's head, and whispered, don't cry, Nono, don't. I don't know how long it took, Nono was tired of crying and gradually fell asleep. Longshu carried Nono to another bed and covered her with a quilt. The old man slowly turned his head, looked at Longshu and said slowly, thank you for saving my life. Longshu shook his head and said, you're welcome. The old man shook his head and said, no, it was you who let me see Nono for the last time, so I have to thank you. Longshu was surprised and said, you know, your body. The old man smiled and said, yes, how could I not know my own body? The old man looked at Longshu and said sincerely, please take good care of Nono after I die, okay? Longshu walked slowly to the old man's bedside and said, don't worry, I will take good care of Nono. Chapter 65 Undercover. Longshu looked at the worried old man and said, I am the principal of the ninja school. Principal? Then I'm relieved. A stone in the old man's heart seemed to have been put down. At the same time, the old man's chatterbox had been opened, and he said to Longshu, Principal, Nanoyu has a little temper, please bear with her, and she always kicks the quilt when she sleeps at night. Although she said she is not picky about food, I know she doesn't like to eat green peppers. The old man carefully told Long Shu about every bit of Nanoyu, and Long Shu also sat aside quietly with a pen and paper. The old man's eyes were gradually covered with tears, and tears flowed down the corners of his eyes. The old man stared at the ceiling for a long time, and then said to himself, "Oh, am I abandoned after all?" After that, he slowly closed his eyes and passed away. Long Shu did not hear what the old man said, but saw her mouth move slightly a few times. Long Shu sighed in a cold tone. He said to the dead old man softly, "In a world where the average age of ninjas is only 30 years old, you are already very lucky." Long Shu quietly left the ward and found the doctor. Just as he was about to bury the old man, an Anbu suddenly came over. The Anbu saw Long Shu, walked to his side and said, "Sir Long Shu, after verification, this old man is not on the list of ninjas in Konoha. Now this old man is very likely to be an undercover sent by the enemy village." Long Shu frowned slightly and said, "Undercover?" The Anbu nodded and said, "Yes, Sir Long Shu." Long Shu asked again, "But judging from her age, she is at least 60 years old. Kanaha has not been established for 20 years. Which ninja village will send a middle-aged woman to Kanaha?" The Anbu said with some embarrassment, "This is on the list of ninjas in Kanaha." "Okay, don't talk about the list of ninjas anymore. Can you guarantee that every ninja in Kanaha has been recorded?" Long Shu interrupted the Anbu. "I can guarantee it." At this time, Shimura Danzo walked into the ward from the side and said. Long Shu frowned slightly and said, "Danzo? What are you doing here?" Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and said, "Of course I came to see this undercover." Then he walked to the old man's bed and prepared to take the old man away. Long Shu stopped Shimura Danzo and said, "Let's go out and talk. There are children sleeping here." Shimura Danzo glanced at Nono who was lying on the bed and walked out of the ward without saying anything. Shimura Danzo took the lead and said, "Ryushu, you should know that a dead person can say much more than a living person." Looking at the two big guys arguing outside the ward, the Anbu ninja didn't dare to move. At this time, Nono in the room gradually opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw the Anbu ninja in black clothes. Nono was scared and screamed "Ah!" directly. The cry startled Long Shu outside the ward. Long Shu pushed open the door and looked at Nono who was huddled in a corner and said, "Nono, what happened?" Nono pointed at the Anbu ninja tremblingly and said, "Here, there is a person here." Long Shu looked at the Anbu ninja, waved his hand and asked him to go out quickly, and comforted him, "It's okay, he is a ninja who came to protect you." At this time, Shimura Danzo also came in. Looking at Long Shu, Nono frowned slightly and said, "Just do as you said." After saying that, he left without waiting for Long Shu to answer. Nono calmed down, looked at the quiet old man beside him and asked Long Shu, "Brother Long Shu, how is my grandma?" Long Shu chuckled and said, "Your grandma went to a very far place, very far away." Nono seemed to know something, hugged the corner of Long Shu's clothes and cried. Long Shu comforted, "Nono, let's go home." Nono's eyes revealed a confused look, and murmured, "Home, I don't have a home." Long Shu chuckled and said, "Then go to my house, there is a sister to play with you." On the way home, Long Shu and Nono told Long Shu about her and the old man. He took Nono back to his home. It was dinner time. Yukichi brought the freshly cooked chicken soup to Long Shu and said, "Master Long Shu, you are finally back." Long Shu didn't say anything. He picked up Nono and said, "There will be a new member in our family from now on." After that, he put Nono down and whispered in her ear, "Nono, please introduce yourself." Nono said timidly, "My name is Yakushi Nono, 6 years old." Xiaojin ran over with a giggle and rode on Xiaobai, hugged Nono's arm and said, "My name is Suzuki Jin, 1.5 years old." After that, he patted Xiaobai under his butt and said, "It's called Xiaobai, I don't know how old it is. The 1.5-year-old Xiaojin looked not much different from the 6-year-old Nono, only half a head shorter than Nono. Ichiraku looked at Nono and said shyly, "My name is Ichiraku Otsutsuki, I am 7 years old this year." Chapter 66 Root. Looking at the 3 children who had gradually become familiar with each other after dinner, Ryushu unknowingly returned to the hospital and the ward where the old man was. "Danzo, I knew you would send someone again." Ryushu looked at the ninja in front of him with a bad face and said secretly. The ninja did not expect to meet someone in the underground morgue of Kanaha Hospital in the middle of the night. The ninja looked at Ryushu and warned, "The root is doing business, outsiders, please get out of the way." This root ninja obviously did not know Ryushu. Longshu looked at the root ninja and thought to himself, "Root? I didn't expect that the agreement just passed in the morning would be established in the evening, and even ninjas could be sent to carry out the mission." The root ninja looked at Longshu who was unmoved and warned him again, "I'm saying it again, get out of the way." Longshu was directly laughed at by the root ninja, and said with a smile, "I just won't get out of the way. Go back and tell Danzo that the conditions are invalid." The root ninja frowned slightly and said, "Who are you? How dare you call Danzo by his name?" At this time, the root ninja was not calm. Even he knew who his root leader was not long ago. Why did this person know that the root leader was Shimura Danzo? But this was the first mission of the root, and he must not fail. The root ninja pretended to be calm and said, "Since you don't know what's good for you, I won't be polite." The root ninja was ready to use a little violence to let Longshu know that he was not easy to mess with. But before the root ninja was ready to do it, Longshu had already arrived beside him, pressed his shoulder and said, "Young man, don't be too arrogant." The root ninja whose shoulder was pressed by Longshu was resisting Longshu with all his strength. The root ninja said, "You look much younger than me." Longshu smiled and said, "How can I know how old you are when you are wearing a mask?" Longshu pressed the root ninja to the ground with one force. Longshu looked at the root ninja crawling on the ground and said, "You can leave now." The root ninja got up from the ground, knowing the gap between the two, looked at Longshu unwillingly, looked at his mission target this time, and left here. Looking at the back of the root ninja leaving, Longshu sighed helplessly and left here, slowly walking towards home. "That's it, Master Danzo." The root ninja who was driven away by Longshu was reporting to Shimura Danzo what happened in the morgue. Shimura Danzo sat in his seat with a gloomy face and said coldly, "I know, you can leave." After the root ninja left, Shimura Danzo slowly closed his eyes and said secretly, "I am the root of Kanaha, the lonely root, the ruthless root, and the root that is always immersed in darkness." When Shimura Danzo opened his eyes again, there was an inexplicable look in his eyes. At this time, a root ninja walked in and said, "Master Danzo, this is the information about Uchiha Kagami that you want." Shimura Danzo took the information, and unconsciously placed one hand on his blind eye. Shimura Danzo said to himself, "Uchiha Madara's eye." Uchiha Kagami, who was far away in the Uchiha shrine, also encountered trouble. He looked at the Uchiha elders beside him and said, "Excuse me, elders, what is the matter with me?" The Uchiha elder, Uchiha Tianxin, looked at Uchiha Kagami and asked, "Uchiha Kagami, what did you do to the clan leader?" Uchiha Kagami looked at Uchiha Tianxin and smiled slightly, "Elder Tianxin, I don't understand what you are saying." Uchiha Tianxin snorted coldly and said, "Everyone saw you follow the clan leader out that night when the clan leader was in trouble. What else do you have to quibble about?" The second elder, Uchiha Xian, suddenly said, "Elder Tian Xin, you can't say that. What if the clan leader really fell down the stairs?" Uchiha Xian's words resonated with many elders, and they all echoed, "Yes, great elder, you are too suspicious." Uchiha Tian Xin looked at the elders who stood on the side of Uchiha Jing and shouted angrily, "You bastards, the clan leader is usually kind to you, why do you do this?" But the remaining 4 elders of Uchiha were silent as if nothing had happened. Uchiha Tien glared at everyone here and slammed the door and left. After a long time, Uchiha Jing said, "Thank you for your support, elders." Uchiha Xian waved his hand and said, "No need. As long as you meet the conditions you said, we old guys can do anything." Uchiha Sanping, the third elder of Uchiha, echoed, "Yes, the four of us old guys have placed the future of Uchiha on you, I hope you will not disappoint us." Uchiha Jing looked at the four elders and said solemnly, "Please rest assured, elders, I, Uchiha Jing, will definitely do what I say." Uchiha Xian smiled and said, "That's good, it's time for the four of us old guys to retire and enjoy our old age." With that, the four elders left here together. Looking at the four elders who left, the smile on Uchiha Jing's face gradually disappeared. Uchiha Jing walked to the stone tablet again and opened the Manjiki Sharingan with his other eye. After staring at the stone tablet for a long time, Uchiha Jing closed his Manjiki Sharingan and murmured, "Izanami, Izanagi, can only the infinite Tsukuyomi bring peace to the ninja world?" Uchiha Jing was a little confused. What was recorded on the stone tablet was completely different from his own thoughts. Now Uchiha Jing was a little unsure whether his thoughts were correct. Chapter 67, Bailuhu's New Home. Looking at the huge house in front of him, Longshu couldn't believe that this was Bailuhu's new home. Longshu once again confirmed with Bailuhu, "Bailuhu, is this really your home?" Bailuhu nodded and smiled, "Yes, Longshu teacher, let's go in." Then he walked into the front yard, opened the door, and pushed the door open. Longshu followed Bailuhu and asked Bailuhu, "Did you buy this house?" Bailuhu shook his head and said, "This is a baramation, I am just staying here temporarily." Longshu asked in confusion, "A baramation? Your girlfriend?" Bailuhu waved his hand and said, "How could it be, although Shin is very good, she is not my type." "Bailuhu, did you bring your friends back?" At this time, a cold voice came from behind Longshu and the others. The girl who spoke covered her mouth with her collar and wore a pair of sunglasses on her eyes, which was the standard dress of the Abarame clan. Then Bailuhu smiled awkwardly, "Shin, when did you come back?" Abaramation glanced at Bailuhu lightly and said, "I have been at home all the time, but you didn't find it." After that, she looked at Longshu, bowed slightly to Longshu and said, "Hello, Principal Longshu." "Hello, Shin." Longshu smiled awkwardly. Bailuhu took Longshu to visit the house again. The house had a second floor and an attic, where Bailuhu usually slept. There was also a basement underground, which was very common among the Abarame tribe. Usually, the Abarame tribe kept insects in the basement. Longshu followed Bailuhu and slowly walked into the dark basement. Longshu asked Bailuhu, "Bailuhu, why did you bring me here?" Bailuhu turned on the light switch and lit up the entire basement. The basement was unexpectedly clean, with neatly arranged tools, and in the middle were several cages of insects. Bailuhu said, "This is where I usually conduct experiments. I have prepared what you want, Teacher Longshu." He walked to the pile of junk on the side and took out a bunch of things and handed them to Longshu. Soon after, Longshu took the things to the Hokage building. The Hokage building was built in the center of Kanaha. If a signal tower was built here, the whole Kanaha should be able to receive it. But after Longshu completed the installation, Longshu found a big problem. There was no energy source that could supply the electricity consumption of the entire Kanaha. Now Longshu needed to find something with a huge amount of chakra. Longshu thought of the tailed beasts at the first time. Longshu planned to go to the Senju clan to see Uzumaki Mito, the elderly nine-tailed Jinkraki, but now was not the time. When Longshu returned home, he saw Uchiha Jing, who was blindfolded in one eye, frowning and sitting aside with a book. Even when Longshu walked to Uchiha Jing, he didn't notice it. After a long time, Uchiha Jing's brows relaxed and closed the book. At this time, Uchiha Jing realized that Longshu was beside him. Uchiha Jing smiled and said, "Long time no see." Longshu also smiled and nodded, yes, long time no see, how have you been recently? Longshu looked at Uchiha Jing's covered left eye and asked, Jing, what's wrong with your eye? Uchiha Jing subconsciously touched his left eye and said, something unexpected happened. Uchiha Jing changed the subject and said with a smile, Longshu, Shui is pregnant, I'm going to be a father. Longshu also smiled and said, oh? That's really congratulations. However, Uchiha Jing didn't seem to be very interested. Uchiha Jing asked hesitantly, Longshu, what do you think of the relationship between Uchiha and Kanaha? Longshu asked doubtfully, relationship? I think it's pretty good. Uchiha Jing said slowly, Longshu, can you come with me? After saying that, he stood up and turned to leave here. Although Longshu was puzzled, he thought about it and followed. Longshu followed Uchiha Jing all the way to the shrine of the Uchiha clan, Nanga's shrine. Uchiha Jing stopped at the door of Nanga's shrine, turned around and looked at Longshu and asked, Longshu, do you think it is possible for Uchiha to integrate into Kanaha? Longshu frowned slightly and said, of course there is no problem, Jing, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so weird? After staring at Longshu for a while, Uchiha Jing slowly shook his head and said, Longshu, come with me. Then he pushed open the door of Nanga's shrine, opened the secret door, and took Longshu to the underground. This is... Longshu saw the stone tablet standing in the basement and was surprised. Uchiha Jing frowned slightly, looked at Longshu and asked, Longshu, do you know this stone tablet? Longshu forced himself to calm down, pretending to be calm, and said, of course I don't know him. I just didn't expect there was a basement here. Although Uchiha Jing was confused, he thought about it and realized that he had just learned about this stone tablet. How could Longshu know it? It seemed that he was overthinking. Longshu asked Uchiha Jing again, Jing, why did you bring me here? Chapter 68 Blood Red Left Eye. Uchiha Jing shook his head in confusion and said, I don't know, but I am very confused and also scared. Longshu looked at the confused Uchiha Jing and said, tell me the reason, tell it out, maybe you will feel better. Uchiha Jing nodded slowly and took off the eye patch covering his left eye. Your eyes? Longshu said in shock. After Uchiha Jing took off the eye patch, what was revealed was a blood-red eye, and there was a deep wound in the eye. Uchiha Jing put on his eye mask again and said, not long ago, the clan leader brought me here and asked me to open the Mangeki Sharingan to tell him the contents of the stone tablet, but I hesitated. And the clan leader attacked me the moment I hesitated. As he said this, he looked at the stone tablet unconsciously. A few days ago, underground at Nanga's shrine. Uchiha Jing desperately covered his wound, and looked at the Uchiha clan leader in disbelief and said, Clan leader, why did you do this? The Uchiha clan leader looked at Uchiha Jing coldly and said, because you have betrayed Uchiha, you must die. Uchiha Jing covered his wound, slowly stood up and said, no, I didn't. But no matter how Uchiha Jing explained, the Uchiha clan leader was dismissive and said coldly, don't explain anymore, if you hand over your eyes and commit suicide, I can consider letting Shui go. Uchiha Jing touched his Mangeki Sharingan, and said in a voice that only Jing could hear, oh, so that's it, eyes. The Uchiha clan leader frowned slightly and said, what? Uchiha Jing suddenly raised his head and stared at the Uchiha clan leader closely. Suddenly, the Uchiha clan leader felt a dizziness and collapsed to the ground. Uchiha Kagami's left eye began to bleed and slowly closed. What Uchiha Kagami didn't expect was that the Uchiha clan leader who fell to the ground suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. The Uchiha clan leader suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Kagami, and sneered, I am a ninja left over from the Warring States period. Your three-legged cat's kung fu is really not good enough. Then he took out a kunai from behind and stabbed it directly into Uchiha Kagami's heart. The Uchiha clan leader turned over the dead Uchiha Kagami, took out a kunai and dug out Uchiha Kagami's Mangeki Sharingan. What a beautiful eye! The Uchiha clan leader sighed as he looked at the beautiful and pure eyes in his hand. Just as the Uchiha clan leader was about to leave here, the surrounding space suddenly shattered. With a bang, the surrounding environment turned into a dark one, and the Uchiha clan leader subconsciously opened the three Magatama Sharingan. The Uchiha clan leader was surprised and said, "This is the dark art of the second generation Hokage." Uchiha Jing looked at the stunned Uchiha clan leader, but he didn't kill him after all. If the Uchiha clan leader died, the entire Uchiha clan would be in chaos, and even the Hyuga clan might surpass the Uchiha clan to become the largest clan in Konoha. Just as Uchiha Jing was about to knock the Uchiha clan leader unconscious, the Uchiha clan leader suddenly grabbed Uchiha Jing's arm and pressed him under his body, took out a kunai and stabbed Uchiha Jing's eyes. Uchiha Jing hurriedly held the Uchiha clan leader's hand. However, in terms of strength, the Uchiha clan leader was better than Uchiha Jing, and the kunai gradually pierced into Uchiha Jing's left eye. Ah! The pain of the stabbed eye made Uchiha Jing wail uncontrollably. Suddenly, Uchiha Jing shouted, "Phantom God!" He shouted at Uchiha Jing's bloody left eye, and a large amount of blood gushed out again. Uchiha Jing's left eye had completely turned blood red. Before the Uchiha clan leader could figure out what Uchiha Jing was doing, he lost consciousness. Uchiha Jing pushed the Uchiha clan leader who collapsed on him away and hurriedly tried to stop the bleeding. But the Uchiha clan leader suddenly came to find Uchiha Jing, and Uchiha Jing didn't even bring a ninja bag, let alone find a way to stop the bleeding. Gradually, the blood stopped flowing. And Uchiha Jing's left eye also lost its light. Uchiha Jing endured the discomfort, tore off a corner of his clothes, barely covered his left eye, and slowly walked towards home. What Uchiha Jing didn't notice was that not far away, a couple with a child about 1 year old just passed by. The child was carried on the mother's back, and the child clearly saw Uchiha Kagami, whose face was covered in blood. The child seemed to be stimulated by Uchiha Kagami's face and began to cry loudly. The child's mother hurriedly hugged the child and comforted him, "Fugaku, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that the child could not be calmed down no matter how she coaxed him, the mother began to worry and said to the child's father, "Fuyu, what should we do?" Uchiha Fuyu looked at the crying child and had no choice but to guess, "Maybe he is cold, Maiko, let's go home quickly." Uchiha Maiko nodded and said, "Then let's go quickly." In a place where no one could see, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed red. Chapter 69 Contents of the Stone Tablet, 1. Now, in Nanga Shrine. After telling Nagaragi about what happened that day, Uchiha Kagami felt much more relaxed. Longshu looked at Uchiha Jing who seemed relieved and asked, "How is the Uchiha clan leader now?" "Uchiha Jing," he said slowly, "before the sun rose the next day, I sent him to the hospital. I think he should still be unconscious now." Longshu asked again, "What is the phantom god you are talking about?" Uchiha Jing hesitated for a while, but still told Longshu about the phantom god eye technique. Phantom god can make a person immersed in the caster's fantasy forever, repeating infinitely until the caster finds a way to leave the illusion, and then the phantom god can be broken. Longshu asked again, "Then do you know what your fantasy was at that time?" Uchiha Jing was stunned for a moment, shook his head and said, I don't know what I was thinking about at that time." Uchiha Jing stood up, walked to the stone tablet, stroked the stone tablet and said, "Longshu, do you know what is written on this stone tablet?" Longshu shook his head and said, "How should I know? I can't understand what is written on it." Uchiha Jing stared at the stone tablet for a while and said, "It says here that if you want to make peace in the ninja world, you must use a technique." Longshu nodded secretly and said, "Look at the record above, it is the infinite moon reading." Longshu pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What technique?" Uchiha Jing's eyes flashed and said, "Infinite moon reading, as long as this technique is used, the ninja world can." Longshu interrupted Uchiha Jing's words, frowned slightly and said, "Jing, you don't really believe that a technique can make the ninja world peaceful. Uchiha Jing hesitated and said, I don't know, but I think what is written here should not be. Longshu said again, Jing, you have to believe in yourself, don't be influenced by the outside world, don't let him feel, you have to feel. After staring at the stone tablet for a long time, Uchiha Jing said, well, thank you Longshu, I know what I should do. Longshu nodded and smiled, it's good to know, then let's go up. At the same time, the Uchiha clan leader who was lying in the luxury room of Kanaha Hospital appeared abnormal at this time. In the illusion, the Uchiha clan leader walked on the battlefield like a zombie. Mitsuo, what's wrong with you? Another Uchiha clan member asked the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Mitsuo. Uchiha Mitsuo turned his head like a rusty machine and looked at Uchiha Mitsuo, and a glimmer of light returned to his eyes. You are Mitsuo. Uchiha Mitsuo said in surprise. Uchiha Guanghai frowned slightly and said, it's me, Guangzheng, what happened to you? Hiss. It hurts. Suddenly, a needle-like pain rose in Uchiha Guangzheng's brain, causing Uchiha Guangzheng to collapse directly to the ground. I don't know how long it took, when Uchiha Guangzheng woke up again, he opened his eyes and saw a dilapidated wooden house. He was lying on a bed made of hay. Where am I? Uchiha Guangzheng sat up in a daze. I am Uchiha Guangzheng, and now it is the Warring States period. Uchiha Guangzheng sorted out the memories in his mind and muttered to himself. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Mitsuha, who was patrolling outside the wooden house, pushed open the dilapidated wooden door and walked in. He took out a few fruits and handed them to Uchiha Mitsuha and said, Mitsuha, you finally woke up. Uchiha Mitsuha took the fruit from Uchiha Mitsuha and said, thank you, brother Mitsuha. Uchiha Mitsuha smiled and said, haha, what else can we say thank you for when we are brothers? Uchiha Mitsuha also smiled and ate the fruit handed over by Uchiha Mitsuha. After eating, Uchiha Mitsumasa also returned to normal, slowly stood up and said, Brother Mitsuhei, what's the situation now? Uchiha Mitsuhei said solemnly, the war situation is very bad. The Senju gang actually won over the Abarame clan. Uchiha Mitsuhei was surprised, Abarame clan? Why did they suddenly join? Uchiha Mitsuhei shook his head and said, I don't know, but I guess it may be related to what the clan leader said before about building a village. Village? Hiss. Hearing the word village, Uchiha Mitsuhei's head began to ache again for some reason. Uchiha Mitsuha looked at Uchiha Mitsumasa and said, Mitsumasa, you should rest for a while. We never know when the Thousand Hands will launch a surprise attack on us. Uchiha Mitsumasa rubbed his head and nodded, saying, that's fine. I'm really sorry, brother Mitsuha. We are still on the battlefield, but Uchiha Mitsuha shook his head and smiled, it's okay. You should stay in the best condition on the battlefield. You should rest well. I'll go out for a patrol. After saying that, he turned around and left. Uchiha Mitsumasa, lying on the hay, always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. After thinking about it, he thought of the village that Uchiha Mitsuha had just talked about with him, and his head began to hurt again. Uchiha Mitsumasa had to give up thinking and rest well. Thanks to the reward from Strange Stories. Chapter 70 Contents of the Stone Tablet, 2. Jing, I want to ask you a question about this Nanga Shrine. Problem. Longshu walked out of the underground love and said to Uchiha Jing. Uchiha Jing looked at Longshu in confusion and said, Problem? What problem? Longshu looked at the Nanga Shrine and asked, since this is a shrine, which god do you Uchiha clan worship? Longshu's question directly stumped Uchiha Jing. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Jing shook his head and said, I don't know about this. Longshu spread his hands and said, forget it, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. See you next time. He waved to Uchiha Jing and left. Uchiha Jing looked at Longshu's back as he left, and his mind echoed with the questions Long Shu asked before he left. Uchiha Jing suddenly thought again, why there is a stone tablet in the basement, who put the stone tablet here, why the mosquito on the stone tablet can only be seen with the Mangeki Sharingan, and there are many words on the stone tablet that he can't understand even if he opens the Mangeki Sharingan. Could it be that the Mangeki Sharingan can evolve? All kinds of questions have been echoing in Uchiha Jing's mind, lingering. Uchiha Jing pondered for a long time and returned to the basement again. Uchiha Jing once again opened the Mangeki Sharingan and looked at the stone tablet, but he still couldn't see anything. Just when Uchiha Jing was about to give up, Uchiha Jing suddenly thought that there might be something recorded behind the stone tablet. Uchiha Jing walked behind the stone tablet, which clearly read, "When you kill your relatives, your Sharingan will shine, but it will gradually dim until it loses its light. Unless you get the power of another person who also shines, it can shine forever." In addition to these words, there is a paragraph below that is already blurred, perhaps because it has been too long. Uchiha Jing didn't think much about it, and unconsciously stroked the strange words on the stone tablet and said to himself, "It will eventually dim, forever." The other hand was also placed on the left eye that had lost its light. On the other side, Uchiha Guang, who was in the illusion, was fleeing in embarrassment. "Brother Guanghai, hold on for a while." But Uchiha Guang was forced to interrupt before he finished speaking. Dense insects crawled straight along the tree trunk to Uchiha Guanghai's arm. Almost instantly, Uchiha Mitsuhei's arm was devoured by the bugs. Uchiha Mitsuhei looked at his arm, decisively took out a kunai and cut off his arm. Ah! With Uchiha Mitsuhei's scream, his arm was cut off. The arm that fell to the ground was instantly eaten up by the bugs. "Brother Mitsuhei!" Swoosh shuriken shot straight at Uchiha Mitsumasa, forcing him to retreat. The lone Uchiha Mitsuhei endured the pain and jumped onto the tree to avoid the attack. But what Uchiha Mitsuhei didn't expect was that Abarame Aoba was also standing on this tree. Abarame Aoba grabbed Uchiha Mitsuhei's neck, took out a kunai and killed Uchiha Mitsuhei directly. "Brother Mitsuhei!" Seeing Uchiha Mitsuha whose heart had been pierced by a kunai, he roared. Uchiha Mitsumasa unconsciously opened his Sharingan and rushed towards Abarame Aoba. But when Uchiha Mitsumasa was halfway through, a hand suddenly stretched out from the ground, grabbed Uchiha Mitsumasa's feet, and pulled him into the ground, leaving only Uchiha Mitsumasa's head on the ground. Senjou Luyi looked at Uchiha Mitsumasa who was easily caught by him, and laughed, "Haha, caught another one, it's so easy." Then he looked at Abarame Aoba on the tree and said, "Aoba, bring that guy down." Abarame Aoba did not say anything, but jumped down lightly, and threw Uchiha Mitsukai's body next to Uchiha Mitsumasa. Uchiha Mitsumasa looked at Uchiha Mitsukai who died with his eyes open, glared at the two people in front of him, and shouted, "I will kill you, kill you." At this time, a cold voice came from a distance, "Did you two kill him?" The person who came was Uchiha Madara in his youth. "Who is it?" Before Senjou Luyi could react, a ninja sword was in front of Senjou Luyi. Suddenly a wooden wall rose up, helping Senjou Luyi to block the knife. "Ban, don't be impulsive." With the arrival of Madara, it was Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama and asked, "Calm down, don't you see the bodies of my people lying here? You still tell me to calm down?" Hashirama Senju also saw the body of Uchiha Mitsukai beside him, and instantly didn't know how to refute Uchiha Madara. Hashirama Senju? Uchiha Madara. Seeing Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Mitsumasa's head began to hurt again. The intense pain made Uchiha Mitsumasa scream out. Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Mitsumasa beside him, and said in surprise, This is the Mangeki Sharingan?" Uchiha Mitsumasa, who opened the Mangeki Sharingan, instantly he remembered everything and roared, "Uchiha Kagami!" Suddenly, the space around Uchiha Hikari turned into pieces. Chapter 71 Alliance Agreement. Early the next morning, Ryashu was called to the Hokage's office by the Anbu. When he opened the door, he saw Shimura Danzo arguing with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Mito Kato and Enyutane Koharu sitting next to him. Shimura Danzo heard the sound of Ryashu pushing the door, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily, and stopped arguing with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ryashu asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, what do you want to talk to me about? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo helplessly and said, yesterday, Sand Village and Rock Village contacted us to sign an alliance agreement at the border of the Fire Country. You get ready and we will set off at noon. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, looking at Shimura Danzo and the other two beside him and said, let Danzo and I go this time. You two will be responsible for acting for me when I am not here. Udaten Koharu nodded and said, okay, no problem, let me and Minyan take care of this matter. Time passed quickly and soon it was noon. Sarutobi Hiruzen was waiting for Shimura Danzo and Ryashu with 3 Hokage guards. After a while, Ryashu also arrived, and soon after Shimura Danzo also came to meet with 3 root ninjas. Today's root is still very fragile. It is not easy for Shimura Danzo to bring out 3 Jonin. The ninjas of the root are almost all Chunin, and most of them are already middle-aged Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and said, Danzo, why are you still bringing ninjas? Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and said, just in case, maybe this is a trap. When Longshu and his group arrived at the border of the Land of Fire, the Sand Ninja and Rock Ninja seemed to have arrived long ago and had been waiting there for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, sorry, I was delayed on the road for a while and came late. Luojin looked at the people of Kanaha and smiled, it's okay, let's get straight to the point. Not long after, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Luojin were having a heated discussion. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't go too far. Luojin slammed the table and stood up, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him with wide eyes, and said coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and shook his head slowly, saying, too much? That's far from it. Or do you think we are easy to bully in Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose momentum was not inferior to Luojin at all, asked back. Luojin gritted his teeth and said, what if I don't agree? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and said, Hehe, it seems that you want to start a war, Luojin. Just when the two were arguing fiercely, the representative of the Rock Ninja, Ueshi Tanino, who had no sense of existence, spoke up and said, why don't you take a step back, Lord Kazekage and Lord Hokage, and don't hurt the harmony. Shimura Danzo behind Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Ueshi Tanino and said, Hehe, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Ueshi Tanino was not angry either, and smiled and said, Hehe, I am Ueshi Tanino, the 2nd generation Tsuchikage disciple, and the new elder of the Rock Ninja village. Hearing Ueshi Tanino's self-introduction, everyone's attention was attracted to him. The identity of the 2nd generation Tsuchikage disciple alone was enough. Now, except for the 2nd generation Tsuchikage Mu, the 2nd generation Kages of the remaining 4 major ninja villages have all passed away. But Gu Yayoshi didn't look very old, at most he had just reached adulthood. Luojin asked, you said you are Wu's disciple. Gu Yayoshi smiled and said, yes, but please be more respectful to the teacher, after all, the teacher is the senior of everyone here. However, Luojin sneered a few times with disdain and didn't say anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and smiled, haha, then go back and say hello to Senior Wu for me. Tanino Ueshi nodded and said, then I will thank the Hokage on behalf of the teacher. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and said, don't say anything else, let's continue to discuss the agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to say along with Shimura Danzo's words, haha, I still have this attitude. Kanaha will never back down. If you don't agree, then go to war. Luojin sneered, let's start a war. Who's afraid of who? Tanino Ueshi seemed to want to be a peacemaker and said, Hokage, your conditions are indeed a bit too much. I can understand the compensation of 100 million taels for property losses, but asking the Wind Country to cede land as compensation is a bit too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, too much? Do you think that the eye of our Konoha elder is only worth 100 million taels? Yuishi Tanino looked at Danzo Shimura behind Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, that's not what I meant. I'm also sorry for Elder Shimura's injury, but... Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand and interrupted, what's the use of your apology? I'll say it again, I will never give in. Ryuki frowned slightly and thought to himself, what's wrong with Hiruzen today? His attitude is very firm and radical. The group discussed until the evening but couldn't come up with a conclusion, so they had to discuss it again tomorrow. Continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen led the Konoha people to the capital of the Land of Fire, where they would stay tonight. Chapter 72 The Daimyo of the Land of Fire. The place where the three ninja villages discussed the agreement was not far from the capital of the Land of Fire, and it didn't take long for the Konoha people to reach the capital of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen also casually found a hotel for everyone to stay, and Sarutobi Hiruzen himself went to pay a visit to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Ryushu stuck his head out of the window and looked at the busy streets below the house, and said in amazement, I didn't expect the capital of the Land of Fire to be so lively at night, I'll go out for a walk too. Walking on the street. There were hawking sounds everywhere. It turned out that today was the 60th birthday of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen went to celebrate the daimyo's birthday. Ryushu walked around and didn't find anything interesting, but he unexpectedly met Tsunade. However, Tsunade had obviously done something bad, and was cautiously climbing on the roof of a small house. Tsunade, what are you doing? Ryushu jumped onto the roof where Tsunade was climbing and asked Tsunade. Ah! I'm scared to death. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Ryushu and said dissatisfiedly, looking around to see if she was discovered. Ryushu squatted down and asked, did you do anything bad? So alert. Tsunade rubbed her hands and said, no, I just, hee. Ryushu shook his head helplessly. It seems that this guy wants to gamble again. Tsunade looked at Ryushu and asked strangely, by the way, why are you here, brother Ryushu? Ryushu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen behind Tsunade and said, maybe you can turn around and ask the person behind you. Tsunade said puzzledly, well? Is there anyone behind me? Then she turned around and looked. Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hello, Sarutobi teacher. Tsunade stretched out her hand stiffly and waved to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Humph, do you know how big a mess you have made? Come back with me quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded Tsunade. Tsunade pouted aggrievedly and said, Tisk, why are you so fierce? Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew that what he said was right, but he still pulled Tsunade's arm and said, come with me quickly, otherwise something big will happen. He looked at Ryushu beside him and said, Ryushu, come with me too, maybe you can help. Ryushu pointed at himself and asked in confusion, me? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, come with me quickly. Soon Sarutobi Hiruzen took the two of them to the Fire Country Palace and found the Fire Country daimyo. But the Fire Country daimyo was in a very bad condition at this time, his face was pale, his eyes were tightly closed, if it wasn't for his breathing, his chest was still slightly floating, everyone would think he was dead. Beside the daimyo there was a medical ninja who was using medical ninjutsu to treat him. Tsunade was so scared when she saw the daimyo's appearance that she almost cried, and hurried to the daimyo and choked up, Grandpa, what's wrong with you, wake up. Tsunade's father, Senju Muren, saw Tsunade and walked up to her and asked, where have you been? Do you want to go gambling again? Tsunade looked at her father's fierce face, and the tears that had been rolling in her eyes flowed down directly. Tsunade's mother, Senju Hideharu, took Tsunade and said to Senju Kaijin, okay, now is not the time to blame Tsunade, let's find a way to save our father. Ryushu looked at the situation in front of him and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him, "What's going on?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a bad face, "Tsunade suddenly disappeared at the banquet, and the sand ninja and rock were not far away. The daimyo thought Tsunade was captured and seemed to have a heart attack. In addition, he was old." Ryushu also frowned slightly and said, "Is the situation so serious?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yes, Koharu has been notified now. I hope she can come as soon as possible." The originally lively banquet was so messed up that everyone in the banquet had lost interest, and even many nobles wanted to leave. The eldest son of the daimyo, Oda Nobuo, looked at the crowd and said, "Those who want to leave can leave, but I warn you, no one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today." At first, everyone did not want to leave for the sake of the daimyo, but as time passed, some people could no longer sit still. A fat man with various precious gems on his fingers stood up and said, "Haha, I think it's getting late, so I'll leave first, but when the daimyo recovers, you must come and tell me that I, Yamamasahira, will definitely be back." Oda Nobuo ignored Yamamasahira, his eyes were always on the daimyo, and he said impatiently, "Please go slowly." As Yamamasahira left, more and more people gradually left, until only the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Oda Nobuo, the Senju couple and others were left in the entire palace. A medical ninja wiped the cold sweat from his head, walked to Oda Nobuo and said, "Sir Nobuo, are chukets not enough?" Oda Nobuo whispered to the medical ninja, "Don't tell me these things, is your chakra more important or my father's name more important? As long as he is not in shock, keep treating me." Chapter 73, Rescue the Daimyo. "Yes, Lord Nobuo, I'll go now." The medical ninja hurried back to the daimyo, overdrawing chakra and continuing to use ninjutsu. Tsunade on the side wiped away her tears and said, "I want to help too, father." Senju Muren looked at Tsunade and said coldly, "Stay aside, don't make trouble, wait until I get home and see how I deal with you." Tsunade wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Senju Muren. "What do you mean by I? If you really have nothing to do, go to the back to find your mother and him to accompany Nawaki." "No, this matter was caused by me, I must be responsible, and besides, I have also learned medical ninjutsu, I can help," Tsunade said stubbornly. Senju Muren said impatiently, "Don't say anything more, go out and accompany your brother." Although the two spoke in low voices, others in the empty and silent palace could hear it clearly. Oda Nobuo came over, squatted down, and whispered to Tsunade, "Tsunade, don't blame yourself, it's okay, father will be safe and sound, now go find your mother." "But Tsunade said very depressed. Sarutobi Hiruzen also came over and said, "Let Tsunade try, her talent is very good." Oda Nobuo hesitated and said, "This." Senju Muren interrupted, "Absolutely not, don't I know what she is capable of?" At this time, the door of the palace was suddenly pushed open. It was Utane Koharu who had arrived. Utane Koharu panted and said, "I'm here, how is the daimyo?" It was obvious that Utane Koharu also came in a hurry. Oda Nobuo couldn't wait to bring Utane Koharu to the daimyo and said, "Elder Koharu, you are finally here, start the treatment quickly." Utane Koharu nodded, looked at the medical ninjas beside him and asked, "Okay, tell me what's going on now." A medical ninja said, "The daimyo's body functions are declining rapidly, and his life is in danger at any time." After listening to the report of the medical ninjas, Utane Koharu waved his hand and said, "Okay, I know, leave it to me next." Then Utane Koharu used chakra to check the daimyo's body. Utane Koharu frowned slightly and said, "I need an assistant, hurry up." But the ninjas were very hesitant, and no one dared to step forward. "I'll do it," said Tsunade. Tsunade ran directly to Utane Koharu and asked, "What does Aunt Koharu need me to do?" Utane Koharu looked at Tsunade and just frowned slightly without saying much. Now the daimyo's condition was deteriorating rapidly. Yuditen Koharu used precise chakra control to condense a ball of green light in the palm of her hand and said, "Help me." I don't know how long it took, but the clothes of Tsunade and Yuditen Koharu were already soaked with sweat. Tsunade's long-term chakra output caused the chakra to be consumed too quickly, and she began to feel dizzy, but in the current situation, if she only lost consciousness for a moment, the daimyo might die, so she had to be very alert to keep it up. Finally, Yuditen Koharu stopped, supported Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, you have worked hard, go and rest." Tsunade relaxed instantly when she heard Yuditen Koharu's words, and the whole person collapsed directly in Yuditen Koharu's arms. It didn't take long for Tsunade to fall asleep. Senju Muren took Tsunade from Yuditen Koharu's arms and said, "Koharu, how is the daimyo?" "Yes, Elder Koharu, how is father? Is he still in danger?" Otonobuo on the side couldn't wait to ask. After shaking his head, Yutane Koharu nodded, leaving everyone confused. Otonobuo asked again, "Elder Koharu, what do you mean, tell me quickly." After Yutane Koharu looked at everyone present, he whispered in Otonobuo's ear, "Drive everyone else away and leave people you can trust." Otonobuo frowned slightly and said to the others, "You can go." After all the strangers left, Otonobuo asked again, "You can tell me now, Elder Koharu." Yutane Koharu looked at the remaining people, Otonobuo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tatsuki, and Senju Kaijin who was holding Tsunade. Yutane Koharu said solemnly, "The daimyo's life is temporarily saved, but the daimyo is not sick. The daimyo is poisoned by a new type of poison." "What? Poisoned?" Everyone present was shocked. Otonobuo was shocked and said, "Poisoned? Impossible, my father is by my side all day, and no suspicious people approach my father. How could my father be poisoned?" Yutane Koharu shook her head and said, "My judgment is correct, the daimyo is indeed poisoned." As she said that, Yutane Koharu also felt a sense of dizziness and said, "I'm going to rest now, rest for a while, I used too much chakra." Seeing Otonobuo who wanted to ask more questions, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped him and said, "Nobuo, since Koharu said that the daimyo's life is fine, let Koharu rest for a while." Otonobuo also realized that he was too impulsive, and apologized, "Sorry, Elder Koharu, I was too impulsive, you go to rest first." Chapter 74 Signing an Agreement. After Koharu left, the rest of the people were instantly in an uproar. It was incredible that the daimyo of the Land of Fire was poisoned in public. Everyone looked solemn, and Otonobuo took the lead and said, "Everyone should disperse, it's almost dawn, go back and rest." Following Otonobuo's words, everyone went back to their homes. On the way back, Ryuki asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Hiru, do you think the poisoning of the daimyo was done by the Sand Village?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and said, "It's possible. After all, the Sand Village is very good at using poison." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and shook his head, "No, if it was done by the Sand Village, they shouldn't have been so angry during the negotiations this morning." Ryuki asked again, "Could it be that Luojin pretended?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and said, "That's possible, but how did the daimyo get poisoned? But let's see his reaction tomorrow morning." As they talked, the two returned to the hotel. There was no conversation overnight, and soon it was the next day. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again led Kanaha to the border of the Land of Fire to discuss the agreement with the Sand Ninja and the Rock Ninja. This matter must be completed today no matter what. The next day, the people from the three major ninja villages had already arrived at the border of the Land of Fire very early. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still as strong as yesterday, and did not give Luojin any chance to bargain. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and felt that the Land of the Wind country was not that important, not to mention that there was a river country between the two countries. The Sand Ninja village agreed to form an alliance with the Kanaha village, and promised not to infringe on the interests of the Kanaha village, and compensated Kanaha for the loss of 125 million taels, and other materials. During the entire signing process, Luo Jin's face was as black as an iron pot. After signing the agreement, Luo Jin snorted coldly and said, "Since the agreement is signed, I'm leaving." After that, he left with the Sand Ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the departing Luo Jin and thought to himself, could it be that the daimyo's affairs really have nothing to do with the Sand Ninja village? Yoshi Tanino looked at Luo Jin who was leaving and said, "Hokage-sama, I will leave first." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Let's go, I hope you can abide by the agreement." Yoshi Tanino smiled and said, "Of course, please rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will not betray my allies." Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered twice and said nothing. How many words spoken by the hostile ninja are true? When Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men returned to the capital of the Land of Fire, a bad news suddenly came. The poison of the daimyo could no longer be controlled and could be fatal at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurried to the daimyo's palace. In the daimyo's bedroom, Yutain Kohara was trying his best to suppress the poison in the daimyo's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen brought Ryuki and Shimura Danzo to the scene. The three of them looked at the daimyo lying on the bed in silence. After an unknown period of time, Yutain Kohara's steps were erratic and he fell directly to the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly helped Yutain Koharu up and asked, "Koharu, what's wrong?" Yutain Koharu shook her head and said, "No, I have temporarily suppressed the poison in the daimyo's body, but I can only suppress it for 4 hours at most." With the help of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yutain Koharu stood up unsteadily and said, "Now call all the medical ninjas to work with me to study the antidote." Soon all the medical ninjas gathered together, and under the command of Yutain Koharu, they began to develop the antidote in an orderly manner. 4 hours were not enough, and soon 1 hour, 2 hours passed. There was only 1 hour left, but the medical ninjas were still at a loss. Perhaps the only good news was that Yutain Koharu's chakra had recovered by more than half. Yutain Koharu walked directly to the daimyo and continued to use medical ninjutsu to find a way to suppress the toxins in the daimyo's body. Tsunade couldn't stand the loneliness and walked to Yutain Koharu and said, "Aunt Koharu, let me help you." Yutain Koharu forced a smile and said, "Okay, it's a good opportunity for me to see how your medical ninjas are learning." Time passed quickly, and Tsunade's chakra, which was only enough for a Chunin, had been exhausted. Tsunade wiped the sweat from her head and asked, "Aunt Koharu, don't you have some advanced medical ninjutsu?" Yutain Koharu shook her head and said, "No, even the healing technique was only developed by me in recent years." Tsunade thought for a while and said, "Why doesn't Aunt Koharu develop medical ninjutsu anymore?" Tsunade's question stunned Yutain Koharu. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had experienced the joy of developing a ninjutsu. She was busy almost every day, with countless documents pressing on her, making it difficult for her to breathe. "I was so angry that I didn't have a moment to rest." Although Koharu Yudiden was stunned, she didn't stop moving. This was a habit she had developed over the years. In this moment of daze, Koharu Yudiden thought a lot and smiled, "Yes, why not develop a more advanced medical ninja by myself?" Chapter 75 The Furious Oda Nobuo. Time passed quickly, and there was no progress in the development of the antidote. Koharu Yudiden's chakra was about to run out. Oda Nobuo went to the laboratory again. He violently pushed open the door of the laboratory and said, "Uchida Yasuki, how is the development of the antidote going?" A medical ninjutsu in white clothes and glasses ran to Oda Nobuo and said, "Sir Nobuo, please give us some time. We can definitely develop an antidote." But Uchida Yasuki's voice became smaller and smaller. Uchida Yasuki knew that he had not researched anything in these 4 hours, and he would not be able to develop anything even if he was given another 4 hours. Oda Nobuo grabbed Uchida Yasuki by the collar and roared, "Waste, why do I raise you? If anything happens to my father, all of you will be buried with me." Then he pushed Uchida Yasuki to the ground. Uchida Yasuki got up from the ground and said, I understand, I will do it as soon as possible. Oda Nobuo was furious when he heard this and roared, as soon as possible? A bunch of waste. He was about to punch Oda Nobuo in the face. Nobuo, calm down, don't be so impulsive. Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed Oda Nobuo and said. At this time, people in the hall heard the quarrel here and rushed over in time to stop Oda Nobuo's fist. Oda Nobuo took 2 deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, pointed at Uchida Yasuki's nose and said, Get out of here, a bunch of waste. After that, he slammed the door and left. As Oda Nobuo left, the whole laboratory became quiet. A medical ninja wanted to comfort Uchida Anking and said to him, Mr. Uchida, you. Unexpectedly, Uchida Anking pushed the medical ninja who came to comfort him to the ground, looked at the stunned medical ninjas and whispered, Why are you all standing there? Hurry up and work. Oda Nobuo, who calmed down after being comforted by everyone, said, What should we do now? If there is no antidote, then father will he be dead for sure? At this time, Tsunade came out of the daimyo's bedroom and said, Teacher Sarutobi, and Koharu fainted due to excessive chakra use. What? Everyone exclaimed. Not long after, Yudit and Koharu woke up slowly and opened her eyes in a daze. Koharu, are you okay? It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who saw Yudit and Koharu wake up and asked. No big deal. Just exhausted chakra. Yudit and Koharu stood up from the bed tremblingly. Koharu Yuditen asked again, Has the antidote been developed? Everyone fell silent, and Nobuo Oda shook his head helplessly and said, No, those rubbish. Koharu Yuditen rubbed his dizzy head and asked, How long have I been unconscious? How long will it take to reach 4 hours? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the time and said, 10 minutes, 17 minutes left. Just when everyone was at a loss, Tatsuki suddenly said, I have a way to cure the daimyo, but... Nobuo Oda asked impatiently, But what? Tell me quickly. Tatsuki hesitated for a while and said, But there is a high possibility of life-threatening during the treatment process. Let's wait a little longer, maybe the antidote will be developed soon. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand. I'll go and take a look. Nobuo Oda stood up from the chair and said. Koharu Yuditen also followed Oda Nobuo and said, I'll go too, maybe I can help. Danzo, take the others back to Kanaha first, Minyan may not be able to handle it alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo nodded and said, Okay, then I'll take the others and go first. After that, he left here. At the same time, in the mountain fortress in the distance, Akio Hosokawa was looking at Jiro Shimada on the seat, and said to Jiro Shimada flatteringly, Master Jiro, the mission was successful, look at the reward. Jiro Shimada snorted coldly and said, Hehe, the reward is indispensable to you, I need to ensure that the matter is done without any mistakes. Akio Hosokawa nodded and said, Master Jiro, don't worry, I have sent someone to the daimyo to eat the things you gave me. Jiro Shimada frowned slightly and asked, Send someone? Didn't I tell you to go in person? Akio Hosokawa smiled and said, I don't have time. But Master Jiro, don't worry, I handed the things to someone no one would have thought of. Jiro Shimada looked at the confident Akio Hosokawa and asked, Who did you give the things to? Hosokawa Akio chuckled and said, The eldest son of the daimyo, Oda Nobuo. Shimada Jiro frowned slightly and said, Oda Nobuo? Did you give the thing to him? Hosokawa Akio nodded and said, Yes, I told Oda Nobuo that the thing was a treasure that could prolong life. I didn't expect that Oda Nobuo actually believed it and took the thing back with great enthusiasm. Shimada Jiro smiled and shook his head and said, Haha, is this the next daimyo? It seems that the Fire Country will be finished sooner or later.